I don't think it meets that definition of we're borrowing from ourselves, because that's impossible.
What if you have land that the government needs? Can you use that as an asset, or does it have to be like in a declaration, like government? Do you allow any assets? Do you?
If that land doesn't produce any revenue, it's a liability, because you gotta pay taxes on that land to the government.
No, no, I meant government land, like land of the government. You said they can't create anything outside of thin air, so you're not talking about like people's labor, you're not talking about ideas,
I'm
you're not
talking
talking
about
about.
debt, I'm talking about borrowing.
Okay. No, I agree with you.
I'm just saying, it's not accurate to say that the United States borrows from itself and owes money to itself. That's just simply not
I know,
accurate.
but I mean, it's like if you've got five shell companies and you're borrowing from another, but I understand the point of view, John, and I appreciate your input. Thank you for correcting me.
I love America. Don't you love America, Mojo?
I do love America. A lot.
Jerry, you want to say something?
I mean, are we paying $1 trillion of interest to ourselves to pay down the debt annually? No.
Yeah, I just quickly, I actually agree with your point, John, about the debt. I think America's like second biggest expense as a country is interest on debt. Canada's might be like our
That's the
biggest
third,
expense.
it's the third biggest. It's Social Security, Medicare, and interest on the debt.
Yeah, so it's a big chunk. Same thing in Canada. We're not no better on that. And then yeah, like that's like a big problem. I'm not a macroeconomist, but I mean that just seems like a recipe for disaster. That like you should at least be paying like that, and it's growing every year too. The amount of interest. Anyway, it just sounds like that's a serious problem.
Well, here's the facts of it. If we don't do something to reduce our expenditure for Medicare and Social Security, then we know that the interest on the debt's going to continue to go up. And those are the only levers that we even have, aside from a massive increase in production, which I don't think that's a likely scenario. And so, as long as it's politically untenable to talk about massive cuts to Social Security and Medicare, then eventually that third largest line item becomes the second largest, and then eventually the first largest. When that happens, we're in big trouble.
I thought military was like the biggest expenditure in America. No?
No, so we have mandatory spending and discretionary spending. They're bifurcated, and about 60 to 65% is locked up in mandatory spending, and that's Social Security, Medicare, and SNAP benefits. And so when you look at the discretionary spending, which makes up, let's call it 35 to 40%, half of that is military spending, which essentially means the other half of discretionary spending is for all other things.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for correcting me.
Hey, Mojo, you know this woman named Lisa? She has like a political room.
Lisa 420, she's nice, but she's wrong-headed.
Oh, okay. She keeps pinging me. I don't know the room that much, but I went in once.
It's a big room. It's a big room. Yeah. I feel
Having done with that.
which is a huge room. But I have, because of who I am, Mojo, I avoid certain rooms like that because, especially when, there's, because black folks, everybody, right? But black folks, especially in those rooms, have a very strong point of view, right? So, like, Kima, I would want to go in there and have a point of view. And then it gets really silly. So it's not worth it to me to even.
I think Lou's got a good moderated room because when what he does, even though he's got crazy topics and they get heated discussions, the one thing that he does really well is he isolates the battle. He calls it an intellectual squabble. And so what will happen is somebody will make a statement, then somebody will disagree, and then he clears everyone and lets them go off just one-on-one. So if you're in the room, unless you take a hard position, you're not going to find yourself.
That's his own point of view. So when someone's arguing, even if it's a good argument between both of them, he takes a side. I'm not saying.
No, you're definitely right. Honestly, like, I go to the room, I go to the for the exact reason, like it's gonna get silly. And I'm not gonna argue with a lot of black people. That's why I definitely avoid the stage.
I like going into Lou's room when the topic is reparations.
I think he's, he runs a decent room. It's just that any, you know what I'm saying? I got a huge following there, right? I don't, if I say something, it'll like kill their feelings. I'll be like, this motherfucker. And I love these motherfuckers, but they bring on me, you know what I mean? They'll start, yeah, it's stupid. And it's over bullshit, so I don't even deal with it.
Or how the United States is going to actually be able to get out of the monetary. And I've heard a bunch of ideas. I didn't know if anybody had anything that they thought were.
Game changing in terms of picking up efficiencies. If we win the AI, I think that becomes a game changer. The bigger concern if we win the AI war is what happens with the imbalance, because the delta between whoever wins that war and everybody else is going to be pretty fucking huge. And then what are the second and third, degree, the fallout, the unintended consequences of that? Because we're going to become very unpopular once we reign supreme again.
Well, I mean, the short term is going to have destabilization, preventing an apple cart that's, in the same so we get to energy independent. We know idea. I guess my question would matter for producing that much.
It's efficient, but that just means I think everything's just going to be like AI slop in the future. I don't know. I'm a doomer.
Joe, have you looked into quantum computers? You're afraid ultimately you're going to get to a point
intended state for humans. I think we're kind of corralled into that through a whole bunch of different reasons. So yeah, if you're a lion, sloth is your thing because you lay around all day and then you go hunt. But I think humans are efficiency, not sloth.
I think the transition period's going to be ugly, regardless.
You had a black woman and a black man.
Not any uglier than we've had in history.
Give me an example of a time that you think which would have been uglier than the transition that's coming.
Well, we don't know what's coming, first of all, but I know what you're saying, that you think, well, what are you talking about, wars, you're talking about?
Well, I think just the scale of the change that's coming, and the speed in which the rate of change and the scale of change. I don't think we've seen anything like this before.
Right.
The Industrial Revolution, was a massive change, but that took a longer period of time than I think people realize. I think that we could see massive shifts into worlds that we can't even imagine that they happen within the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, you're right. But the thing now is, is the information is going to be life changing. It's going to be, it's going to make sense, and it's going to, it'll be information that's so decisive, so clear that you can't debate it. And therein lies the change. But it's just like someone that didn't know they were fat, right? Going to the doctor tells them they're fat, and the person might say, "Oh, I'm not fat." And everybody goes, "Where did the doctor?" Right there, but they'll come to their senses.
A big show of support for the Texas lawmakers who fled to Illinois. Some of the lawmakers became
I think in the long term, that's the hope. Right now, I think the biggest concern is, and again, you said I haven't worked with kids in years. I talk with them. I'm sure once in a while, but I can't work with kids. So here's the biggest
I understand. We need to know. We're just curious who the occupants of the home are, because there are connections to the New York Attorney General Letitia James. Are you related?
Hey everybody, it's Ron F. Kennedy Jr. Every weekend I spend an hour or two at a place that looks like this. Wherever I have in the world, I go to a local gym.
It's the personal price plan theorem. If you want far back as 2019 contains false information in your signature on you.
Last year when I took one of my sons to his yearly checkup, I then received 2 bills, and
Bundle of every major group agreed.
That did not have to
This country is so fucking ass backwards. Like, I went to pick up my medicine, so I just got on new insurance. I just started a new job.
Result in capital produced increases, those entry-level jobs, those middle management jobs will cease to be necessary.
We're not going to let him stop us. Are you with me on that? Ándale. It also means, as Mark was saying earlier,
I don't know the answer to that, but this is more in the realm of politics and
AI as it would affect bias is one of the brilliant things about artificial intelligence.
A lot of people are going to leave because these are very accomplished and skilled people who maybe don't want to be in an agency where they could get fired if Laura Loomer decides that, you know, she's found out about them and wants to make a phone call to the president. And that really harms.
Made a comment at a cabinet secretary meeting that has stuck with our mind.
Why are there so many tricycles?
Perhaps believe because it gives us time to reflect, and it also gives us an opportunity to seek out information that is not readily available to us. So I think from that point of view, education is certainly.
This is the Dell and
They're telling us to get out. This is our land. This is our country. And I would ask them where she come from. You are called English. English means
Integrated and peaceful place because everybody kind of sees that these biases, these biological constructs, and these mental constructs.
Rolling out.
We had like the Renaissance, then we had like the Enlightenment. Yeah, exactly. So those would be.
The Deputy Attorney General
United States
offered
that would be
to wear a wire into the White House.
creates kind of
He said, I never get searched when I go into the White House. I can easily wear a recording device. They wouldn't know I was there. Now, he was not joking. He was absolutely serious. And in fact, I brought it up in the next meeting we had. I did discuss it with my general counsel and my leadership team back at the FBI after he brought it up the first time.
But McCabe says the answer, right? And then let you deal with the fact that it's science, that it's like, it's gonna be like, there is oxygen, okay? And let you deal with the
Rosenstein
fact
raised
that
another
you think there's
idea.
not oxygen.
The
Don't
20
try to breathe. It's gonna be that.
You think that's air you're breathing near? So let's take that to its nth degree. So if we rewrite about AI, is you have to let kids kind of suffer the problem sometimes. But if you did that, if you did, you know, conscious breathing like meditation, martial art, you have these philosophical modalities. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, what religion you are, what you believe, it would affect everybody positively in the same way.
yes, Locke heavily influenced it. You're 100% correct. But if you look at how a judge makes a decision based on moral philosophy, they tend to lean on that. So from those earmarks, that's why I use that loosely. But yes, Locke influenced it greatly.
Well, what about John Stuart Mill?
Yes, but back to duality. So Immanuel Kant talks about our dual being both party to cause and effect, and then also free of those internal choices because of what we would call tangible spirit or soul. So I think that's actually, that kind of brought everything together with the Enlightenment very, very interestingly for me. But sorry, Mojo, what were you talking about for the
John Stuart Mill? You think he wasn't? I would argue that Kant is definitely trailing far behind Locke and John Stuart Mill in terms of influence on our society.
Oh, I thought from a moral philosophy standpoint that he was the benchmark for it, but for other positions, perhaps not so.
Well, I mean, how about just individual rights? I mean, like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is directly lifted from Locke's life, liberty, and property.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the formation of the United States. I'm just talking about moral philosophy as it pertains to law. But I mean, like, yeah, I mean, if you look at what was it, our First Amendment came from, gosh, who was it? What was the book? Candide, and he basically said that I may not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend to your death your right to say it yourself.
I know the quote. I don't know the source.
I'm trying to remember his name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Voltaire. Yeah, Voltaire. And yes, the French, the French Revolution afterwards. That, but yeah, that's where First Amendment came from. So no, there's myriad influences. From my perspective, it's again maybe wrong, but that's the way they did it. Kant's moral philosophy is the benchmark for that, but not the structure of the country or all.
Yeah. The type of thing I'm talking about with young people is not, the attention is not going to be on morality, yet, let's say better behavior, let's say a behavior that is apt to creating an environment that is more safe, more loving, more harmonious, so doesn't mean that there won't be any fun jokes like we have Raj, come out. But here's a little taste, right? Take on the idea that, and it's something new, right? This is something that you might already know, that life is you pushed out. You follow me, Jim? Life, your experiences, you pushed out. Your reality is your own personal reality, right? You follow me?
Yes, sir.
Right. So when you have that, right, as fact for yourself, right, then blame is no longer something that you can embrace, right?
So is that part of the philosophy that you're going to be bringing to the young people in the schools? Is that kind of your thrust?
Kind of that. It's like in this room, the gentleman that came in earlier, right? He didn't. If he knew that the circumstance, the response that he's getting, right, is him, right, pushed out into other individuals, then he would listen and hear, right? Now, you follow me? And he would listen and go, okay, just like we're doing here. So it's more of that kind of thing.
I have a question. So, when we think about Kant, would you agree that Kant was the one that held the door open for collectivist ideologies with this idea of duty instead of believing that people will act out of their own self-interest, that they ought to act out of this sense of duty to others? I would say in many ways, all of these collectivist ideologies that we have, we hear people talk about Hegel, we hear people talk about Marx, but I think the problem that I see, which is actually anti-American and very much against the spirit of individual freedom, is this sense of duty that Kant refers to.
Well, if you want to talk about it as collectivism, so he's identifying all sorts of things. And yes, duty, he talks about maxims, which are personal choices. He talks about idealized things like universal laws and how people should or shouldn't act. But the question about duty, he probably looks at it from Christian philosophy in a similar way, and he does kind of reference a lot of those things with the spirit and soul. But the duty is to a higher calling. So let's say you have a universal law, which means it's equally applicable to everybody. So doing something well, like having a well-run government in a democratic republic, could be a duty in exactly the same way as you said, interpreting and giving things away. So acting out of a sense of duty within your capacity, I don't think is collectivism. Rather than trying to do things the right way from a moral standpoint. And remember, he never left his hometown. He did the same exact thing but from the sense of duty being collectivist and anti-American, no.
Yeah, I'm just not a fucking fan. I think that he seems to reject reason, and whereas this idea of deontological ethics, I just can't wrap my head around it. I have fundamental disagreements with the idea that people ought to exist to have this duty and this principled goal of doing what's best for other people. And it's not that you can't do for other people, but human nature is driven out of self-interest, rational self-interest. I don't think he was the most rational guy. In fact, I would say that he injects, he opposes the idea of an objective reality in general.
Yes, and that's actually one of the things that I was saying, that the philosophy is going to be reflective of the person, and you're 100% correct. But I don't know if the duty thing is as much of an issue as logic insofar as he's trying to choose for you. He's just investigating what a person is. And again, he talks about will being pure practical reason. So yeah, they're all theoretical, but everybody has their favorite philosophers. He happens to be one that I've studied for a number of years, and I have a soft spot for him. So sorry if you don't like him.
It's fine. We can all disagree. I don't think he's the worst human being, but from my education in going through philosophy, it seems like the philosophers that get referenced the most are derivative of Kant that happen to be collectivists, right? It seems like those were the people that, and right, wrong, or indifferent, they caught their influence from Kant. And I shouldn't necessarily blame Kant for the derivative material that's created through his influence, but if you work your way back, when some of the nasty philosophies that you can read, you circle back and reference Kant.
Yeah, I think we should just get out of here. But you don't want out on first dates? Yeah, I think $300 probably the title
Mojave have had some of its biggest wins yet this week, and we're breaking it all down on Caleb's and
We're getting married.
Marianne, I'm from Colombia and I'm 22 years old. I'm on a nice day visa to marry Simon.
His name's Steve. He's gotta be living, man. L-I-V-I-N. He's gotta be living, man.
Fantastic. Problem
actually kill every that comes here.
The goal is. We don't want that.
I don't care. That's what I'm worried about.
Okay, look, I'm just trying to talk to you.
Okay, I'm gonna sleep right here so you can do what you wanna do.
Okay.
Either protect the defend or I'm gonna destroy your human being.
Did I say that?
Shh, just listen.
No, I'm telling you right now.
Listen to
No,
what?
no, we're not doing
You know
that.
what?
Hey, you better step back, dude. Step back.
I'm gonna your up.
Okay, you better step back right
I
now.
said get the out of here now.
Step back, right? I'm gonna fight. This way. Get off me. Get off me. You come any closer. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna shoot you, dude. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna shoot. 16
Get out of here now.
Get up. Stop. Get up. Stop. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna shoot you, dude.
Shoot.
Get off. Stop. Stop moving. I'm gonna continue to shoot you. Stop. Shots fired. Shots fired.
I think that dignity is probably resting.
Lower level.
Dawn
Suspect
is
down.
probably fast asleep. Dolly, I would imagine, is probably multitasking.
Get off.
I think they're around.
I'm just coming over because the security for the mall.
Yeah, I'm not gonna move at all. I will actually kill every.
It is absolutely a violent, apartheid state.
No, it's an ideology. Zionism is an exterminationist.
I've been talking about this, I think,
I'm 21.
You have a car? So bad.
Yes, I do.
I ventured to guess.
You did a man who didn't have one.
Absolutely. Who gives a fuck about any of that shit, genuinely? Who gives a fuck? No one gives a fuck what you drive. No one gives
Fuck the managers, fuck this company, fuck this position, and fuck that big lazy bitch Chris Price. I fucking quit.
A Louisiana Walmart employee by the name of Ben.
Chicago spends millions on non-violence and street intervention. I ain't never got none of that money. I'm just saying that I want to preface what I'm about to say with that.
As the most pro-worker city in America, it turns out you can be pro-worker and pro-business. And so I just wanted to dismantle this notion that somehow our city is hostile or inimical towards the interests of the business community. What I've always said is that we're open for business, but we're just not for sale. We have to do everything in our power to.
To set people straight about the survival. And then I asked him, how are you familiar with the Christian Bible? And he said, well, I've never read it. And so I don't know what the fuck this trend is where people want to argue about it. But I think we appreciate talking to people that even if we have a totalitarian taste right there, like if people.
We're following a developing story out of Puerto Rico tonight. ABC News confirmed a gunman shot and killed a New York resident early this morning in San Juan as he visited the city for a Bad Bunny concert.
When you talk to people, you get a sense, just the way they speak English, that they're not getting action. I don't mean it to bash people that are but I wonder how much of the technology is diverting people in their brain waves and their dopamine from wanting to read. It's not, can I read a book in 4 days or can I watch a TikTok for 4 seconds?
TikTok for books?
Yeah, that's a good one. There it is. The TikTok version of Great Expectations. Yeah, 14 seconds.
Yeah, they have, I think, YouTube influencers that are, I don't know how popular they are, but they're influencers. They read books, different books out loud.
So, I mean, is technology destroying our, is it occupying a large amount of our brains and making people maybe not stupider, although I would argue ignorance and stupidity are close cousins, but certainly, I watch on YouTube, He has questions to college kids like, who are the participants in the Civil War? Or, you know, and simple, stupid questions they can't answer. It amazes me.
And I approach this from a totally different area. I'm based in Europe, so it's like 20 to 5 in the morning, so it's very late. I've been, my son, who's 16, has a place in a US high school, and I've been trying to get a visa from the US embassy. But they're here in the UK. And it's been very difficult because they've said we don't have ties to any specific country, but we actually do. My son has a Swiss and a British passport, and we're living in Spain. And then they came back to us and said, well, actually, I'm looking at your son's social media profile. He's 16. And they're saying, yeah, there's no signs that he has any specific ties or allies to any specific country. He's 16. I've told him not to post anything. But the fact that they're actually following your social media profile, and then they hold it against you because you're not actually posting anything about where you're living. Yeah, it's a bit of a challenge. I'd love for my son to come and have his education now from 16 back in the US. We have a place in a school, but trying to get a student visa, it's very restrictive right now. And I know I'm throwing the cat amongst the pigeons here because I know you're having a completely different conversation here. But you know what? Just trying to get a student visa, it will be a great asset to the US, and I know that the US will be a great asset to him. But trying to get as a foreign student into the US at the moment is actually really not it's not easy. Anyway, I'm throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, I know, but I've just been listening to your conversations, and I love everything you guys are talking about, and I'd love my son to be able to be a part of it, but it's very difficult for as an outsider to come into your environment and to be with you guys.
I love Mother's article. I love Mother's article. Wendy, I just want to encourage you. And from where you're coming from, on Clubhouse, I'm sure you're trying everything. I'm sure you'll get a visa.
I hope you will. I'm now going through the embassy here in Spain where we're living. But yeah, I'll keep on trying.
It sounds like a new idea for new business, like setting up social media profiles with potential students, standing in front of the Washington Monument and waving at the flag.
But it was almost as if my son was penalized because he didn't have a social media profile. It's nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no answers. I don't know anything. All I know is it's gotten a lot harder with the current administration. They're almost xenophobic. I mean, somebody with a Swiss and British passport, they should be actively recruiting your son on a daily basis.
I totally agree. I think it would be a great asset. And but yes, it's what it is.
Just tell him he was just a little too good for us. That our country is not at his level.
Tell him to come to this room. We'll give him a warm welcome in this room.
Thank you. And I will wake him up. It's probably, what is it now? It's it's almost 5 in the morning here, so we won't wake him up now, but yes, I'll tell him. Thank you guys.
Maybe we could start writing some recommendation letters from all these people here. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out. What the hell? I don't know if it'll help or hurt. They're gonna figure out who we are.
I think at the end of the day, we all need to figure out who we are. But
You cannot keep us out here all day, lady. Sir, please return to your vehicle. We're doing everything we can. It's not good enough. Where is it? Please return to your vehicle. It's not going to lie. No, my daughter is...
South Africa. It's great boarding school for kids. If you can't get them in there, you might see if you can do that. They got a great rugby group.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You know, I don't know that he needs to go that far. He's already going the next World Cup. Right. Hey, Wendy, why Montgomery, Alabama, of all places?
Because my partner is from Alabama, so he's there at the moment. He's been there for the last quite a bit of time, and
It's like morally okay. It's sort of like we said, socially acceptable. So yeah, it is kind of a gateway into that, unfortunately.
My friends who were alcoholics over my life, they always wanted to reminisce about the old times. It seems like, yeah, they want to drink and then play songs of the old times and tell stories of the old times. It's like a repeat record.
David.
You know, they're in a tight situation, they're just looking for somebody to help them. So yes, you should do more research, but I don't blame the victim, I blame the scammer. And, you know, those people are just despicable.
But it has lower single core speed.
When you bring up a given result.
Well, thank you for sharing. I wish I had, some great advice, but I appreciate you sharing.
Watch these special forces make a movie-like arrest on a plane. It all started when reports came in about a passenger causing trouble before the plane had even taken off. 3 masked operators boarded calmly and slowly started moving toward their target. Then they politely asked the other passengers, especially those with kids, to move toward the front of the plane for a moment. And then they got to work. Watch these special forces make a move.
Called Dothan, Alabama. It's like a suburb to Montgomery.
Back up! Put the gun down! Back up! Put the gun down! Back up!
And it's I found it to be very insulated, the Montgomery area. Old families and traditions and things.
Who's more jacked, the U.S. Marines or the Navy SEALs? Marines are known for being lean and explosively strong. Their training focuses on full body conditioning and building mental toughness. You'll find plenty of muscular Marines, but actually, size isn't the main goal. It's more about efficiency on the battlefield.
Gangsters would often grab
Mama, apple pie, and
Even when they kind of want to tell me something interesting story. You're going to have a very interesting biography to write someday.
Oh God, if you did my whole biography, yes, exactly. Yeah, one day.
You can tell that it's, you know, this is the forward to the rest of the book. It already sounds quite compelling.
Do you eat barbecue ribs?
Yeah, actually read, right? Then I'd have to be somebody who actually reads.
True, that's true, that's true.
You eat the southern barbecued ribs, Wendy?
Oh, I love barbecue ribs. But yeah, since I left Alabama, I haven't had any once. In Spain, they're pretty miserable.
What is it? Pretty famous? What is that? I've never seen it before. Is it famous homeless nigga? Who is that?
Hey, chill out.
Over $400 million.
No blacks, no Jews, no gays. High up in the Ozark Hills in the state of Arkansas, dozens of people have been working hard, building houses and a new type of community. It's called Return to the Land, and it is a town open to white people only. They are millennials and Gen Z, and this is a new update of age-old prejudice.
What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, you know, our culture.
And that culture effectively was saying, this is a white culture, a white safe place.
White American culture.
And what this sounds like is bringing back segregation. Is that a fair assessment?
It's free association. So we're not trying to keep other people down. This is a small settlement in the middle of the Ozarks.
They haven't kept out.
I mean, you don't let everyone into your home.
Around 40 people live here. Hundreds more from across the world have paid to be members. And while the men do the physical labour, the women take care of the children who live here full time.
Very loving community. If you're part of the community, if you're black, if you're Jewish, if you're gay, you can't be part of that community.
You might be wondering how any of this can be legal. Return to the Land is structured as a private members association, which they believe allows them to discriminate on the basis of ethnicity, along with other factors. That has yet to be tested in the courts and may well fail. The Arkansas Attorney General has said his office is now reviewing the matter as a result of our reporting, and that there is no room for racial discrimination in Arkansas or anywhere in a free society. No blacks, no Jews.
This is a scene of a judge scolding a black woman. The cause of the incident was that 28-year-old Cassandra Jackson did not submit the documents within the designated time, which made her very angry and led to an argument with the staff in the hallway. At that time, Judge Michael Bachman was presiding over the trial in court and rushed out of the courtroom upon hearing arguments. After Bachman ran all the way to catch up with Jackson, he began escorting her back to the courtroom and to even grab her shoulder. I did not go until I pressed her onto the jury bench after entering the courtroom. Subsequently, Bachman was arrested by the police on charges of contempt of court, and the police even forcibly dragged her out of the courtroom due to her resistance. Jackson was not released until 2 days later, when another judge ordered the dismissal of her charges.
I've never seen a judge behave in this manner. It's as if he decided he's going to be the bailiff and the sheriff and the judge and the prosecutor.
Come back, he's going to sound like a
to chase after somebody, drag them back into the courtroom.
Actually, Wendy, if you go to Atlanta, they actually have one of the largest South African.
Other than maybe
So, started a lot of businesses of. When you're visiting the States and you're homesick.
Thank you.
Now, get it away from me.
Thank you very
Get it
much.
away from me. I was playing. Get the
had to see this one eventually.
I know it looks like it's so far from here, boy, it's a good complex.
We had an event where we had about 200 people in Long Island City. This motherfucker right here wants to steal money from this girl right here. I'm about to knock his ass out. You got 5 seconds to give her her fucking money back, boy.
You know much more about terrorists.
Bro, hurry up. This taking you too long, man. Go get it, nigga. The fuck is wrong with you? You out here taking from homeless people, nigga? And you from the home?
Thinks it would actually help us to reduce the debt.
It's also hey, you know what? My girl been in jail for so long that pussy been marinated. Like you're dropping it and dropping it all day, every day. Nobody hold this. I'm gonna show you something, bitch. Hold this. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. Bitch, wanna hear it? Bitch, wanna hear it? Watch this. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Bitch, wanna hear it? Get the fuck out. There you go. Be quiet. No.
I do want to look at the map of Illinois. Let's take a look at this. Despite President
This is our country. Why are we being beat up? Because we're doing a peaceful march. It was to be a symbolic walk across the bridge. A symbolic walk across the bridge. This is our country. Why are we
doing it? So all those guys that don't make the NFL and still want to smash people's faces in, I think rugby would be an excellent opportunity, and I feel like if we did that in the United States and focused on that, then we could actually I'm not even talking about sevens, I'm talking about the World Cup within the next 3 years. What do you think, Wendy? Do you think that's possible?
I totally think that's possible. Totally, I'm a big rugby fan, and NFL as well. But yeah, totally.
I think we can translate that. I kept telling my friend in South Africa, I was like, I said we are absolutely, we could do that. We could grab the guys right after college, the ones that don't make it, that are still talented athletes. Do that. I think we actually can be competitive. I mean, we are already competitive, but I mean, like, absolutely, like, probably like New Zealand was when they first hit the scene with these monsters. Do you think we can do it?
I reckon we can do it. Let's do it together.
Okay, we'll have to set it up in Alabama. It's actually
I'm so busy giving them.
familiar with the area, so we can. It's nice and hot down there, so it'll be great for going down to Cape Town.
It is actually, and yeah, okay. Just need to get out there and get the beat.
The reason I'm talking to you is your wealth management. You do all these things. You need to find us sponsors, Swiss sponsors that are more than willing to throw tons of money at U.S. rugby with the expectation that it's more of a commodities trade. They just make their bets for the World Cup in the future, and I think it'll pay off that way. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great plan.
Perfect. Okay, I just want to make.
Yeah.
It is freaking.
Guys, I'm on Eastern Standard Time. It was wonderful to talk to all of you. Thank you so much for people who gave me information I didn't know or challenged my concepts today. Have a wonderful evening, everybody, and catch you soon.
Right on, Joe.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock in the morning for me, so I better get a couple of hours sleep before I get up and running. So, love to speak to you, and hope to catch up soon.
Yeah, no problem. This room will stay open, even if I'm the only person here. It'll also be streamed on YouTube.
You know, one of the most definitive ways, in certain ways, to read more is with what's called books. A book is generally paper with printed words, letters, and a binding, and a title, and a cover, sometimes a dust jacket, but they're called books. Many people have not heard of these ancient memory recording and storage devices known as books because everyone now is looking at Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and Clown House and X, and they have forgotten that there's these ancient historical storage devices full of incredible intelligence. It's spelled book. The first letter is B, second letter is O, K is the fourth letter, implies a plural, meaning you might have more than one. And they're called, again, books. You may have heard of them. I'm not talking about, college textbooks. I'm talking about maybe a book from 2,000 years ago, or 2,300 years ago, or 1,700 years ago. Turns out that if you haven't read that book yet, it's just sitting out there waiting to be incorporated into your consciousness so you can implement that information in your personal life. Again, they're called books. The best sailing book I ever read was called How to Sail. And unfortunately, I, can't really sail my sailboat because the motor kind of, hits that little fin tail at the back of the boat, and it turns out I don't really know how to sail because I never read the book on how to sail. Instead, I've just made it into a floating love boat, and haven't been able to enjoy the deep waters and the effortless joy of sailing and maybe not getting back to your slip because your Chinese motor from eBay fails you and you don't want to have to call the Coast Guard to get towed back in.
You know what, John? My youngest son is 16. He's the one I'm trying to get into Montgomery Academy in Alabama. But part of the reason is that he needs to read books. And I think that's still very much part of the US education, that you actually have to read so many books. Whereas here in Europe, it's just been non-existent. And such a shame. Such a shame. I totally agree. So important.
Yeah, I don't like to just talk, I like to talk by reading books. Sometimes on this app, I will open up a room called John Kitover Reads a Book. Part of one of my houses called the Book Club, and I actually take one of these binded pieces of paper and I go page to page and I read from top to bottom everything I see in a slow and deliberate manner. And sometimes I comprehend what I'm reading, sometimes I get distracted, but that's pretty much one way to read a book, is to record yourself reading it out loud. Maybe live stream yourself reading a book and then listen to the recording for maximum comprehension. Because there's so many distractions in life, you might be thinking about this or that while you're reading and not really integrate what you're reading, comprehend what you're reading. So if you record yourself reading a book, you can listen to your own audiobook, and then you can maximize that comprehension and integration into your brain.
Fabulous.
It's called reading a book.
John, are we ready for the book club? Should we put this together for this week?
I'm ready. I'm ready to read a book, and I don't need to hear this person and that person and this person and that person saying the same things on Clown House. If they had a book and it was something good, I would give them 5 minutes of my ear. I'd rather hear them read a book to me.
What if we picked a monthly book for everyone to read?
No.
On a daily basis, we spend an hour where people the stage gets to
You're
read
black.
5 minutes, and then wherever we end up, we end up. If we don't get all through the book reading it out loud, we can read it privately. But every day we come back for 1 hour to read from that book, and we do that once a month. We'll get through 12 books throughout the year, and everybody will have read it together.
I'm all for it because I know unless leadership rises to the challenge, people will continue doing the same thing that they have done on this app for over 5 years, which is just have casual conversations, primarily about race and racial identity politics.
I'm up for it too. Even though I'm in Europe, I'll find a way to sit in with you guys.
What's the first book that we read, John?
Sorry, Mojo, I stepped out of my office here. What did you say? Did you say you wanted to read Thomas Paine, or what did you say?
What's the first book? What do we want to read?
I would start with the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu. That to me is a very universal book that many people will never touch, read, enjoy, experience the beauty of the Tao, the wisdom of the Tao.
You think we can get a decent amount of participation for something like this?
Yeah, and you can get through the whole book in just about an hour. It's not very long. And everybody loves the Tao.
What do you think when you think of the political division, like Democrats, Republicans, a book that they probably have not read, probably should read, that would be of interest to them?
Yeah, I think the Tao Te Ching is the book because it deals with politics, it deals with wisdom, it deals with governance, it deals with personal emotional management, intelligence. It's just people. I really enjoy that book. I've read it many times, It's called the Tao Te Ching, the Book of Changes, or the Book of the Great Way, and it was written by a Chinese philosopher slash cleric, I suppose, in the government, who the rumor is he wanted to leave the town, and then the guard said, "You can't leave without giving us your great wisdom and instruction." So he sat down, and wrote the book. But it's, uh, you know, I've read Confucius as well, and whenever I read Confucius, I'm like, wow, Americans don't know shit. We are so fucked. Um, because good governance, ethics, morals, in my opinion, when I was in undergrad, we had to take I guess, an ethics and a morals type class. I can't remember what they called it, but it's just not enough. Most young people today are not educated in virtue, reading Aristotle or reading anything to really give them something to think about when challenged with possibly, making a bad decision. So to me, it's like, look at Jasmine Crockett. Ask her what she thinks, morals, ethics, and virtues means, and to make a demonstration or make an example, or tell us something about wisdom, or what is the source of wisdom, what is the source of love, the source of intelligence. Um, if they, I'm just saying that, to me, the Tao Te Ching is a good starting point, especially for Americans, because it's a perspective from China that is universal. And you know, if you just read the Bible, and that's your go-to book, this one really complements your go-to book. It's a very complementary book towards your pre-existing thought process.
Yeah, I'm up for it. I think we should put that together. I'm also wondering if there's books that would intrigue the lefties on Clubhouse to come and participate. Like if we were to like read like The Veil of Ignorance, for example, would that pull them in?
You could read Rules for Radicals by Saul Dialinsky, because, ironically enough, the beginning of that book talks about Taoism and Buddhism, and getting no's, and how you organize, by getting no's. It's kind of an interesting introduction in Saul Dialinsky's book about how to politically organize by, um, I guess, just by communication. You know, people might like that, Rules for Radicals, because we could basically, we want to bait and switch them to bring them in, making them think that they are a radical, and that we are giving them the education they're looking for. But actually, what we would be doing is de-escalating their anarchy.
I'm being summoned into a room in Healthy Debates. I'm gonna go over there. We can keep this room open, but I'm gonna go check it out real quick. You guys wanna come in? That'd be cool.
I'm blocked from Healthy Debates, but I do have an anonymous.
And when people started talking about that, and those kinds of things, then things got very.
Alan, I need you to hold on 1 second. I'll come back to you, I promise. But I'm not sure how long Mojo has. For those who don't know, I just texted him offline to ask him if he can come in for a minute. There's a friend. Reach out to him. Hey, you got a minute? He's like, sure, come on in. So, Mojo, I just want you to know your name was being brought up a few times.
By who?
And various people.
Like who?
Like various people. So
Name them and shame them.
I'm not shaming anybody, but I just wanted to say that, people are bringing up the fact, people are scratching their head about what's going on in the muff, right?
What do you mean?
Monica.
Have they never been in the muff?
Maybe some of them haven't, but people are scratching. The reason I asked you to come in because I wanted you to have a chance to hear what's being said, and I didn't want you to think anything bad was being said. So, questions were asked like, they don't understand the association of seeing Monica. And my stance was, I don't give a fuck. He's still my friend. You know, maybe he got bored on this app and he wants to try something new. I don't know.
What's wrong with Monica?
What's right with Monica?
Well, let's start. She's smart. She's funny. She generates good conversation. I mean, what's to not like?
Well, you already know my story. She doxed my family, so for me, I'll never forgive her for that. I don't give a fuck if she's the next Hemingway. You know, when you cross that red line, dox somebody's family, Raj, that's it for me. And, you know, I don't care what you do in your rooms. And I told people it's nobody's business what he does. There's a method to his madness. He doesn't have to answer to anybody. And I just wanted you, Roger is a good lad. I just wanted you to be here to hear what was being said, so nobody comes back to you and says, Roger, did you hear what they said about you? No, I'm not playing that.
Well, so what are people saying? Look, I'm here. Who wants to throw the first stone? Let's.
I like in the month.
Yeah, I don't really have any grievances. I mean, I like to explain. I haven't really been saying much.
I don't really give a fuck.
Well, I haven't really been saying much about that, but
if you don't have any grievance with it, then don't get in the conversation. The grievance is people are scratching their head about your association with Monica. You don't have to answer for that because you're a grown-ass man and it's your space. David, you want to say something?
No, I'll be real. You know, Roger, I've had great times and loved your rooms and loved what we do and your support of me. It's just I've spent a couple years here being irritated by her, and people brand her as a vile person, and people can be branded wrong. It's just hard for me to see her in a room being elevated, and maybe that's my problem.
It is a you problem, Dave.
I think that
David.
Association with her, given her history, will go upside down and big enough
John Kitover running for the Congressional District of 16 in Illinois. Go to John for comment.
Well, listen, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. There's been rooms that Monica's done that I didn't quite enjoy, and there's friends of mine that have said that have brought things to my attention of things that they didn't enjoy. But my relationship with her, like my personal experience, my lived experience, Clubhouse has taught me one thing: lived experience, the most important thing. And my lived experience is Monica's always been joyful. She's laughing. She giggles. She's polite. That's my lived experience of dealing with Monica on this app. I get why people might say things about her that are negative. And if you have a personal experience with her, that's your personal experience. I can't go and fight everybody's personal grievance with people. People have personal grievances with me. People misunderstand me. I personally think that Monica's the most misunderstood person on this entire app. And I enjoy having her in the room. I enjoy her contributions. She did a room the other day talking about Roland Fryer. I thought it was very educational. I thought it was a very nuanced position on DEI, something that you don't hear on this app very often. And I think she brings good content. I think she curates conversations that would not be curated if she wasn't on the app. So I appreciate that about her. I appreciate a lot of things about a lot of people in this app. And people that I disagree with, some people I agree with completely and I think are completely despicable. I mean, we all have our own experiences, and I'm not here to tell anybody to change their minds. Have your own experience, have your own thoughts, but I enjoy her in my space. And what I won't do is I'm not going to bow down to anyone, and not a mob of people, even concerned friends. If I'm in a room and this person is bringing value to a conversation, to me, that's it. That's it. We're on a social audio app. We're talking to each other. And here's one of the most intelligent people on the app that has a unique experience. And because there's so many people that line up to hate her, it does make it a little bit punchy. I won't deny that, but that's okay. I mean, people feel the same way about me. And so, look, if this is like a witch hunt for Monica, I'm just...
That's cap. You can't compare how people feel about you compared to how they feel about her. That's bullshit.
Sure it can, because people misunderstand me and people say things about me that are untrue. And I'll just say this. I defend Monica on the false accusations that people have, and then there's accusations that people have that, are personal beefs between them. I can't adjudicate all those things. I get on this app, I navigate the app to be able to to entertain myself, to be able to open spaces for other people. I'm not telling anybody that they have to love her or have to love her content. I actually find myself, I enjoy it. I enjoy being in rooms with her more than most people on this app. Period.
Okay, glad we cleared that up. So I'm gonna do a quick room reset. Mojo, I don't know if you're gonna hang out or not. I hope you do. How safe are you on social audio? Con men and con women. Is social audio safe? Absolutely not at all. Con man everywhere. I trust everyone. See, here's the thing, Raj. People are laughing that I'm moving on, right? But there's nothing more you can say. You see, and I said this earlier. I said he's still my friend. I'm always gonna be loyal to him. I don't care what he does, because I know I can reach out to him and say, hey, you got a minute? And boom, he shows up. They don't understand the relationships that people could build off this app, right? Like the conversations you and I have. So why beat a dead horse? I'm always going to support you, Roger. You're my friend in real life, and I have nothing but respect and admiration for you. So I just want to move on because I get what you're saying, man. I'm not going to tone check you and tell you can't hang out with this person. If you hang out with her, you can't hang out with me. Fuck that. We're still going to Boston in November, bro, or December, whenever it is.
I like it. Yeah, John Cena's farewell match. Let's do it.
And we'll get Abby to pay. What's up, Dr. Mitch?
How are you, Jay? Look, I mean, in real life, how many people do you meet that you become great friends with and trust? Right. I've made a couple of very good friends here in real life. I've hired a few people off of here, and there are a lot of other people I just didn't really connect with. And I haven't had a horrible experience, but then again, I'm not really looking for anything. So yeah, it's like I'm glad I'm married and I'm not dating or looking for a job or something. I go out of my mind if I was on.
Listen, I'll say this. Now I'm just going to use Mojo as an example because he's here. I know for a fact if I had an emergency in real life and it was 2 o'clock in the morning and he could help me, he would, and vice versa. I always thought that this app was supposed to be about building relationships, not tearing them down. I'm always going to support him.
Yeah, I can say I've met people in other parts of the world I never would have met. 2 or 3 of whom I've done some mutual work with that have turned out to be really, really good friends. So across the pond and in other places, and you and I, Jay, wouldn't have met if it wasn't for this app. So I think it does its thing. I think, like anything else, you'll make some friends, you'll make some acquaintances, some business contacts, or you won't. But it really is. It depends on your people.
I tell you what, Dr. Mitch. So I'm looking down in the audience, right? And I agree with what you said, by the way. And there's a person down there that every time I see him, I kind of chuckle a little bit because he's like the nicest guy, And I actually got him to curse me out, and that's my man Ken Frankel. If you can get Ken to curse you out, you've reached a Zen status on this.
Zen status comes by getting cursed out by somebody? Wow.
Phone popcorn style, guys.
What did you say that pissed off Ken? God, I want to hear that story.
Oh, I just kept interrupting him when he was talking, and I kept muting his mic because like I admitted earlier, I could be an asshole too. So Ken, I apologize to you, man. I've always liked you. I think you're a good guy. You're definitely smarter than me, and you're definitely the connection I need in Vegas. So yeah, I just want to apologize for what I did. That was like 2 months ago. I mean, he was pissed.
Brandon tried to kick me out of the room 9 times once when I asked why Ken was talking so long.
Yeah, Ken needs to learn to be more succinct.
Wait a minute. This is why
I do
why does
respect his knowledge.
wait, hold on. Why does this have to turn into be critical of the guy that's not on stage? Like, I'll say this about Ken. Ken is one of the most thoughtful, insightful human beings on this app, and the one area where people find themselves criticizing him is because he has a desire to check misinformation. He's like the app's fact checker, which I think is a huge value. Ken and I disagree about some things, but like, he's very respectful. He just doesn't suffer fools.
Well,
I respect Ken.
I love Ken. I think Ken's great. If I ever wanted to know about the insides and out how Vegas works, he should open a room and just talk about that. It'd be a great room. Then give us some inside tips on Vegas.
Ken knows a lot about a lot. I said that, but I have a lot of respect for Ken. I put him in the top 5% of intellects on here.
For sure, but I've never seen Ken lose it or even like I've seen him once or twice. Like his temperature goes up a little bit. I've never seen him lose it. That's why I was like, "What did you do?"
You just said.
I know.
Well, I've invited Ken up twice. I hope he comes up. Adrian, I find you to be a bit boring. But you're kind of like the little brother that's annoying. So I let you hang out with the cool kids.
JB is
I like Agent.
the deliberator of cool people. JB's in charge of the cool clique.
Especially in a chat, you get some good one-liners.
JB's cool clique.
Appreciate it. JB, how can I be boring? I say like some outlandish shit. That's not boring.
Double, hold on. Your journey on this app has been fucking hilarious. In the beginning, you used to suck up to all the fucking lefties, and then when they ejected you from their group, then all of a sudden you grew a spine and you realized how despicable they can be at times. And so, post-lefty double has been it's been a treat. It just goes to show that if you hang out with progressives long enough, they will cannibalize.
They helped me. I mean, I really think they helped me a lot on my journey to become based.
I think you hanging out PB's rooms helped you the most.
Yeah, she's solid.
Well, I will just say this selfish plug. If anybody is interested in the muff, we've been doing rooms, some interesting rooms, and there's an interesting cast of characters. If anybody wants to participate in those conversations, you're also welcome. Everyone's welcome in the muff. Sometimes it's even more.
But what about that Congressman John Kitover?
Well, we're thinking about that voice
films all our fucking rooms.
How you doing, El Chorizo? Your piece, Abby. I've invited you up a few times. I love when Abby comes in. Oh, we got Angel here who likes to gaslight rooms. Yeah. We got Big Bear, we got Randy, we got Blueface.
Ooh, Ludwig.
We got a lot of mental illness in this room, right?
He's the chief mental illness, creator. JB.
That cracked me up.
JB's the epicenter of mental illness.
So,
that's most of what's left on Cover, let's be honest.
Are we done with the Glory Fest here? Let's get to
let me just say this. When I talked with mental illness, Angel was in the space a few days ago where she said, "That's it. I'm taking this house down." She's taking healthy debates down, but she's that powerful.
Angel's powerful.
Well, let's go popcorn style, guys. Grab the mic if you want. We got Mojo here.
You want some popcorn?
Hey, can I just ask if there was anybody in the room that had any critiques? I'd like to hear it. It sounds like I'm hearing that some people had some things to say, but now I appear like a genie in a bottle, and everybody's clamming up. I'd love to hear the critiques. I appreciated David and JB's feedback, but I'd love to hear it. Why get quiet now?
I mean, we need a little bit more Kelly.
That
would be my only critique. It doesn't feel the same.
And you got that loser candidate Congressman John Kitover talking all the time about the debt, screaming about the debt.
Yeah, it feels weird to me. I'll be honest, but it's fine.
get over it.
What exactly feels weird?
Yeah, what feels
Is
weird?
the candidate Congressman John Kitover?
Well, that too, but
That guy who films all the rooms.
I mean, she's kind of hung out.
I don't want to get filmed.
When
I don't
Kelly
want
and I
to
were
get filmed by
doing
John
rooms, we were doing them
Kitover.
here in Healthy Debates.
I don't
In
want
the
to be on
Muff, it's
John
like
Kitover's
its own
YouTube
separate thing.
channel.
It's like
I don't want to be mean. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll just say I think it was better when you were doing Healthy Debates, Mojo, because just the topic-wise, I'm just not into relationship or what girls did you whatever with or, you know. But I'll say, Roger, when you're in Healthy Debates, especially if people realize the game you're playing, you even had it in your pick, which was the wrestler dude, right? It's like, as like a orchestrator of a WWF type thing, like you do an incredible job. You deserve like top accolades.
Why is everybody so afraid to say what's really on their mind? Like where?
They hate Monica, bro, and you're a good person. They don't want you around her. That's what it is.
Wait, hold on. But look, the lynchings are over. We're not putting together lynch mobs anymore. I mean, like, if you have a problem with Monica, why not go to Monica and tell her that you got a problem with her? What does that have to do with?
Because I'm part of the
It's
masculinity
like Twilight
nation. I'm
Zone.
a
I
real
don't know.
man.
I didn't expect to see
I'm a
it.
real man.
It's the pairing for
I'm
me.
a real
It
man.
threw me for a loop. And even just hearing you tonight, I'm like, wow, okay. But it's fine. Yeah. Hey, maybe tomorrow I'll love her again. I can change my mind pretty quick, so it's all.
Double, you have to come in and out during the day. There's been some good rooms that talked about politics, that talked about let's all complain right now. It's not all just interpersonal and fluff. It's been great topics in the Muff, and they change like in a heartbeat when things slow down.
So let me ask the question to the room. I'm sorry, Mojo. Let me say, how many people think that's really Mojo's picture? Because that amazes me that they think that's you. But go with.
I always thought that was you, Roger.
No, Roger's like 300-pound.
Do you like the new one?
It's a composite, right?
Yeah, but it's the same guy. It's always been. So is
I
that
don't know
not
if you
the
know
real-
this,
is
but
that not your
Roger
real
and Brent
face?
are actually the same person.
It's a similar.
I don't know, Roger. That scarf is a little bit.
People don't realize that
It's
Roger
gay,
and
it's
Brent
gay
are
scarf,
the same people.
I told ChatGPT to give me a mashup of Boss Hog, Roger Mayhem, and Dr. Adams, and this is what it's.
You got like Castro. Looks like Castro's brother. I love it.
So if I understand the critique here, people don't like Monica. That's the gist. Okay.
Some people don't like Monica. I don't have an issue with Monica.
Okay. You know, one of the greatest features that was ever added to this app was added very early is a leave quietly button. It's up in the upper right. What I find fascinating is people that are too chicken shit to come to me or come on the stage and talk about what's on their mind, but they want to go to other rooms and they want to talk their shit. Just know, I see it. It's weak. And yeah, I see you. That's fine.
Okay, on that note, guys, I gotta go. Nye, Amanda, Mojo, you want to keep it open? What are you gonna do? You want to move it over to In the Muff?
You can shut it down, JB, as far as, this space.
Yeah,
but that's up to you.
Listen at this point.
Yeah, Mojo, why don't you open up a room in the Muff and let's talk about this COVID attack with this guy that targeted, what was it, the CDC headquarters in Atlanta?
I don't know if some of the people in this room are ready for that conversation, because you never know who might show up in the Muff, and it might make people feel uncomfortable.
And maybe you could talk about flamboyant ascots.
Alright, I'm out of here, guys. I'm gonna shut the room. I think Mojo, you opening the room or not?
I probably will. In fact, it might still be open over there. It's being streamed live onto YouTube, like most channels are.
Alright, so I'm just gonna shut this one down. Everybody, great conversation, have a great night. Speak to you later.
Bye, JB.
Agreement with someone
they don't know how to accept that, right? So they go above and beyond to try to dox you or find information about you. Now it's like it's total chaos. So why would
So, Adams, what's the deal with this psychopath who was shooting up the CDC because he had an adverse reaction to the COVID-19 vaccine spike proteins?
I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm not. I've just been seeing the headlines moving around all day.
Let me just say, whoever was talking shit in that other room, let them talk shit. As she witnessed in that other room, when I went over there, nobody had anything to say. They didn't really want to get it off their chest. I will not ever succumb to the heckler's veto. If I want to do a room with who I want to do the room with, I'll do it. And I've navigated this app the way that I want to navigate this app, and I won't be told how to do it. And I won't be pressured because people have sensitivities about certain people. If I don't like those certain people, or if they don't follow the rules, I might do something about that. But I'm not going to bow down to other people's wants. Nobody can control me. It's fucking weird. But a lot of really, really weird. I'll get the whole story later. I'm sure there was a lot of people that had things to say that would just be too pussy to say it in front of me. Just funny. But when I hear who is saying all their shit, rest assured, I will absolutely be doing rooms to talk about them. Because that's what we do here on Clubhouse.
I like all Clubhouse people, even the worst people, but I like them because they're on Clubhouse, and so many people I know in the real world do not want to use this stupid app. And I don't fault the people that don't want to use it, and the people that do use it, I like them because I use it, And to me, I wish more people, were willing to come into an app like this to have conversations as opposed to like spamming me with their personal stuff. It's like, don't call me and talk to me for 30 minutes or want to gossip. It's like, could you come on Clownhouse and maybe be a part of my podcast? Because, I'd rather kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to share their criticism of In the Muff, I'm all ears.
Anybody?
Going once? Twice?
I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, it would be one thing, like, if the criticism was legitimate, then why would I show up in a space where people were critiquing? Like, why do they not have anything to say? I just don't get it. I don't get it at all. It's fascinating.
I think some people want to protect their emotional stability, by not engaging with certain people because they do become so emotionally unregulated when they're with certain people, which is a bigger indicator that you still have more work to do. If you can't get along with everybody on this app and give them their space or listen to them, I can't understand why you're going to listen to people who are wasting your time and giving you malcontent content, the bad content. So if somebody's pleasant and they have something to talk about, or they're just pleasant, like that goes a long way. But if you're obnoxious and a drag, I mean, it's a total waste of time. But people like their control.
I just thought it was interesting that in a room that's not in this house, without me being present or without a certain somebody being present, that the critique was that they don't understand why rooms would happen between me and other people. That, by the way, I mod a lot of people in these rooms. In fact, in the last week or so, I pretty much modded every woman that comes in here. Now, I have a playful banter with a certain somebody that I'm learning that, people don't like, and that's fine. That's fine. You don't. That person probably doesn't care if they're not on your Christmas card list. It wouldn't bother her, and I just don't get it. Like, but is there a topic that's bad? Is there something that happens when me and this horrible human being get together that all of a sudden the content is so dark and so offensive that people can't handle it? Because I didn't hear any real criticism. All I heard was, it's weird that you mod rooms with so and so, and I don't know. I'd love to hear a real critique.
But how do they critique that when Monica is in Chillism with a diverse cast of characters? That argument that they're making just doesn't hold up. Since she's a mod, Monica is a mod. I don't know if she's in the room. Yeah, Scarlett's in here right now. Scarlett, how? Well, anyways, the comments speak for themselves.
Yeah, I don't get it. Look, and I do get that people could not like certain people. There's plenty of people that don't like me. There's plenty of people that don't like the person in question. I just don't understand how that became content. Actually, I do, because I'm probably going to return the favor, and I'll probably ask some questions. For example, David, I appreciate, because David outed himself as saying that he had some critique, but he was willing to share it, and he had a balanced opinion. But more importantly, David and I have a long history of chatting with each other on multiple topics. He's entitled to his opinion. I'm just curious why when I got in there, it was almost as if when I got in there, everyone was afraid to say what was on their mind, except for David.
Thanks. I appreciate all the time we spent together. I mean, that's seriously, I've actually learned. So, can't say that about time with everybody on this app. And I've had to hear an opposing view politically that I wouldn't normally entertain, process it, and that's been good for me. You go.
Can someone do a recap for Dawn and I, because I wasn't.
Me too. And yeah, I don't like you either, Mojo.
Interestingly enough, it was a room about con men and con women of Clubhouse.
What?
Did they expose JB?
No, listen. This is not what we're gonna do. I want to just focus on the fact that if people have critique of me or anybody else, they should bring it up. I'm not going to turn this into like some drama thing where we then go and try to drag other people. That's not what this is about.
Yeah, no.
Don't get the wrong impression. 90% of that room was talking about cons on Clubhouse, and recently one was exposed on Chatter. A woman who faked being a police officer, had needs for her children, and conned people. And so,
how did my name come up?
God, I'm trying to think, because we were 90% done, and it just was like
We were talking about how much we love. I don't know. We were actually, JB was giving flowers to everybody, right? We were talking about all the different Clubhouse characters and how great Roger is, blah 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 blah, right? And then we talked about the muff.
I'm sad because Healthy Debates doesn't
That's
usually
his
do
madness.
replays.
He doesn't have to answer to anybody. And I just wanted to, Roger is a good lad.
Monica, I mean, it goes without saying, Monica, you know how, and I ride with JB, so not me talking shit about JB, but Monica, I suppose, without saying, you and JB have a history, so he was just talking about the history, briefly reminding everyone of his history with you on the app. And I don't know exactly when Rogers came up, but once it came up, as it relates to you, a lot of voices joined in. For the record, I said absolutely nothing. I want no smoke for either one of you, okay? I don't really care about this drama. But yeah, a lot of people had, they felt some way about Rogers' Clubhouse relationship with you, for lack of a better way of saying it. And no one was hating on Roger from what I can remember, and it was primarily JB just expressing his frustrations with you. Is that fair to say for those who are in the room?
So just to
Did I
give
hear
you
you?
some context,
Very accurate. Very accurate.
and why the replays were on. So if you guys want to hear it, then go and listen to the replays.
Yeah, and just a short form, just to give like an objective perspective. I don't normally come up here and even talk, but I was in the room. So essentially, JB said, you know, regardless of what controversy has maybe been going on with Mojo, you know, he's a real one. He'll be my friend forever and whatever. And then somebody said, hey, can you recount what you mean by the controversy? And this is when it came up like, oh, he's been doing rooms with Monica, XYZ, and then everybody kind of got into the conversation, and then, you know, that's kind of how it all started.
Well, I will say this. If I thought that people were going to get, I don't know, agitated by the fact that Monica and I share space, I would have been sharing space with her a lot earlier. Look, she's always done her own thing on this app. I've done my own thing on this app. Hell, her and I have had like major disagreements, like times when I'm like in her back channel, like giving her the finger and telling her like things that I disagreed with, and I don't even need to bring those things up. But I genuinely believe that she's one of the smartest women on this app. I think that she curates great conversations, and in fact, there's a recording of the room that she did about Roland Fryer. If you guys want to listen to that, you can get an understanding of the kind of content that she creates that I enjoy.
Wait, you were fingering Monica on the back channel?
He's always in her back channel. Yeah, that probably could have been rephrased, but okay. Adams, you had some content you wanted to share about a shooter?
Oh, no, I mean, I was just generally asking what happened. For me personally, I'm not really a fan of just continuing to talk about these type of things over and over and over again. But, you know, it is what it is. It needed to get out the way. But does anybody have any updates as to what happened? You know, they're saying that the motivation was that he got sick from the vaccine. I mean, what do we know?
Is this something that happened a few days ago? That one?
Was it a few days ago?
I have to check now.
Yeah, it was Friday.
Let's not forget about the. Go ahead, Dave.
I just want to make sure there wasn't another one, but the Friday one I was aware of. Please, you go.
I was also going to point out that East Lansing murderer who killed her manager at McDonald's, her last name turns out to be Muhammad.
Dun, dun, dun.
So I just might have been given a copy of the room replay. I don't know if people are.
No, we don't have to listen to it now. But I do think that rooms like that where it's like this stuff comes up all the time. Like I'm guilty of it. Like if Bima says something stupid in another room, even despite the fact that we have a rule that says don't bring drama from other rooms into this house, it happens. We do these things. I just thought the interesting part was that JB, who I genuinely, he's right. I consider him a friend. We talk offline. We talk about a whole host of shit, from family to fucking food to pro wrestling, all kinds of shit. I have a good relationship with the guy, and I have nothing bad to say about him. That being said, he and I don't necessarily agree on opinions about other people, and that's that is what it is, and so like we're not gonna get nobody's gonna get content. There's not gonna be any kind of feud because I don't get sucked into that kind of shit. Now, if it was somebody that I didn't like and they were talking shit, it'd be a different thing. But I like him, and I think that his criticism is more about a personal relationship, or not a personal relationship, a personal interaction that he feels crossed the line, and that's his opinion to feel that way. And I don't get involved in that because I like JB and I like the other person involved. And so for me, it's just like I'm gonna stay out of it. And I run rooms. JB's welcome in here anytime. And the other person's welcome in here anytime. And so it just is what it is. I just find it funny that when the content was created and people wanted to do the piling on thing, that once the person shows up, then it's like, fuck, I can't say that out loud. And by the way, I genuinely mean it. I think that David should be praised for the fact that he was willing to say, okay, well, I said this, and I think that shows character. But for the people that that wanted to pile on and do the stuff when I wasn't there, but then wanted to like become silent partners when when I show up, it's like that goddamn frog in the fucking cartoon, man. They sings his little heart out. But then once they get on stage, then all of a sudden it's ribbit, can't sing anymore. For those of you that are too young and don't know what I'm talking about, it's a very famous cartoon.
I value our relationship. Sorry.
The WB Frog.
In the grocery store. The way JB couched it was always that he respected what you do, what you did, and why you do things. And there was nobody. God, jeez. There's nobody who's better at marketing, who's better at running rooms, and whatever reasons you had for having someone that he had smoke with, he could respect that. So he also said that too, and anyone who listens to that replay, I think they'll hear that. And again, 90% of the content was, we were talking about scammers, and it was like a true crime episode.
Yeah, well, I think the best thing to do is just to find a topic and move on. I would say this for anyone that was participating in the whole I don't understand why Mojo and her are buddy. Like, dude, I've known this woman for fucking over 4 years. She's one of the most colorful personalities on the app. How am I not going to be friends with her? It's craziness. It's craziness.
I like how Joe said in the chat, a lot of people also say this, but I'd like to say it verbally. He says, I only exchange in the currency of ideas rather than my thoughts of people. Seems like a healthy way to navigate the app. And a lot of people have responded real well to that statement. I like that as well.
Oh, I wanna call attention to the chat. This guy by the name of let's see, C profile.
You pussy ass hypocrite, you punk bitch. You a fucking hypocrite, you punk ass bitch.
Yeah. Okay. So this is an example of a person that can't regulate his emotions. And he was in a room earlier, and he got really in his feelings. We were talking about drug legalization, and he was really proud of himself that he's never done drugs. He's never done drugs. He's really proud of that accomplishment. Which, by the way, I'm drug free too, so I thought that's pretty cool. But he was really mad at Timok. He was really mad at who gets mad at Timok, by the way. He was really mad with Joe. If you guys don't know Joe, Joe is an interesting character and very intelligent. They just had some differing opinions about drug policy, and what he said was, well, you have an agenda. And then once people disagreed with him, he couldn't even have a conversation. He crashed out, as you just heard him on the stage. He's got Tourette's or something. But I will say that somebody like this that acts this way drug-free, it's a very good thing that he doesn't use drugs, because he would probably be a danger to himself and society.
The Buddhists say and the Jews say that, our thoughts or our words create reality. And the interesting thing about Clownhouse, this is why I keep pushing for the book club, is that whether you're listening or you're speaking, that information communication exchange still goes to the same place, to your brain. So it's very dangerous to listen to people spew all kinds of toxic bullshit for a long time, because that could become your reality. So that's why I encourage people to do book club or read books, because you can literally manifest a positive vibration reality as opposed to the clown house negative vibration reality.
Wholeheartedly agree.
You are your words.
I just think it's funny that somebody decided to call me a cat today, and I'm not sure if I should feel bad about that.
Means you're a leader. You know, when they say it's hard to herd cats.
Oh, yeah! Okay. I like that.
But I will also say that listening to the epistemology of racial identity politics ultimately becomes boring because it's all surface level.
Can we figure out why this guy in the chat he says that these are the most evil devils in the world. These devils are literally responsible for destroying the world. They have no place to judge anyone morally. Their entire culture is built from hate. I'll bring it back up here, and you guys can tell me what you think of if this is the embodiment of love. Let's bring him back up. Show us your love.
So again, as you see, in this room, I won't be given an opportunity to speak. I'll be cut off and interrupted because Mojo's a hypocrite. Earlier, he said no interruptions. He didn't make any specifications about him being able to interrupt. But as soon as I started saying something that he disagreed with, he interrupted me and didn't allow me to finish to speak. And as soon as he did that, all of a sudden, what does he do? Tries to gaslight me. Say I'm angry. Of course you're going to be upset when somebody interrupts you and you're trying to speak about something. And my view was clearly in the minority. You have John here, who's a closet racist and sees a black profile picture, and then he wants to kind of, taunt me and say who hurt you in the comments. And the reality is, this country has hurt me. You know exactly who's hurt me. You know what's happening to black people in America because you're part of the problem.
They're thriving.
And yeah, absolutely. And what's crazy is this country always is going to have get turned upside down because you're ignoring, and many of you are miseducated. You're ignoring the contributions, the many contributions to our entire development of this country, and you ignore.
Does someone want to tell this guy that I'm black?
Here we go again. Here we go again. You're not. What it is, you're politically white. So it's not has nothing to do with your identity.
I'm black.
You're politically white.
That doesn't.
So what I mean by that is that, yeah, it does. I'll show you. So basically, you're an Uncle Tom. Excuse me. Maybe I should have said another word.
I don't think I've ever been called that before, but I'm gonna add that to my Bible.
Let me not say Uncle Tom. Let me not say that. I'll use another term. Damn it, what's the other term? When it comes to me, I'll tell you. But for the most part, I just want to share this with the room. Mojo, you're a hypocrite. I don't appreciate the way you broke your own rules when I was speaking. Thank you, Sambo. Thank you, Matt.
Read Rule 6. Read Rule 6 of the House.
You know what, Mojo? What's interesting? You're a funny guy, and I think that if we were having an actual debate, if we were actually having a real debate, and I was able to speak to that passive aggressive jerk that I was talking to earlier, that you said got me upset, that was taking jab after jab, but no one recognized it because big.
You mean Timon, the last dragon?
No, the last sucker clown that I was speaking with when I was on here. Your buddy that you're jumping on his dick.
That was Timon. That was Timon. I was all over his dick. He's the last dragon.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Him. So, like I said, if you were able to actually have a debate and talk and actually speak about, he's encouraging the use of drugs. When you talk about drugs and the use of drugs, right? And he's sitting there saying, he starts telling me about how, he started breaking down the biology of how, there's, I guess, some evidence of drugs showing up in your body in some ways, shape, or form. And I'm sitting there saying to myself, is this guy trying to bring together the idea that because somehow there's some remnant of some drug or some molecule in your body that somehow is present in the drug, that therefore, then what? What does that have to do with anything? It doesn't mean that I have to take drugs. So if we're, this is a weird world where we can sit here and try to rationalize these things. People are making money from drugs. Right? And then you ask, what's the difference between drugs and medication? We obviously all know the difference. One is going to be medicated if you're sick.
See,
the other is just identifying what it is.
Do you have a point? And also, people are making money live streaming you on YouTube.
Hey, guess what? Hey, John. Fuck you, John. Fuck your family. Fuck everything you got going on. Fuck you. Straight like that, John. If I see you, I'll smack the shit out you somewhere.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, hold on. Can someone tell him which rule he just violated?
Threatening violence.
Yep, threatening violence. That is rule number 1. So not only did you miss rule number 6, where a moderator has the privilege to interject when appropriate, you also missed the rule number 1, the most important rule: no threats of violence. Perhaps if you smoke some marijuana, you'd relax. By the way, it wasn't Timok that he was having that argument with. It was Joe. If you guys are familiar with Joe, Joe was advocating for marijuana use for veterans that suffer from PTSD, and that was the argument where he went in hard on Joe, saying that Joe is a piece of shit for advocating for drug use and questioning his morals and ethics because of his support of marijuana use for veterans that suffer from PTSD. That's what the full context of the conversation.
I am a veteran, and I have been diagnosed with PTSD by the Veteran Affairs, but unlike many combat veterans, my PTSD is actually from DEI.
You know what's funny is the guy didn't crash out so hard, and now we see why. Because if you read the chat, you just see that he hates white people, and I don't think he appreciated being in a debate with Joe. Not Joe Hero, but do you guys know Joe? Joe was the he's like an artist. He was the guy that months ago got into an argument with Pepe, and Pepe was telling him that he would beat him up because he's a boxer, and Joe indicated to him that, I'm a kickboxer. How about this? I'll tie my hands behind my back. It was one of the best arguments I've ever heard, all on Clubhouse. But this guy probably would have done pretty good if he would have just, remember how when he got up on stage and cussed me out, and then I brought him back up, and then he did the whole calm voice?
I thought he was a different person.
Yeah, if he would just do that. What's interesting is I appreciate the fact that somebody's an adult and they've never done drugs. I think the discipline to have never done drugs, but he probably doesn't have a lot of friends, probably was never invited to a lot of parties, which makes it easier to be disciplined. But the truth is, I admire that, and I admire his advocacy that people should avoid drugs. I actually, while I believe people should be free to choose, I would say that it's a wise thing for them to not use drugs.
You believe that he's sober?
That's his claim.
No, he sounded like he high on promethazine or something.
Well, hold on. Let's bring him up here. I believe his claim that he's sober. I don't believe that.
You're going to bring him up again, really?
Well, Daniel, I bring him up for your amusement. I'll bring him up only for your amusement.
Not for mine. I wouldn't vote for it, but it's your room. But I love being in your.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you don't like it, you can always open a room and you can complain about it and say that
It's right. I could just like the room too if you want to.
So this is for Dr. Adams. I just want to tell you, Dr. Adams, that I know probably in life you're used to getting your way, and maybe living with those stereotypes that you had in your head, and those racist ideas and views that you have.
I'm black too. It's not going to work, buddy.
Yeah, I equally hate you. Okay, I want you to know that. I equally hate you just as much. Okay.
We love you. Can we hold on? Can we all have a prayer in the back channel for this man?
No thanks. No thanks. I think racism is heinous. It's evil, and I think most of you capitulate with racism. You bow down to it. You're okay with white supremacy ideology. I don't like to fuck with many of you. I think
example?
It's quite evil. I think you're trying to troll.
Give an example.
I think you're trying to troll. You know, I don't.
Give an example.
See, that is another gaslight. You see, the racist always asks for an example when he's the living embodiment of racism. I will never give a racist an example of racism.
He's racist because he asked you for an example. So let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. If you're so upset about being in America and America's so bad,
why don't you go back to Africa?
Why don't you go back to Africa? Because you hate white supremacist America. So why don't you swim back to Africa?
For the trick, you devil.
No. Answer the question. Answer the question. If you're so unhappy with America, why don't you go back to Africa?
You don't ask me the questions.
Why don't you go back to Africa?
Little Adam.
But you're not answering the question. You're definitely not answering the question.
Little Adams, you don't control the who asks the questions. Little Adams, I ask.
You barely control yourself. Did you not hear how you came on the stage?
Question. You're my bitch. You're my bitch, Little Adams.
So I'm in control, and I will ask the questions. And I'm wondering.
No, you're not. You're just a white woman that benefits diversity, equity, inclusion.
I bet you're gonna shut the fuck up, and I guarantee she's gonna finish speaking.
You're the primary beneficiary of diversity, equity, inclusion, white woman.
Exactly. So now that we all.
This is hilarious. Oh my goodness. Straight out the ghetto of Baltimore, I woke up off a fentanyl overdose. And I'm waking up.
Hold on, Jamel, hold on. Jamel, hold on real quick. I want everyone to give space to Jamel. If anybody interrupts, I want the mods to mute them. I want Jamel to speak on this. Go ahead.
Yes. This is hilarious. I love it. I love to hear white supremacy and blacks and just people speaking their mind. This is the real America. I love it. Listen. Maybe one day y'all will have mercy for us and give us some reparations or something. But right now, I love it. The hood, the ghetto, the prophecies in the Bible, they being fulfilled. I mean, we couldn't love a better place? America, the land of the free. I tell you, I love it. I mean, I love it. You can't wake yourself up every day. Only the Most High. How about it? You gotta love it. You gotta agree with that. Even the racists and even the atheists say, well, it gotta be the Most High. At least. How about that? I don't want to interrupt y'all all night, but I can go all night. But I love to hear somebody's response. What's next? Talk to me.
Yeah, Muds, if you could put me in the queue, I'd like to say a prayer for C Profile because he called me a closeted racist, and if we can find some space, I'd just like to say the Lord's Prayer on behalf of C Profile.
Hey, you know what? The only thing the Lord brings is what you guys brought the Bibles and tried to tell us to close our eyes and pray, and then when we closed our eyes, you took the land. So I don't trust any white person praying for me. You're pretty much just out for trickery, to steal, to convince people that they need to be enslaved. You guys actually removed parts of the Bible so that people could believe that they were indeed supposed to be enslaved, and that was some kind of divine order. No, I don't want to hear any prayers for white people. Don't pray for me. That's actually bad luck. Don't pray for me at all.
Well, Mods, can you put me in the queue so I can pray for C Profile?
I'm definitely going to pray for him.
John, you can definitely recite the prayer, but I just have to say, he was spitting bars, as they say in my neighborhood. John, go ahead.
Your neighbor said that?
Sure, I'd like to say this little prayer for C Profile here, who has accused maybe of being a closet racist. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven, where there are no racial identity politicians who love to project their own racism onto other people.
Don't do that.
Dearest Father,
don't do
Do not interrupt, Adams. Do not release. I'm not finished with the Lord's Prayer here yet. Almighty Father, please forgive us our sins as we forgive those who cast who project their own racism onto us. Please, Father, let us not seek out the racist devil, nor let that racist devil find us here on Clown House. And in the name of your Son, the great Jewish Savior of mankind, Jesus, may you forgive us our sins, Almighty Father. Thank you all very low.
Maybe not pure. It's all diluted.
Amen.
Pure evil.
Amen. Amen.
Absolutely sinister. You know people have died after this kind of prayers? You know how many people have died in genocides after these kind of prayers? These people are pure evil.
Have you seen your profile? No. Have you seen your profile and you have the damn nerve to call anybody evil? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, aside from the fact that you're absolutely bipolar and psychotic, okay, you clearly have no self-fucking awareness. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, what is wrong with you?
To your kind. You're in your kind, yeah. So it applies to read it. Make sure you read it. Most of you are quite evil. Deserve to die a painful death.
See, Profile, do you walk around all day carrying this hate in your heart? It must be exhausting.
You know what's exhausting? In dealing with and encountering you passive-aggressive devil demons that came here, annihilated the population, then you'd have the nerve to smile and pretend you're good. You have no measure in telling me what morality is. Please don't talk to me. You're an evil person. You have evil lineage. And I don't expect you to do anything else but be evil. That's what you are. Evil.
So what makes you think that my lineage is
You can't
evil?
be trusted. I have no idea what you're talking about.
But wait, what makes you so trustworthy?
Oh, the fact that there's nowhere on Earth you can say that. There's nowhere on Earth where my people went around destroying and annihilating populations. So, yeah, that I don't think
people.
Yeah. Well, you figure that out. You guys are the one who made
I don't even think you know.
Wait, hold on. Is this BHI? Is this Hotepery? Is this like what are we
here we
doing?
go. Hotepery. Yeah, wow. You know, Imhotep is the first multi-genius, but yet they use that as a way to try to make a slogan or this kind of this word to try to be discriminatory towards people who are aware of what's going on.
So you're Hotep.
No, the word is called Imhotep because one of the first multi-geniuses of Egypt, ancient Egypt. And so
wow,
I
got it 2 guesses. This is amazing.
Yeah. No,
tell us more.
Yeah, it's very interesting though. But according to you all, you think that Galileo was the first one to look at the stars when it was the Dogon tribes of West Africa. You think that people like Pythagoras were the first ones to make those kind of theorems, but no.
We was kings.
There was early complex mathematics all throughout Africa. You're actually the ignorant ones. You don't know your history. That's why you're stupid. You believe in fairy tale stories.
What kind of person generalizes and assumes that he knows everybody in the room knows
one that's smart. Smart people generalize dumb people. Like yourself, Hillary. You're dumb.
Myself. Okay.
You're dumb. Yeah, you're dumb, Hillary.
Because of the color of my skin.
Hold on, Hillary, you're not the right person to speak to this right now. I want to seek profile brother to brother, black man to black man, black man to black man. Let's talk.
You're politically white.
Oh, politically white. Explain what politically white means.
Well, white is this group, right, of people who come from Europe. They've identified themselves, or you don't have to necessarily come from Europe. You can be kind of white adjacent. It's a political identity.
My ancestors are the Moors. My ancestors are the Moors.
Yeah, so you say. But your Moors may be rolling in their grave right now, if that's what you claim. But they be rolling in their grave right now because you're a sellout.
What do you think of homosexuality?
Don't talk to me about your lifestyle, brother. I don't care about those things.
No, well, listen, I was just going to ask you.
Don't talk to me about your lifestyle,
this
brother.
This is the same man, Roger, that said that he would make me his bitch, so I think we already answered that question.
Well, I'm just wondering, do you oppose homosexuality?
Do not talk to me about your lifestyle, brother. I'm not into that.
Don't interrupt me.
I'm not into that. Don't talk to me about your lifestyle, brother. I don't want to hear about it.
It's not going to end well.
I don't want to hear about your lifestyle.
Listen, you're never going to talk over me. Let's just understand there's a pecking order. And I know that you feel that the pecking order is based on race. I would say the pecking order is based on intellect. And you can't even have the common courtesy to have a conversation. I was just trying to get to the bottom of if your homosexuality extends beyond prison. I know that you're into prison sex. What I'm not sure about is if you're a homosexual outside. Gay for the stay is something we've established for you, but are you gay when you're on the streets? That's the question everybody wants to know. I'll bring you back up and you can explain it to us.
Could we maybe get a survey going on? I feel like a survey is a really, great indicator that the room is going great.
I think a certain somebody that I can't say their name or rooms get created and I get drugged through the mud. Maybe the queen of all of Clubhouse would like to create a survey.
Is C profile the big spoon or the little spoon?
That's a good survey question.
Poop around it.
The designated prison pocket.
See, profile. See, what you don't understand
Can you
is.
guys, hold on, moderators, can you please invite this guy up? I don't think that we're ever going to get, we're never going to get to racial equality until we hear his full story.
Well, he said he's a god, and we're devils. He's God. Said so in the chat just now. So I don't know if I'm worthy.
Yeah, so I'm definitely convinced that he sleeps with white men now.
See, I just want to say something to see profile. What you don't understand is that this is actually secretly an emotional stability training academy, and you have fallen into our web of despair. We are all spiders or fishermen here to catch fish and little flies that get angry when they get caught in the web. So just know that this is your intervention moment to go within and find the divine source of light within all that racist, angry projection you spew out on stage.
Ain't nobody like the Most High. How about that? At least prophecy fulfilled. Alpha and Omega. It already happened. How about that? Life is short. Second coming soon. It takes wisdom to understand this knowledge. Podcast.
I am curious to know who's the most high in the room right now.
Hillary or Dippity or Holly or Miss Lopez, Kristen or my queen, if you could please bring Mr. C profile back up to the stage.
I tried to invite.
What's up, cowardly racist? What's up, cowardly racist?
We have we have a survey up top. What do you think?
I'm not clicking on it.
You're afraid. Don't be afraid.
It's a landslide.
Uh-oh.
C profile, who hurt you?
You know, that's a very interesting question. People who gas
White man.
Yeah, that question.
C profile, do you know that you're being streamed live on YouTube right now for the whole world to hear? What do you have to say to your fans?
I want Stinny to know that when you're saying those things in the comments and all that, Stinny, with your AI picture, because you're too ugly and you don't want to put your real picture, go fuck yourself. The reality is that most of you are some anti-black racist haters, and you're really, it is.
I can't be anti-black. I am black.
It's gonna come down to a war, and that's what it's gonna come down to. And I hope you understand what that means.
Let's do the math on the war, shall we? Shall we do the math? Yay, I love midnight math.
I told you, I put it in the thing, I predict it's going to be a big rise up of people, and we're going to try to unalive a lot of other people who don't look like them.
I don't think the war would go as well as he thinks it would go. I mean, he's probably only qualified to carry the flag. I don't think maybe he can blow the trumpet. He's not going to pick up arms.
I'm claiming that you're black.
Oh, I'm blacker than you are. I'm blacker than you are.
Bitch.
Blacker than you are. Blacker than you are.
Fucking liar.
Blacker than you are.
Yeah, we know what's up. You're gonna be fighting on, you fucking sucker. You would have been with the Confederates, you fucking clown.
It doesn't even make any sense, dude.
See, profile, is your other name, Yakub, since, you know, you're a god?
Is your other name Yakub, Scarlet? Just find something to do.
General Patton said without music he couldn't run that army. So.
Wait, can we do a quick diagnosis?
Hold on. See, profile, have you ever been in a fist fight?
You know what's interesting about Eurocentrism? It makes you, it weakens your mind because it has you thinking that somehow you're the center of everything when it's inherently false.
Wait, hold on. Do you realize the irony of you saying that right now?
Is somehow the center point of human contribution to human civilization. Like, it's such a weak mentality. It essentially has you thinking that has you thinking that you're the center of everything. And white women are the main catalyst of this idea. They continue to push it. They raise psychotic.
Oh, I agree. Those white women
they raise psychotic sons.
I find my brother, those white women are evil.
They grow up. These sons grow up to work for the Pentagon and go around the world trying to.
Ooh, could you give me a job there? That would be awesome. I had the benefits.
Congratulations, Hillary. You're raising psychos.
Yeah, 3 of them, 3 boys. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
2 of them are in the military, so.
That's right.
I think your gripe with white women is the fact. I think your gripe with white women is the fact that you're competing for the same men.
Yeah, how did I know you were going to say something that has to do with your, your sexual, whatever you got going on there? I don't understand. Every time a black man is in a room, you white guys just talk about some kind of sexual deviant. Can y'all not talk about sex? This is such a weird thing.
Well, let's talk about numbers. See profile.
Y'all so obsessed with sex when you see when you hear black men talking. It's such a weird thing.
See profile. This is a diagnostic question. Let me ask you a question.
I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about, John. I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about.
I'm gonna ask the question to find out if you can answer it. What is 373 times 1,000?
Why is that insulting? Somebody's junior Adams.
Shut up, Hillary. Stop defending your white men, Hillary.
I will defend anyone in this room that I have respect for.
Defending your white men. Shut up, you fucking racist.
Yep, that's me. Huge racist.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is the type of black man who definitely crossed the street.
Malignant narcissism. This is the kind of racist you are. The racist is a malignant narcissist. That's what they are. That's what the white racist is. A malignant narcissist.
Are you proud?
Look it up.
Hillary, you got your wedding ring turned?
The white racist is a malignant narcissist.
How do you know you're not projecting when you say malignant narcissist? Are you sure that you're not a malignant narcissist?
You lying piece of shit. Your whole fucking history and identity proves to me that I'm not lying. Every fucking day proves that I'm not fucking lying. You lying piece of dog shit. You mean to tell me I shouldn't care what
Jamal, calm down, Jamal. Calm down, Jamal.
Piece of
Calm
shit.
down. Listen, we're gonna call the police. Calm down. You keep getting loud, we're gonna call the cops.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we're gonna tell them, send the cop with the strongest knee.
Monica, I think the answer to the survey is actually missing the correct answer. I think it's just flat out, good old racism. There's nothing extra.
Yeah, fuck.
I don't know if he hates black people though.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I think it's hatred of ethnic or, racial category.
That's white-phobia.
Who's trying to destroy me, you little dog shit?
Wait, but is he black? But you're the god. How could we possibly destroy you?
Fuck you.
But he hasn't really said what he is. Is he black?
I'll accept your criticism, Andre.
I get it now.
I just thought white phobia was more catchy.
That's the only thing you fucking devils accept is warfare. That's it. You don't listen to
You're the one calling war. We're all fucking laughing, giggling, and having a good time. We're over here.
Hold on. Listen, he doesn't want war. He's flat-footed. He would never even get it there.
He couldn't even make the NBA, for Christ's sake.
You imagine this dipshit trying to take the ASVAB test?
He'd be pissed off at the first page because it's against him. It's all against him.
Well, the ASVAB test is absolutely racist because, you know, you have to like do 3D type imaging in your brain to figure out how parts fit together to choose the correct answer. And a lot of people have what I call spatial distortion disorder, and it's definitely racist because the whole system is structurally racist. So most people aren't actually raised to actually perform on the ASVAB test.
Again, here we go with intellectualized racism.
That was the dumbest shit he said all night. Seriously though, man. I mean, I get that you're trolling and you're having fun with it and all that, but I mean, honestly, do you need a hug? I've got an extra one. I don't want to give it to you. Do you need a hug? Come here. Bring it in. There you go.
Interesting. What's interesting is that America is such an interesting place where people think that they continue to benefit from unequal application of law, rule, and policy, and then you think you're just going to walk around and it just keeps happening and everybody's going to be okay with it. No, it's not going to keep working out for you. At some point, if you're doing people wrong, it's going to backfire. And don't start wondering, looking into the sky.
Is this the same person speaking?
Yeah, it is.
Like, does he have multiple personalities?
Definitely a different character.
Is this Pookie, Ray Ray, or Jamal? Like, which personality is this?
What an idiot he is.
But he's funny, and he's good looking, so he's got that going for him.
I'll tell you what. I'm suing somebody right now.
Do you have a lawyer on like retention for this, or do you need one? Because I can hook you up with somebody. I know.
He doesn't have any money.
The guy I know is John, so just saying.
What's interesting is that I'm looking at what's happening now, and I see that there's a lot of people who are not white who want to align themselves and be in close proximity to whiteness as best as they can, or at least play on to those ideologies when white people themselves.
Everybody loves a winner.
Even white people themselves know their ideology is wrong. Even white people themselves know their ideology is wrong. They know they're fucked up, and that's why they're always preparing with their guns, and they're so paranoid.
Oh man, you guys got guns? How much could these white people be?
They know that they understand that no one should be able to get
White people have guns because you keep trying to come into our living room and steal our television. Okay, are you not understanding that? White people have guns for a reason.
That's why the white people are always worried about their property and their belongings because they know they have ill-gotten gains and that they know that they're snuffing out the lives of other people to get the things that they have. So whether that's through blocking, through opportunities, and whatever, the advantage that come from this country and
they protect their property because you ignore ADT signs, okay? And you try to take people's Toshiba out of their family rooms.
Well, to be honest, I did steal that ADT sign from somebody else.
What's so interesting is that you know what's coming. And so that's why you guys are so uptight. You can't relax in your own country. Even if you're not participating in the evil, your votes do. Your actions do.
Yeah. So I stay in Texas says I can't vote.
Our votes? Why? Because we didn't vote for a cosplaying foot cooking Indian? Because you wanted to cosplay and say that she was a black woman? Shut up. Shut up. Maybe if you actually voted better, you wouldn't be black in America with a chip on your shoulder.
Better. Are you kidding me? My people were annihilated.
Who is your people? Who is your people? We still can't get a straight answer as to who your people are.
I'm a black American, you piece of shit. So don't you dare talk to me like that. All right?
And you came to America when?
Every war in this country since this.
And you came to America when?
Piece of shit.
Wait, hold on. So are people. So there's people. Wait a minute. Everybody's fought in war.
Hillary, hold on 1 second. Which people? Which people? Which people? I don't even think you know. Do you even know who your father is? Do you even know who your father is?
I don't.
No. Do you even know who your father is? Because you have no self-control. You argue like a woman. Okay, you sound like you're shaking your hoop earrings and rolling your neck. So let me ask you, do you even know who your father is? Do we even know who your father is? I bet you met him on Maury, didn't you?
Are you a man?
I bet you met him on Maury, didn't you?
Are you a man or a woman? I can't tell you. Your voice is unisex. Are you?
You know, I am absolutely convinced in the theory that all communication is projection. Does anyone here get that feeling that people come on this app and all the dispersions, the negativity that they cast on other people is actually a projection of their internal monologue?
Can we not remove him from the stage? We're not. Listen, it's a Sunday night. It's getting a little late. It's 9:35 in the Pacific. There's no way we're going to get anybody stupider than this guy. So please, let's bring him back. Let's have some fun.
Well, before he comes up here, I just want to say really quick to the people who all have been praying for my mom. I got a message a little bit earlier. She is being rushed to the hospital right now. She's going to go and do surgery at 6 a.m. They found a liver that is a good match. So please keep the prayers coming and keep your fingers crossed because it doesn't reject the liver because she was, I mean, literally, like, she was on hospice, she was circling the drain, and she was hardly able to even speak to me, like, yesterday, like, couldn't like, lift her head off the pillow, and so, hopefully, this nightmare's over in the morning.
That was great news.
Yeah, it really is. Thank you guys so much for praying.
That's awesome. That's cool. That was a good interjection. And C Profile, do you want to wish her mom well?
Is she white?
It doesn't matter.
Right now she's yelling with her liver problem.
She's a teacher. She's a woman who is a wonderful,
Has she
wonderful
done
woman.
anything racist in her life towards black people?
My dad is Haitian, so I wouldn't think so.
If she's not racist, I wish her well. If she's racist, go to hell.
What if the liver comes from a black person? Would you wish that well? I mean, wouldn't that make her part black?
Say that again, William. What are you trying to ask me, funny guy?
I'm just saying, what if the liver comes from a black person? Wouldn't she be part black?
Go to hell, man.
I got an ACL from a black person from a cryogenic flank, 2001. I bought a Cadillac from a black person once.
Hey, C Profile, what's the last good book you read?
I bought some drugs from a black person.
Why you lost the power, bitch?
What was that, C Profile?
Io, welcome to the room. You're not gonna like it.
I got robbed by a black person once.
I've had sex with a number of black people.
He didn't really know the number.
You know, all the African American women that I've slept with, they have never once accused me of being a racist. Ever.
You're a piece of shit, man. Fuck you.
I once jerked off to an Aunt Jemima bottle.
You know what's amazing?
And by the way, a good book for John's dumbass would be Man Not by Tommy Curry. His head would probably explode reading it.
You know what's a...
You're the reason she got it.
Oh, Jemima, that syrup.
You know...
For real though, Mrs. Butterworth or Aunt Jemima? Hey,
Were you
Aunt Jemima?
Yeah, our writers are so good that they actually get banned from universities. That's what the reality is of American black person. American scholars who get their PhDs. They get banned from universities because you're racist.
Hold on, what was their PhD on? Was it like fluid dynamics or was it...
Racist white universities don't want them talking.
C Profile, what do you think of Glenn Lowry?
Don't know who that is.
That's amazing that you don't know who the most important black intellectual of the last 100 years is.
No, the most important black intellectual is Tommy Curry, not your clown show.
You know, I've actually turned African American women white by rolling their eyes back in ecstasy.
That's not actually true.
That's how you know he's a racist right there.
But it was a good flex.
Well, hold on. Can we ask C Profile to expand on what Eazy-E meant when he said, "We may be a woman beater, but I'm not a pussy eater"? Does that mean black people don't eat pussy?
No, you're asking a retarded questions. The reality is that you can make this down to a joking matter, but the reality is much more harsh than that. Reality is that when we all get off this line, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the fuck you say to me and I say to you. That when I go off of this line and you go off of this line, we're all gonna have different experiences. And this fuck ass American country, you're experiencing wrongfully being pussy. Fuck you, pussy. This fucked up country still wrongfully convicts people like me. This fucked up ass country still has police harassing people that look like me. This fucked up ass country still discriminates in banking industry all across the map. It discriminates when you open a business. The distribution centers are discriminating. This is racism, anti-blackness is fucking rampant.
You're convicted because you're black. You're convicted because you did it.
You fucking piece of shit.
See profile. See profile. One quick question. What do you think of the Jews?
The white Jews, you mean, or the black Jews?
The Jews.
That's an interesting question. Are you referring to the Ethiopian Jews or the black Israelites?
I mean, the black Israelites I was talking about, but I mean, I guess the Ethiopians are part of that, but I wasn't talking about them.
So what do you think of Zionists? What do you think of the state of Israel?
The Zionists, the white Zionists, they're a group of people who think that, they believe that we are the Goyim and they are somehow the leaders of humanity and they're to lead us in such a way. And, they get into conflicts around the world because of this idea that they have. And I think if you're having a certain type of ideology, you shouldn't be surprised that you get into conflicts around the world. I mean, if I was walking around thinking that, having those kind of ideas.
You don't seem the kind of guy that get conflicts at all.
At the end of the day, if I walked around and try to infiltrate people's countries, governments, and find my way to getting proximity to power in some way everywhere I go on the planet, then I'm going to have a little competition. I'm going to have a little bit of pushback. That's how the world is. People want power. That's what's going on, okay?
Why don't you, fucking say something just once? Say anything just once.
So you actually speak? I've never heard. No, hold on. I've never heard Will Singh speak.
When it's appropriate, he steps in. We might have to add a third rule in the muff.
Don't you think it's kind of sick, C profile, that you would, in your profile say you deserve to suffer a painful death? That's pretty, malignant, isn't it?
No, it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing that people do, and a lot of them do. A lot of them do. This world that we live in today, it's quite cruel, and people are quite evil. And I understand sometimes why. I kind of get it, man. I get why people might separate themselves from the rest of the human group. Because when you look back at these behaviors that people exhibit, these group things.
There's another personality showing up.
This group thing, this whole, dog piling, and, the way people behave in groups, it's really, it's something. I get it. When people gain power and they don't give a damn about the masses, part of me understands a piece of that. I get it. Some of you are just so unruly.
I'll take that.
Wait, aren't you just projecting again?
Let's refer back to how you joined the stage.
You gotta come up with a different vocabulary word, John. You're saying the same thing over and over again, and it's starting to not hit as hard.
Well, let me ask you a question. What does projection mean? What do you think I mean when I say you're projecting? What does that
We all know
mean?
what projection means in this room. We all know what that means, but you gotta come up with something new. You gotta find a new shtick, okay? Just find something new.
You speak Yiddish?
I don't think John has to do anything other than pay taxes, stay black, and die.
Die slow.
Can you imagine what it was like being a Jew on a plantation in Georgia or South Carolina and having African Americans serve you dinner while you're observing Passover?
Unfortunately, it wasn't just the Jews. Not trying to spread a false narrative. It was white people participated. In fact, there was a large number of white people that were non-Jew that were participating in the transatlantic slave trade. Stop telling your little fairy tale that you tell yourself so you can go to sleep at night. Whatever you tell you and your kids so they can go to sleep. Stop lying to yourself. Stop telling Santa Claus. We let you go on with that long enough. Now, a couple of years past from now, you're probably going to say that, oh, it was just a couple of black people working for free doing favors. You probably change the story of slavery entirely if you had the chance. Stop lying about the participation white people, and including non-Jews, had in slavery. Stop lying, John.
Yeah, because the Jews don't know anything about being enslaved. Nothing at all.
Right, from 1939 to 1944, whatever the hell, 1938 to 1945 or so. Yeah, really long compared to 400 years. Thanks a lot. False equivalency, that's called.
You want to go back to Egypt?
Sure, why not? You gonna pay for the trip? I need my
Can I
reparations
go?
first.
If he's not going to pay the ticket, can I go?
One-way ticket, my friend.
God damn it. Always happens that way.
Well, I'd like to kick up the first dollar to C Profile's reparation. What's your Cash App, C Profile? I'm going to send you the first dollar of your, reparations package today. I'm going to start this right now. As a candidate for Congress, I'm going to kick up the first dollar to you right now, C Profile. What is your Cash App, sir?
John, can you rename your boat the Amistad?
You want me to rename the Lady Hawk to the Amistad?
Just temporarily.
Yeah, we could do that. Listen, if anybody wants to come out to Chicago this month, I will host you on the Amistad. Hakima's going to be the captain. He gets to wear a red cap. I'll be wearing a white captain hat. Not because I'm a closet racist like C Profile says, but because I only have 2 white caps and I want to give Hekima the red cap. But I'm just saying that if anybody wants to come out on the Amistad, aka the Lady Hawk, to enjoy a beautiful Miller High Life and maybe smoke a joint, catch some sun, watch the F-35s fly at 600 miles per hour over your head during the Air and Water Show, you're all invited to this incredible opportunity at Montrose Beach in Chicago, Illinois.
I'll be there in September. Can we do it all again then?
Except for UC Profile, you're not invited.
While racism is going on, come down and watch planes fly overhead so one of them can have a fucking accident and crash into the crowd. Yeah.
Oh my God, why would you wish that on people? What is wrong with you? There could be children in that crowd.
If they're white children, you don't care.
Let's talk about absolutely abstract
There
things.
could be little
There's
puppy
people
dogs
suffering in the world.
in that crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they're white people, you definitely don't care.
It's to be white. They talk about abstract shit while fucking people are suffering.
Guess what? Everyone, everywhere in the world, at any point in time, there's going to be somebody suffering. You can't pick and choose who suffers, who doesn't suffer, and who you're going to feel bad about, and who you're going to align with. You can't do that. Suffering is suffering, and it's going to happen everywhere. So either do something about it, stop bitching about shit.
Hold on, everyone. See Profile. Who's your favorite white man?
Well, I don't have one.
Okay, but if you had to pick.
I mean, John Brown, maybe?
Don't have one.
What about Robert F. Kennedy? I mean, he has stood strong for your people.
I haven't seen one. Get the fuck out of here with the fake ass heroes who are doing things not because they wanted to, because they had to. Please.
Notice he didn't say Barack Obama, Mojo.
To be up his jet.
Why do you think that black guy who said to Dr. Fauci, we don't want your vaccines, we don't believe it, you're not doing any real science, why do you think that African-American guy in that tenement building had the balls and the intelligence to tell Dr. Fauci that he's full of shit?
See Profile, do you know who John Brown is? I'll take that as a no. John, I did change that PTR for you.
Oh, what is it? Let's see. Oh, wow. Look at those beautiful blue angels in a tight formation. How tight?
That was inside. Try 30 Northwest.
I don't know.
What about John Daniels?
When I go to the Air and Water Show and I see an F-35 flying above me, at 600 miles per hour, to me, I'm actually kind of fearful. I'm like, ooh, maybe the government's too big, too strong. That's a powerful jet.
So, Mojo, you know who Tunis Campbell is?
No, tell me about it.
You know who Warren C is? Coleman? How about Joseph Walker?
Wait, Warren G?
Anthony,
Like regulate?
Alvin.
Did you say Warren G as in regulate?
No.
I know that one. What were you playing for?
He founded the first black textile mill. No, I'm not talking about that guy. I'm talking about the people that were originators in this country, black founders, black wool company owners, all whose businesses have been destroyed, overran, and they've been terrorized, ran out of business. Their generational wealth destroyed because they're black.
Have you ever heard of Patricia Kluge?
Black Americans and white Americans would have a very fucking similar story if you motherfuckers wasn't such fucking haters and murderous killers.
Have you ever heard
There's the guy who's literally spewing hate and talking about
Fuck
killing
you,
people.
bitch.
Yeah, I take pride in it. Thanks, babe.
Who hurt you?
Your race did, bitch.
Well, hey, at least you acknowledge your hurt.
But I'm not white.
Here we go. Another fucking these fucking people, man.
John, you're politically white.
No, I'm a triracial actually. Not many people know this.
You can't fucking these fucking white people, man. They're always trying to fucking dip and dodge, man. They're fucking not white. Then one day they're I'm just a German. Oh, I'm just an Irish. Oh, no, I'm not white. Everybody running from whiteness now. It's not beneficial now. Now nobody wants to be white. Fuck out of here. Take accountability.
Well, you taught us the truth, and now I'm very fearful of the truth.
Shut the hell up, John.
See profile. Did you finish college?
Yeah. I finished. I did 18 years in college.
Got it. Quick question for you. What is 238 times 1,000?
I'm sorry. I suck at everything.
Okay.
I just barely got through. I cheated on all my tests.
Do you speak English?
Barely.
Because you see, the trick about that diagnostic is when you say 238 times 1,000, the answer is in the question.
Yeah, I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I don't get anything. Yeah, I'm dumb.
Do you think that's because of structural white racism and white supremacy?
No, I'm just dumb. Yeah, no, it's just me. Don't worry. No racism involved. I'm just stupid. I'm whatever you think I am.
Do you think you'll be stupid long term, or is that just like a short term goal?
Anything else, devil? How long can you be evil? Like, how is it? I guess it's just in your bloodline, huh?
Are you big into bloodline type, statements or thinking? Like, what is a bloodline really?
Well, for one, you'd have to know who your father is. We already got that out the way.
Well, don't we all technically share the same father? The father of the universe, the creator.
See, profile, does it make you feel uncomfortable that I've done more for the black community than you have?
If that was actually true, then I'd salute you. But because you're a piece of shit liar, then we know that's not. We know that's false.
I'll have to bring my receipts. Have you ever had sex with a white woman?
This is I again. You guys want to discuss sex, right? I'm not discussing sex. Stop talking about my member and all that stuff. You guys, white guys, love talking about people's members and all that stuff. Stop doing that. You white guys are obsessed with that weird shit.
You know.
Do you know what the name of this house is called? See profile? Can you read that? Should I read it to you?
Yeah, in the muff. Thought it said cuff. Sorry.
Have you ever been in the muff?
You know, can you stop?
Well, see profile. Not only do I want to give you $1 today for reparations, but I actually want to start a GoFundMe page so we can fly you to Israel to send you to LGBTQ Pride Month in June, so you can get a real good taste of Tel Aviv.
We know that that's part of your community, that you're LGBT. That's the kind of thing that go through your mind, and that's in your porn history and all that, man. But you know, I don't want to hear about that.
What's wrong with it?
I've never heard John tell any man on the stage he's gonna make them his bitch.
You know, hey, white guy. You love cheer history of the white guys.
You know,
I think you definitely get pegged by white men, which is a source of your contention. Yeah, you definitely get pegged by white men. Exactly. Yeah, keep grabbing your ankles for white daddy. Keep grabbing your ankles for white daddy.
All the words he's using. Look at all the words what's he even talking about? Look at the words he is using. This is a weirdo, man.
Oh, thank God Tamok is here.
Pretty much.
Thank God Tamok is
No,
here.
again, and Hillary's a liar. Again, another white woman.
I got another label. I love that.
Another white woman manipulator, mass manipulator, sending her white soldiers to get.
I'm sorry, but that was kind of cool. I got soldiers now, y'all. Soldiers.
Timok, how would you diagnose C profile in the African American community? Is he an extremist?
I don't diagnose people. I just talk to them about it. Or I don't talk to people.
Happy late birthday, by the way. Max, did you have a birthday?
Max a raccoon.
Trash pandas. I love Mac. Actually, he's one of the most peaceful people on this app.
It's a choice.
Well, you can tell he's not. Timok's not black. Timok's biracial.
You can always sniff them out. Sellouts.
What, they don't smell like cocoa butter and bubble wraps?
I was just thinking, what kind of cologne do sellouts wear? Because it probably smells really good. And it's probably really expensive.
C profile, have you ever been to a clubhouse barbecue? The reason why I ask is because I have a theory that Clown House is actually a roast house. It's technically a barbecue restaurant or, barbecue party. Sometimes you roast individuals in the room and sometimes you get roasted, kind of like a corn or kind of like a filet mignon. Which kind of meat or corn are you?
Marshall's here. How come we said garbage when Marshall came running?
My favorite white guy. What's going on, Marshall?
Oh, not much. On the way to pick my little brother up from the airport. He's coming in while the Senate's on recess. So he'll be here for like a week, and then we gotta go back to work.
Marshall,
I just want to caution you. We have a racist in the room that might say some very mean things to you, just so you know.
Apparently, it's
I just want to be clear that the racists are actually the people in the room, and I'm the person who's calling them out. So I'm in a room full of racist devils, calling the racist devils out, and they constantly project upon me their own racism. I'm just calling these devils out.
I have a question for you. Aren't you exhibiting the exact same thing?
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
No, seriously now.
No, Marshall, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, and go take your privilege and your fucking mediocre ass. Not working for your job. Not mediocre ass. Not working for your fucking job.
Nah, you didn't earn your career, bitch. You gotta hand it to you, pussy, bitch. You got everything handed to you, bitch. You got everything handed to you.
I wonder where the line starts. Wait, hold on, white people. Please tell me where to go because apparently y'all are getting guns, you're getting TVs, you're getting good credit. Marshall got a fucking job, okay? Just saying. Please tell me where the line starts.
Swear, Hillary.
Go to Atlanta or LA?
I am a maniac, bitch. In the comments.
Marshall, also, when you pick up your younger brother, can you tell him that candidate Congressman John Kitover told you to tell him to tell his senator to stop borrowing and spending on behalf of the American people? Thank you.
I think what he said was manic.
Is there any Canadians in the room?
God, I hope not. We don't have been to it.
The most wickedest people who come to this continent, killing, murdering, raping, and then they have the nerve to
Adam, not liking Canadians. Fucking I hate the Canadians.
You're fucking genocidal maniacs. You're all related to genocidal maniacs.
For favor, can you
That's
talk
what you guys
about
fucking do. Fucking genocidal maniacs related to.
Adam, can you talk about
And then they try to pretend they're holier than thou. What the fuck is wrong with you fucking devil?
Wait. We pretend we're holier than thou. You just called yourself a god. Like, you literally said, I am a god.
It's the only way to respond to you fucking psychos. You guys are fucking malignant
The only way
narcissists.
to deal with this guy is just
Only you deal with malignant narcissists. Shut up, Marshall.
Hold on, guys.
Shut up, Marshall.
Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up. Okay, cool. I gotta do this because you guys are getting sloppy with the rules. So I gotta read the rules to you guys again. Rule number one. Let's see. Rule number one. Rule number one is no threats of violence. We've had that violated a couple times. One particular person. Surprise, surprise, it was a black guy. No doxing. Stay on topic. Keep your shares brief. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Number 6, the one that he missed earlier. Mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7, the N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat because this is the least racist space on all of Clubhouse. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. Number 10, English only, please.
There's only one rule we didn't break. Nobody cares, dude.
So, see profile. If you were the president of the United States of America, what would you do for your people?
I would give all the white, I would deport all the white people back to Europe.
That's a lot of people.
But you don't want to go to
Hey,
Africa.
vacation. I am loving this game.
Why did you come back, Profile? Why did you come back to the room? That's a serious question.
Let my nuts hang.
They're just trolling. Mojo, why you let him up on stage? That's yeah. Mojo is successful about somebody too.
Sometimes Roger likes to play with his food.
Respectfully,
Roger, don't
hold on. Respectfully, we brought him up on the stage. We even read him the Lord's Prayer, and then he went on a diatribe about hating white people. It was very weird.
Yeah, very weird to dislike people who are actually doing harm right now in real life. Yeah, that's real weird. To hate racist people that are performing racist acts of engaging in racist ideology and ruining the country of America. Yeah, really weird to hate those people. Yeah.
But it's probably a full moon. And also, someone like, there's no judgment, but someone displaying that kind of behavior obviously is going through something. And it doesn't help him at all if you just spit, sarcasm or spit shit back at him, acting like children. So, that's my point of view. And I'm sticking to it.
Well, this isn't the first time that C Profile has engaged in this type of communication. This is, I would be willing to bet, generally what C Profile does on this app. Am I correct, C Profile?
Well, you're actually lying, and you're doing what white people normally do, which is false narrative creation. This is what white people do. so common. Keep lying. That's all you have. That's all you can do. You lie about history. You lie about who you are, your identity. You lie about racism. You lie about black people.
Your name is literally C profile. Just saying.
Keep lying. Come on.
That's not the name of your profile?
Not lying. It's like right there.
No, that's what I'm talking about. You're trying to minimize my conversation. You're very manipulative, and that's okay.
Yeah, I'm not that smart.
You're manipulative. That's okay.
Are we still gonna be friends after this? We're gonna make out later or something.
Fucking Hillary.
Really weird, Hillary.
I know, but I'm so good at it though. Like, I still think I have another lot more.
It's funny how a husband. I want this.
Fine. Sorry, C profile. Maybe next time.
C profile, how would you rate yourself as being a kisser on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 being a great kisser, 1 being a terrible
We're not doing
kisser.
sex. We're not doing sexual things, man.
I mean, how would you rate yourself as being a patriot? 1 being not a patriot, 10 being a patriot. Because if you want to deport all the white people, I would claim that you might be a real patriot if what you're saying is true.
Yo, bro, ask the women, bro. Ask the women questions, bro. Stop talking.
Okay, my bad. Hillary, how would you rate C profile on his lovemaking skills? 1 being the worst, 10 being the best.
Well, everyone knows your dick is bigger, so. But he did want to snuggle afterwards, so it's cool. You just got up and left, and he called me breakfast and shit.
C profile, how romantic. I didn't know you were a romanticist. That's beautiful. When was the last time, C profile, you told a woman that you loved her and you respected her?
Go with this racist guy talking about relationships, bro. Talk to a woman, bro.
Oh wait, you're a man? I thought you were a woman. My bad. Mojo's profile is throwing me off, and I just came back from the Serbian
It's the
fest.
best you can ever look, okay? I love every fashion choice you made in that.
Dragon fruit is delicious.
It makes your pee turn red, which is weird.
It's a great question. Who is more racist, Pepe or C profile? I've cast my vote. Let's see yours.
I don't think either of them is racist. I think both of them are, auditioning for the Troll Olympics and doing pretty damn good.
Black men can't be racist.
Then are you in the bathtub right now?
No, it's not that can't be racist.
Yeah, don't tell him what he can and can't do, Kristen. Damn.
Anybody can be racist, but not everybody can be institutionally racist. Now that requires having some kind of leverage.
Yeah, I was institutionalized a few times. I didn't have much leverage though.
You're not institutionalized, institutionally racist.
So are you
Well, so wait, if you're institutionally racist, how do you deinstitutionalize the racism? Please explain.
Education. The American is miseducated. You learn Eurocentrism. So what that does is it inherently teaches. Not only does it get passed down through families and tradition, but even if that was to stop, our education system reinforces it. Our media reinforces it. We have to do an overhaul of what we teach to Americans, what it means to be an American. Right? Because right now, what it means to be American is you believe in this idea of Eurocentrism and the idea that the white person is somehow more significant than other groups of people in the world. And we learn it through our education process. First grade all the way to grade 12. You're basically, every test you take, every cap and gown you get, every time you walk across the stage, you've had to take exams and tests and study material that tells you that the majority of contributions to human civilization have been accomplished by one group of people. And this is inherently false. somehow it's taught over and over and over again.
Oh my God!
And it leads
I think
people
this
to have certain
education
outcomes.
is working. I'm feeling deinstitutionalized right now.
It creates cultural arrogance. So for those young white kids, they grow up with this idea that they are inherently somehow more significant because of what they learn about their identity. For other groups, they grow up and learn that they're somehow not significant in the picture of the story of their human history. And this can be detrimental.
Isn't this what critical race theory is teaching? I mean, you're essentially.
It's not critical race theory. I don't read critical race theory. Critical race theory does not cover. Critical race theory is white people's version of how race should be taught. Critical race theory does not cover this necessarily.
So, what you think that white children are being taught a different perspective than black children?
No, we all are being taught the same perspective. It's Eurocentrism through the majority of schools in this country. There are some private schools, yes, that don't teach this version of the story, but the majority of standardized tests teach a version of sort of this Eurocentric type of teaching that centers the white European as being the primary contributor to human civilization.
Which standardized
and what that does
tests?
is it causes the kind of cultural arrogance that makes you think you can talk to me the way you're talking. Like a racist fucking prick.
Which standardized tests? The ACT, SAT, LSAT? Which ones?
Standardized tests meaning the ones from first grade all the way to grade 12 in every state. Meaning the majority of standardized tests in public school systems. So you keep asking me these questions in different ways, and it's clear that you're being intentionally dense. And this is the problem with white racist arrogance. They think you don't know what you're talking about, so they try to ask you a question to make it seem like you don't know, and you can't come up with an answer. You're so fucking stupid, John, that you don't realize that you're in deep waters now.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna ask you a quick question. 232 times 1,000.
I told you, I'm horrible, I'm stupid, remember? I'm dumb. I don't even know how to add the zeros like I'm supposed to. I'm dumb, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But for the people...
I accept your answer. I accept your answer.
You're right, I'm dumb. Because I can't figure out a random multiplication that you threw at me, Randy. Thank you. I don't know.
Just take the This could be...
You realize
that number add 3 zeros.
Hold on.
I don't know what to do that.
You do know that the answer was in the question.
I don't know that I need to add the 3 zeros at the end of the first number you gave me. I don't know. I'm so dumb. So, sorry for being dumb.
It's okay. We forgive you.
Yeah, right. Okay.
See profile, what industry do you work in?
Oh, I would never tell you that.
Entertainment, obviously.
I would never tell you that. You know what? Yeah, because you'll actually try to harm me in real life. I'm not stupid. I know that if you guys knew my identity, you guys would try to destroy me in real life. You don't like smart black people.
I asked you to general
You're evil.
Well, first we would have to be convinced that you're smart.
You're
real life.
You're evil. I would never tell you what I do. You're evil. You're absolutely evil.
Given you're not employed, see profile.
Yeah. Right, because I'm whatever you think I am. I'm not employed. I'm a drug dealer. I'm whatever you think I am. I'm a black street corner drug dealer. Yeah, that's what I am.
Oh my god, thank God, so good. My insurance is really high right now, and I cannot get
And I eat watermelon and fried chicken.
Look at that.
Watermelon's delicious.
How much do you get insulin for?
I just
I'm actually getting a dragon fruit right now.
I cannot get a single drug dealer to sell me insulin, dude.
Oh my god.
It's gotta be cheaper than going to Walgreens.
I'm so glad you're here. Plus, you've been a really good house member.
You know, C Profile, I gotta say, without you here tonight, this room would have been so boring. So thank you for, joining us and, enlightening the room. And oh, all right, well, thank you very little.
I know if you had the chance, John, you would harm me.
Probably.
You're wrong. You're absolutely. I don't need to do anything. It's the system. It's the European-centric system that has already harmed you. I wouldn't dare harm you.
Dr. Adams would too.
God, yeah, 100%.
Hold on, Adam. Didn't you invite C Profile to come out on your yacht?
That's true. The Amistad. Would you like a captain's hat? Hekama's gonna be there. I'm inviting all the I'm inviting all the Chicago Clown House African Americans to join me on the Amistad. I will be bringing Miller High Life and I will be bringing pre-rolled joints for everyone to enjoy the experience. There's girls in bikinis. There's F-30 flies. There's dragonflies. There's beautiful people enjoying the natural resources of our beautiful
There's a
earth.
couple ugly ones too, though.
Do you want to come on the Lady Hawk and enjoy the truth of the blessings of peace and love and harmony with our fellow Americans?
Who's the other raccoon that's on here? Angel. There's a raccoon on here.
Why are you such a racist? Jesus Christ.
And why are you so nasty to women?
I said raccoon. How's that nasty to women? Raccoon is referring to a person who's selling out. That has nothing to do with gender.
Okay, here's the other personality.
Here we go. Another white racist.
Who hurt you?
White people, I told you. White racist people in America.
What did they touch you?
Okay. You know, I'm gonna go back on mute.
Do you have any hobbies? See
Who hurt you? Who hurt you?
Yeah, fighting racism, one of my favorite hobbies.
I think they touched him from the cooch to the wrinkled part.
Community activism and fighting white racist people like yourself, white racist judges, white racist district attorneys. Yeah, I enjoy that very much so. Filing complaints after complaint, filing class action lawsuits, love it. Love destroying your fucking racist ass system that you rely upon to get your
What's the most recent class action lawsuit? Because I'd be on top of class action lawsuit, like literally daily.
Not happening on this ad. Not happening.
Have you seen any live music lately?
Or dead music.
Who hurt you?
Now it's like a zombie band, and I really want to be at that concert.
You asked and I told you. You asked, I delivered, and I told you.
When was the last time you ate chitlins?
Have you ever been to a bar where you throw
I ate
axes?
with your mother. Me and your mother were eating chitlins together.
Have you been
Is
to a
the person that hurt you in this room?
All of you.
Wait, hold on, what did I do?
European centric?
Oh, we were friends, man.
Standardized testing.
I gotta go cry about it now. Oh my god, Necro is here.
I thought we were gonna make
Oh, Necro's gonna love this.
Let's ask Necro. Necro, has standardized testing of European centric standardized testing caused white structural racism and white supremacy?
Yeah, I know there's. Yeah, I know there's like a discussion about like tests scores and having to do with race. I'm not an expert on that subject, so I can't really say.
Well, the good news is we have an expert here.
Well, I'm willing to hear them.
Good luck, Necro.
C Profile, meet Necro. Necro, meet C Profile.
And in this corner, we've got C Profile weighing in it, we're not really sure, and Necro weighing in it a lot of resentment and anger.
And look at John. John thinking that he could somehow, he still thinks he's selling Negroes. He could set up a fight night with me.
Well, I just wanted to
stay on topic.
You can't tell me. No, you can't. No, you stay on topic, bitch.
I just wanted to comment. I didn't know I sounded that angry.
No, this is a conversation between me and these wannabe slave masters, and then you can sell me into a fight.
Okay, it was college, and I did the whole domination thing for a little bit, but I looked really good in those boots as Kristen.
Have you seen the movie Lionheart with Jean-Claude Van Damme, C Profile? Because that's kind of like Mandingo fighting.
I'm not answering because I set my makeup profile.
You know, Django and...
Oh, wait a minute. Important announcement. Gildas is here. Everything will be... Look, we're going to bring balance to the force with Gildas. Gildas
I want you to meet my new dear friend, C Profile. C Profile, meet Gildas the Great.
It's a trap!
He is the king of the Clubhouse Blacks, and he would like to talk to you.
So I can play as one of us.
No, Necro, this is not your turn to speak. Gildas, go ahead.
What's goody? I do think I might have become the king of the blacks on this app. I don't know. I'm trying to vie for the throne.
Well, you got some stiff competition because C Profile here is a strong contender for top black on Clubhouse.
You know, C Profile, Gildas works in a European-centric university, and if they knew his opinions, they would terminate him for being what they, consider untaught.
These wannabe slave masters think that they're gonna put me into a match with somebody. Not gonna happen.
They're trying to do a battle royale.
Gildas, this man claims to be hurt. He says he was hurt by the white man.
His people.
Oh man. Well, C Profile, this is my first time meeting you, man. We can chop it up. But, I am curious to know, what happened, man. What went down.
This is your
conversation. Well, I love America, C Profile, so you mean like they got us with our backs against the wall and we can't breathe, or what angle you might be coming from, man?
I just want to be clear. The conversation I'm about to have has nothing to do with Mojo. Has nothing to do with any of the individuals in here. David, or whatever his name is, Will something.
That's fair enough.
So you just
you
want...
understand something?
Wait, you just want to ignore your environment.
They're using you, brother. Don't let these brothers use you, man.
Hey, man, I don't feel like I'm being used, man. I feel like I'm doing my own thing, but, how am I being used?
You're putting a battery in your back, brother.
You are just an android. Gildas. C Profile is the real replicant.
No, that's not what I said. That's right there, right? See?
Well, to the...
Well, by assuming that we are using
Did you hear the part where he said C Profile is the real replicant? You see that? He tried to add a level of competition there to try to create some kind
No,
of...
I said you're the real replicant.
No. You're trying to instigate. And it's so low level that you don't even see how stupid you sound. You say, I'm not going to get an argument of the egos with another brother on this platform.
But to say that we are going and trying to use him, put a battery in him.
Hillary, I don't think this is a good time for a white woman's voice. Please, silence. Let Gildas take care of this.
Yeah, well, C Profile, what I would say...
They said, what? Yeah, I mean, look. He said, let Gildas take care of it. Look, he cracked the whip on you, bro. You hear that?
I understand. But, everybody on this stage, let me look. Everybody on this stage, I've had vehement disagreements with. I've gotten into fisticuffs with everybody on the stage, white, black, whomever. A lot of them don't agree with everything that I espouse. Sometimes we can't even talk to each other for several months because it's like, man, I don't want to talk to that motherfucker Gildas or whatever it may be, man. I'm a fair actor on this app. So, if it was a racial topic you want to talk about, these are my homeboys and shit, my homegirls. But I can disagree with people. I'm a man. I know how to disagree and separate or come to some kind of understanding. So, I'm sincere with my shit.
That's called the credibility part, C Profile.
Thank you. There's still white devils. Thank you.
Maybe we could start asking your opinions on capitalism.
Capitalism started with the transatlantic slave trade.
All right. Well,
you're welcome.
What made it
Brother,
trans?
I think that capitalism, um, in its really like newborn form, started somewhere in Italy during the Renaissance, but it didn't get its best unfurling until you got to the United States, and even then, it wasn't perfect. But the transatlantic slave trade, I think, was not capitalism. I think that's a mixture of colonialism and mercantilism. That's not capitalism, though.
Mercantilism.
Yeah, like when the government or the state or the king, basically says that our state gets a monopoly over this trade and nobody else can interfere with it, nobody can be an individual and trade against it. Um, when basically the state kind of running the economy in so many ways. I mean, not like a socialist economy, but akin to it. Whereas capitalism is free individuals being able to trade with whomever they want to trade with, nationally and internationally.
Are they using standardized testing in a European centric fashion?
Well, not at the inception. They weren't doing that.
Really?
But I mean, I didn't get kicked out of another room, but I was just in another room where a similar conversation was being held, and a lot of people maybe conflate the crimes of colonialism and mercantilism with capitalism. And I think that capitalism is one of the only reasons black men like us can call ourselves even semi-free today. If it weren't for the capitalism, we'd still be slaves.
Well, don't forget the Republican Party liberated all the slaves.
If it wasn't for, that's so false. If it wasn't for Haiti, we might still be slaves. Haiti's revolution set off a change and shift in paradigm in the European world. See, when the Haitians revolted and sent the French flee after losing over 100,000 men, you have a change and shift in ideas. Africans weren't thought of as humans with autonomy. They were thought of as things, these creatures. And once they realized that they could strategize and execute and potentially win at war, this changed things. So they had to realize they weren't just dealing with what they thought were brutes, when in actuality European was the actual brute. So we're not going to talk about, for me anyway, I don't try to intellectualize and use words like, capitalism and, this one and that one. All these silly words to take away from.
I really like the whispering tone. Is keeping score. That's voice number 6.
The really, really weird sort of intellectualizing of history and using these words to try to sidestep, historical events that literally changed the path and course of history. It's something funny. I find it to be very popular and common in groups of white Europeans and white people and people who have white supremacy ideology or Eurocentric ideology. They start saying things like, "Oh, that's that's Marxism," or this and that, instead of in trying to label things. So busy and focused labeling things instead of actually examining the human behaviors that exist within that thing. Because it's so much more important for people to accredit themselves with knowing these forms of terminology as opposed to actually talking about historical events that change things. Black people weren't freed by law. We freed ourselves.
Yeah, well, I understand what you mean about how inspirational the Haitian Revolution was, but I do have my qualms because insofar as the Haitian Revolution, threw off slavery and defeated the French, I mean, that is the most momentous slave revolt in the history of humankind. The fact that they won, Spartacus did not win.
Do you know about the Gullah Geechee Wars?
I've heard of them, but I'm not.
The Moron Bay Rebellion?
Okay, all right.
Do you know about? They made another movie about another gentleman. Nat Turner.
Do you know the most decorated Marine in U.S. history is Chesty Puller, and his first engagement was in Haiti?
The Gullah Geechee Wars was one of the few times that American military lost 3 battles back to back against a untrained or supposedly untrained group of escaped humans of African descent who were previously enslaved.
Well,
human beings.
I recognize that.
So hold on, brother. I'm not done. What I'm saying to you, this is not about your recognition. I care not about your recognition. I don't care about that. What I'm talking about right now is not about a conversation or a debate or point scoring or who sounds what. I don't care about none of that. The reality is that when you look at this, comment section and the comments that people make and how they think and how people have internalized this dehumanization of the African, of the black person today, to the point where black people today will capitulate and try to align themselves with this Eurocentric mentality and sort of tap dance and try to be a puppeteer for these racist white folks, right? It's quite interesting when you're having these conversations about facts, about history, that it becomes a matter of technicality and this and that. And no, we have a story of America, and a lot of the pieces are missing. And I don't care about. I really don't care anymore about Eurocentric viewpoints. I don't care about them.
10 minutes later, you don't care anymore.
And so, what I'm saying to you, you racist devil, John, you piece of shit racist devil, is that
You just broke rule number 4. Please check the rules.
The ideas that I'm presenting. No, I have no problem calling you a racist devil because that's what you are. You benefit from racism. You're a racist.
Projection.
And it's okay.
Projection
It's okay.
alert.
It's okay.
Projection alert.
Yes, this seems to be the only vocabulary word you know. So that's okay. I know you're limited. White mediocre people are limited. So
projection alert.
But anyway, like I said, that's what happens when you get things handed to you without working for it. So look, here's the thing, right? At the end of the day,
projection alert.
This guy got to grow up, man. He's like a teenager, man. So like I said, at the end of the day, I'm gonna get going because one of the most saddening things in my life that I've heard in my life is coonery, buffoonery. And before I listen to a black man who tries to tap dance in this room and try to capitulate to whiteness and debate me and argue with me in front of these racist white devils, then I'd rather leave and get going. So we know you found a coon that's going to do your bidding for you. So have a good time, Gildas, and you won't be here debating with me.
I know where you're coming from, see profile, and I wish you well.
I don't wish you well.
That was positive vibes.
Well, I mean, it's not anything new. It's par for the course. You got a lot of angry black folks. You got a lot of angry black folks, and they haven't really wanted to get into the history or get into the nuances of things. They just know like something ain't right, and it's the white man's fault. And to a certain degree, man, I can understand where a brother like that might be coming from, but it's that unwillingness to engage intellectually that it holds my community back, man. It holds it back. I'll say this in front of white folks. I'll say it in front of black folks. You can call me a coon. You can call me whatever you want. But at the end of the day, you saw what the man did. He's like, this nigga sounds smart. I ain't about to argue this nigga. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to say the N-word. This fool sounds smart. I ain't about to argue.
Hold on. I gotta pause you. Hold on. We gotta pause. We gotta read the rules here. Oh man, I wish you wouldn't have done that, but now it's a formality here. Listen, we got rules here. Number 1, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, keep your shares brief. Number 5, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7, and this one's for you, Gildas, the N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8, do not spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only, please. Thank you. I hope that was clear enough for everyone. And continue, Gildas.
Yeah, I sincerely apologize that because I do know the rules, man, and I don't want to bring that kind of heat. But man, it's just I don't know. I get a lot of love from Caribbeans, from Africans, continental Africans, from European Africans. They can get it. If sit down and talk with me for a little bit, they're like, okay, Gildas, you ain't so bad. But some of these brothers, they coming in hot off the streets, and their interaction with white folks is police and bad school teachers, and they just look at white people like all of y'all are evil. I get where they're coming from. I don't agree with it, but it's a lot on that. And the brother who just left, like, I could tell, like, he doesn't want to have the conversation because his arms aren't long enough. He's like, I ain't about to talk to no scholar or no thinker. Fuck that. I just wanted to, like, troll the white folks and move on my day. It is what it is. It's happened before. He isn't the first one. He won't be the last one.
Gildas,
Is it? Right there.
Gildas, why do African Americans always say "my people"? My people. So, as an American, if I were to say my people, but also include the African American population of America, would it be inappropriate for me to claim that black people in America are also my people as a white American?
In many of our minds, my people means those of us who have brown skin, dark skin, and went through slavery. So there is no my people that includes white folks, Asian folks, other Americans. Whereas the way you would be trying to use it would be, more all-inclusive. Everybody who pays their taxes and gets up to go to work and shit. They're all Americans to you.
Wait, do we live with time travelers in this country? Because I don't think anybody alive today was a slave.
Yeah, but African Americans specifically, or in particular, I should say, do feel like that makes us a singular people. And in many ways it does, but insofar as it begins to cloud your ability to reason, then I reject it.
Something that is going to always keep us stupid is our inabilities to see past all of that shit. Because if you want to keep somebody down and you want to keep control of them, what do? Separate them. Tell one group that they are better than every other group, but you go tell each of the groups that, and you tell each of the groups not to talk to the other group because XYZ, and then it's easier to control. Small little groups are a whole lot easier to control. There are a whole lot of people sharing information, knowledge, strength, and standing together against an oppressor. So, just saying, the more people try to singular themselves down and niche down, further away we're ever going to get from having any kind of peace.
Well, what's more destructive, a group of people who oppress people or people who self-oppress themselves?
Well, obviously the latter is worse, but when the idea is I'm oppressing myself because I'm oppressed by whites, that's where it starts to get really funky. Because now you've got to say, okay, I shot the man across the street in a drug deal gone bad, not because I just wanted to be a drug dealer and commit crime, but because the white man took so many opportunities away from my ancestors that this is all I felt I was capable of doing to gain some kind of wealth in this world. And now I don't agree with that assessment, but that is how a lot of black folks in America think. They think that the only reason I'm committing crime is because of the original try to lock me up. If you catch me, you should just let me go. It's a fucked up world in terms of some of that black thinking. I grew up around it. I know it. But it's wrong. It is wrong. And that's not to just sit up here and tap dance for Mojo or anybody else. That's me tap dancing for myself.
Well, I say just join the dance and the partners will find themselves.
Here's what I don't like about the interaction that the two of you had, and it wasn't from your part, Gildas. It was this protectionism of trying to control the conversation to not take place in front of white people. And that kind of reminds me of the lessons my parents taught me as far as keeping a secret as a kid. Anybody outside of your parents asking you to not share things with somebody, you tell your parents. It's kind of one of those things. Like, it's almost like safeguarding and protecting a system of psychological abuse because you don't agree with the way that Black America behaves, and at times, or you have certain criticism, then you're a coon, or you shouldn't be having that conversation in front of other people. It's really abusive, and I don't think that people really call it out for what it is.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Doc. And it takes a lot of black people a long time to maybe outgrow that influence that black culture has on you to be a race man or, you whatever you think, whatever you do, it has to benefit the race. And, like to a certain extent, I understand. But the grandparents and the old uncles that I knew, like they didn't think like that, and they lived under Jim Crow. So I don't understand how these new age blacks with iPhones and jobs and property and like they have everything that our ancestors hoped they could get, except the mentality or except the outlook about how to engage in America. Yes, if a cop is stomping the brains out of a black man or a black woman, we gotta fight for our rights, for sure. I'm with you. But, like, don't say that the white man forced you to sell crack to your mama. That's crazy.
Not my mama.
You know what I mean? Like, I had to sell crack to my auntie because racism in the 80s. Nah, that's cap.
Here's my thing, Gil. Oh, sorry.
I think when you trivialize something like that and then chuckle about it, you are the worst kind of Negro, my brother.
Well, can you explain how I'm trivializing it?
Yes, because you're making it seem as if that people in certain communities are inherently predisposed to certain behaviors because of their race. You are the worst kind of Negro.
Well, again, I don't think I'm attributing anything to race. I'm attributing things to people's personal...
You have said, you have used the word black 6 times since I've been in the room the last 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I mean, we were talking about black. Times that I use the word white.
So no, what you were saying, you were making the point that there are certain mindsets that are attributed or identified with black people.
Not all of us, but some of us, yeah. You disagree?
No, I don't think any mindset is attributed or assigned to a person based on their race. A lot of the reasons why people think and believe what they do is because of the conditions and the exposure that they have.
This is what I just explained, actually.
No, bro, you were using the term black people, black thoughts, black ideals. Those are your words.
Well, again, I was saying that there is a segment of the black population that believes that, for lack of a supremacy is the reason why we might have so much conflict and trauma and violence in some of our communities. Not all black communities are violent, but you know the headliners are, and they remain that way.
We have to understand in America that there were not only laws, customs, guidelines, regulations, and practices that disproportionately affected black people in a negative way. Period. Point blank. That is not something that anyone made up or anything like that. We can go through history in any time period up until right now, and you can look at, there are literally lawsuits that are pending related to financial practices that are discriminatory toward black people.
I agree with you. I cannot deny the facts of history. Let me ask you a question, please, before you go on, because I'm listening to you. I'm not trying to yell back and forth. But given that history, why is it that 100% of black people are not criminals? Why is it just this 2 or 3% in our community that endured those conditions, that lived under those racist laws? 98% of us chose not to become criminals, but the 2% that did probably did more to ruin our chances in this country than any slave master did, is what I would go ahead and say. You know, when you start shooting Uzis over crack sales, that's only 2%, 1% of the black people in the community, just a few YNs. You know, everybody else is going to church and going to work, being garbage men and janitors like my father, trying to buy Christmas lights and shit like that, trying to just get along. But it's just that one little segment that kind of ruins it for everybody. So how do you explain that?
Okay. I think you're framing the question the wrong way, sir. I think you're framing the question as if it's a racial question. We live in the most violent, civilized society in the entire world. Period. Point blank. And if you
say we're the most violent modern society, are you serious?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, okay, give me 3 things that make us the most violent modern society aside from others.
Homicide, assaults, and robberies.
This is own community.
Okay, if I recall correctly, other countries have a higher level of homicide than we do.
No, they don't. No, they don't. There's no.
If you look for the places that have the most violent murders in the world, the U.S. State Department says to stay away from, yes, they certainly have more murders per capita than we do.
Give me one modern, civilized, developed country that has more crime, murder, however you want to divide. Violent crime.
Mexico is controlled by the cartels. And the use of violence by the cartels.
That is absolutely a lie.
Nigeria.
No, it's not. The Gulf Cartel
Rwanda.
and
Uganda.
the cartel run by El Chapo use violence as a means.
This is where Marshall comes in handy. He does the heavy lifting.
Hold on, Marshall, hold on. So we've got Jamaica, Ecuador, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, all with higher rates of homicide than the U.S. I can go on.
Okay, so homicide, that's now out. Homicide's no longer there.
I think facts are important. Rock, where do you get your facts?
So when I look at you can look at rates true as one determining factor of the most, but I tend to want to look at volume. Just the sheer volume of murders.
So per capita means nothing to you.
Well, of course it does mean something.
Oh, shit.
But you are more likely to be the victim of a homicide in the countries that I just listed than in the U.S.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying.
just the sheer volume of. Think about what I said. I said murders,
Think about it.
assaults, and robberies.
Think about it.
If you combine those, there's no country on earth that behaves, functions, exists.
Well, hold on.
Yes,
Hold on. I want to give you a list of the robberies. Costa Rica's number one per capita in robberies, then Argentina, then Uruguay, then Brazil, then Chile, Nicaragua. Goddamn, South America, you fucked up. Ecuador, Cape Verde, South Africa, and Mexico, all with higher per capita robberies than the United States.
And then go to assaults. Then go to assaults.
I'll get through all of them, but right now you have to understand that the first two that I've looked up are incorrect. I could find countries that for the first two.
Combined. I said combined.
Okay. I'm gonna pull the map because I'm a big facts guy. I'm gonna go look it up.
And I mean, this is what I wanted to say to the guy who left when he brought up the Haitian Revolution. Well, hold on. Let me just get the thought out, Rock, and you can respond to it or not.
Well, I was interrupted while
There's this animosity about how to get revenge against white supremacy. And, in one extent, maybe it's valid. But the problem is that I haven't heard anybody come up with a plan for what we do after the revolution. And that's the problem that Haiti had. They did a successful revolution.
No, that wasn't the problem that Haiti had. You don't know your history. The imperial powers.
You got mad that somebody interrupted you, and now you're doing the interruption.
No, because he says
Good one,
he's stating
Marshall. I have learned to love Marshall, not to hate Marshall. Just don't interfere with Marshall, and that means don't talk to Marshall.
Well, let him finish.
The problem with Haiti is after the revolution is that they were excluded from the trade of goods and services in the northern hemisphere. They were excluded.
And what sort of economy did they try and erect in their constitution after the Haitian Revolution? When you read through the Haitian Revolution's constitution, and you see that they're saying, well, we have to make the peasants go back and work on the farms. They didn't adopt a free market stance. They didn't adopt a stance that would have been friendly to America's economy. If they had done that, wanted to reimpose a caste system, okay, and insofar as they're going to do that, they're not going to be some kind of economic engine that any country wants to do business with, especially after they've done a slave revolt. It is what it is.
Bro, if they had been able to get a fair market value for their coffee, sugar, and other agricultural products, they would not have.
I'm really confused. You're actually going to argue would have had better castes and lower castes, where certain black people in Haiti got treated like princesses and princes, and certain other black people in Haiti got treated like dog shit? Isn't that the exact same problem you had before? Just saying.
I'm talking about the economy of the nation. I'm not even addressing that. Their customs of their society is something that they have to deal with. I'm talking about the economics of why they have never been able to be a viable economic power in the northern hemisphere. That's what I'm talking about.
In what universe does the idea of reimposing a caste system not like screw people?
So have we?
And at what point is imposing?
We don't as Americans.
And at what point is imposing the caste system imposing the same behavior that you now have a criticism of?
If you're from the Scotland area, economic partners based on their customs and ideals match ours.
Higher point. If you think it is wrong to reign over.
Hold on. Let me interrupt. Okay, so the top 10, I'll give you number 10 is Mexico for most combined homicide, robbery, serious assault per capita. Mexico's number 10, Ecuador's number 9, Chile's number 8, Brazil's number 7, Uruguay's number 6, Argentina's number 5, Costa Rica's number 4, Scotland of all places is number 3, South Africa's number 2, and
We're wrapping up a long push here this late Saturday night.
America is not in the top 10. So facts matter, people.
Yeah, and so you're telling me how many murders happened in England the past year?
That's not the point. The point was
No, that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. I asked the question.
Hold on.
Hold on.
When I looked them up individually, you said that you weren't happy with that.
No.
I'm asking. Hold on.
I'm not trying to argue with you.
You listed all three of them. And then I said, okay, well, when it comes to homicide, U.S. isn't in the top 10. Then you said, okay, well, what about robbery? And then, nope, not in the top 10. What about assault? Not in the top 10. And then you said, well, you got to blend them all together. So then I blend them all together, and I gave you the top 10. And now you're saying, hey, let's talk about the homicides. It's like, make up your mind. You're looking for some piece of data that would back up the incorrect information that you see. And the bottom line is you don't know what you're talking about.
I live in this country, and I've traveled abroad in Europe and in South America.
Then why are you so wrong?
Make up for facts? Are you kidding?
No. What I'm saying is, I've lived in Europe in a country of 17 million, a country of 17 million people. They had 10 murders the entire year. None of them due to gun violence.
What you are doing is saying your experience.
No, what I'm doing is telling you that in America, the level of gun violence that we have here is far greater than any other nation that you could ever visit.
Okay, hold on. Marshall, you have to mute yourself. I don't know who modded Marshall, but we don't mod men in this space. We only mod women in this space. I'm going to bring Marshall back up, but do not mod men in this space. You are in the muff.
Y'all have a caste system here based on gender?
Yes, we.
Well, I'll leave then.
It's called in the muff. Like, have you ever been in the muff? There you go. He's afraid of pussy. There we have it. Look, he said something and he wanted it to go unchecked. And then once I did the fact check, and by the way, I wasn't 100% sure what the answer would be. But then when I started looking at it, I was like, damn, we're doing pretty good here. So I think here's the bottom line. When people say things, whether you agree with them, whether you disagree with them, whatever, fact check their asses. This is Clubhouse. People make up all kinds of silly shit. All kinds of silly shit. And then it wanted down because we have women moderators. By the way, Marshall, I love you to death, but in the muff, we do not have male moderators. The only reason I'm allowed to mod here is because I wear the scarf that I wear. And so this gives me allyship with females.
No offense taken, my friend.
I mean,
Bravo, you asked us to rise you up. What do you got to say for yourself?
Can I ask Gildas a question?
That was the best that he had. He wanted to come up and then he wanted to play a song and use a gif of a dance. Like, do better, people.
Can I ask a question to Gildas? Gildas, it's a theory of mine that all communication is projection and politic. Maybe at the same time, but not always necessarily. I'm just wondering, in the black community, is racial identity politics a projection, or is that politics?
Well, I think I would need to understand more about how you're defining those two terms. But initially, I would say it's more politics.
So, I mean, if somebody comes up here and claims that America is white supremacist structure, white structural racism, and the past two speakers I would say are of that sentiment, isn't that just their politic? And to get upset over their politic it would be ridiculous as a listener to get upset with their version or their form of trying to do politic.
Yes, okay, so yeah, then I think we're on the same page here about why we think it's politics. And ultimately, they want reparations. Like, give me the reparations, and then we'll see how we move forward. There's no promise that reparations will be like, all right, it's even now. Even if you paid us $250,000,000, there's no guarantee that it's like, all right, we got paid, we capped up, we straight. Even after that, it would still be politics. It would still be, well, you didn't pay it out the right way, or you paid the wrong people more and you paid the other people less. It would just go on and on. So really, it's not politics. It's an existential problem.
We have a new poll up. It looks like Tell Me More is winning. John Kitover, do you want to tell them about the book club? As John stepped away from the phone. He'll be back. Why do you reckon the last fellow left? Do you think it was because he didn't want to be in a room where there was women modded, or do you think it was because his argument was based on lies? What do you think was more likely?
The argument fell apart.
I think he made a lot of assumptions about what he was commenting on.
And I mean, that's how it usually goes. If you hold their feet to the fire, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know where they got the idea. It just is what it is.
Yeah, and the louder he got, the more he spoke over Marshall. I just knew it was a wrap.
John, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you tell us, in the poll above, Tell Me More is winning, so maybe you can tell people more.
So, yeah, if you are interested in reading a book where everybody's gonna, instead of having like never-ending conversations on here, we're gonna pick a book. I've suggested the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, which is a great psychological and political book based on wisdom, that we would all read from a book for 5 minutes and try to increase our collective IQ, as opposed to having never-ending heated debate and discussion.
I'm down. That actually sounds fun.
Can I recommend the next book?
Oh,
Absolutely.
boy. Well, I don't know about that. Have you met Kristen?
Oh, we're open to suggestions in the book club.
By that.
She's like me, Roger. She loves history.
All right, Kristen. What's the second book? Not that it's appropriate to move past the first one, but
We don't
what?
know the first one. I just want to have first dibs in the next one.
Okay. Is it gonna be a romance novel?
I guess it could be. I didn't get any romance from it, but I recommend the book called The Art of War.
Sun Tzu? Alright, looks like we've got the first two on deck. John, we'll have to figure out when's the appropriate time to do this, but I think the reading will be a hoot. We need to get people on Clubhouse to read more. This
Is anybody in disagreement that we need to read more? Anyone?
What I think you'll be shocked to discover is that some people, when asked to read a book, are actually incapable of reading a book out loud. It's kind of like a job interview. Somebody comes into the office and you're like, you know what? Just read me 2 pages from this book. And it turns out that they can't actually read to you the 2 pages without, reading it in broken English nonstop. And so that could be a disqualifier in terms of getting employment.
Yeah, the voice has to be clear to transmit the information.
It's what I call a diagnostic test.
Who all in this room was in Healthy Debates earlier when they came after the queen of all of Clubhouse? Who all was present for that? Naughty, naughty. They thought they were going to come for the head of the queen. They thought the king was going to capitulate. I didn't. Stand by your lady.
I am getting a...
No, you didn't. I was removed.
What?
I was not in the room. I did not know what was going on.
I got in there.
Wait, Serendipity, you were removed. I can assure you I did not do it.
No,
Tiffany, you were removed?
Yes, I was removed.
Did you do anything wrong?
No. I was action emojiing you.
Oh, wow. Wow. Has spoken.
Yeah, it was an interesting room.
If you're interested, Mojo, I can recommend a historical romance. I would recommend A Knight in Shining Armor. You're welcome.
See, it's my belief in book club. You should go for high value books.
Hang on, Jordan. Hang on for a second. Serendipity, what happened? Why were you removed? Hey, Kristen.
I would assume, JB knows that Monica and I are good friends, so I'm just assuming he just removed me because he knew I wasn't there to support Monica.
Do you remember who was modeled at the time?
Oh, I really don't. Like I said, I was not in there for 60 seconds. I was removed.
I was modded, but I definitely did remove her.
I was also modded, and I was also modded. I did not remove me. I think there was another mod. I don't know. It was JB, it was Nye, it was myself, and I think there was a fourth person. I don't know that person.
Okay, thanks. Shout. No, I was joking, by the way. Yeah, Serendipity, if you got any ideas about who it might be, or if you hear them, please let me know.
It was interesting. I learned that people were uncomfortable because I open rooms and I invite Monica and I give Monica a mod badge. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm not the only mod in this room. We have Kristen, we have Miss Dawn, who's been asleep for the last 3 hours. We have Dippity, and we have Nye. I mod the ladies. This is kind of like, it's in the muff. You have to have female mods if you're in the muff. It's kind of in the title. And Hero, she's gonna get modded because she's a woman. And this is no disrespect to any of the men that are in the room. It's just the way it is in the muff. But I learned that there are people that are uncomfortable because I'm friends with Monica. That's very interesting. I don't know why they're threatened. Maybe the women, maybe it's jealousy. Maybe they thought that they were going to win me over. And, I only have eyes for Monica. That's it.
I was really proud of you, Roger. I felt like, I don't know, you didn't get rattled, you weren't upset, you were just calm and cool.
there was nothing to see. It's like we open rooms and there's people that are confused on why Mojo would do rooms with Monica. I would say go listen to the recordings of the rooms that Monica's done. I would argue that the room that she did on Roland Fryer is one of the best rooms that you're going to listen to on all of Clubhouse. And if you miss these rooms live, you can always go to YouTube and you can watch the live stream. John Kitover, can you tell them how to find that when they're on YouTube?
Sure, just go to my profile or go to the chat. I will put the link to one of my primary YouTube channels, and you can see all Clown House rooms streamed live on YouTube. And some of you are most likely in my YouTube videos. Some of you may already be watching my YouTube to find out, if you were in that scene or if, how I reacted. Additionally, there are people who may be blocked from this room and other rooms who also watch my live stream and text me nonstop or even call me nonstop to talk about what they're watching on the YouTube live.
When was the biggest room that you streamed? When was that?
A couple months ago, I was live streaming Patty's Politically Correct, and I rebranded a YouTube channel to like Republican Comedy or something, and I put up a Pepe mask on this gay stool that I have with all this other weird stuff, and then that room like took off. That YouTube live got like concurrently, it was like in the high hundreds, and I think like 15,000 views or 10,000 views. It seems like the algorithm, it's very hard to get views, but there are days or times.
How did yesterday's room do?
It did really well. That live stream on that YouTube, I can put the link, got, I don't know, 1,500 views, I think, and about 70, 80 concurrent live streams, because the average view is only just a couple seconds. So that's the most disappointing part about you think you go, oh, I got 1,700 views. No, you get 1,700 people who on average watched your live stream for 3 seconds. So it's all just fluff.
Well, we're gonna try to break those records.
Oh my gosh.
I'm in.
That's great news, Joe. Can you maybe tell us what the Hanged Man means in tarot?
Oh, for me, it's sort of the indecision. Like I'm unsure but okay about what's next. Like I'm not the expert. I'm on a ride, and I have to be humble about what's going to happen next, because I'm not the expert.
Well, I know this isn't book club, but I do happen to have a book on tarot right in front of me. If the moderators would approve, can I tell you what Key 12, the Hanged Man, or Mem tarot means?
Absolutely.
What, man tarot?
Mem, it's a Hebrew letter.
Witchcraft.
It's not witchcraft, it's called a book, and maybe you should pick one up once in a while. It's called Mem, value 40. Value as the final letter in a word 600. This is the second of the 3 mother letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Its name means literally seas, but like many plurals in Hebrew, it designates a general idea, in this instance, water. In this connection, we may note that alchemists call water the mother, seed, and root of all minerals. In ancient books, neither direction nor planet is assigned to this letter. In the cube of space, however, it corresponds to the inner axis of the cube connecting the center of the eastern face with the center of the western face. Moreover, the final form of the letter Mem shares with the letter Tav the attribution to the innermost center of the cube of space, and to this attribution part of the symbolism of Key 12 refers. In modern astrology, however, Neptune corresponds to Mem. The color assigned to this planet is pale blue, and the corresponding musical tone is G sharp or A flat. Water, the element represented by Mem, is the first mirror. Water reflects images upside down And this idea is carried out by the symbolism and title of Key 12, which is a symbol of reflected life, a life in image of life in the forms taken by the occult water or cosmic substance. Hanged Man, the title means occultly suspended mind, because the man and mind are from the same Sanskrit root, and this fact was known to the occultists who invented tarot. The title refers also to the utter dependence of human personality upon the cosmic life. In the Rider Pack, the youth hangs from a T-cross. Okay, that's all I'll read for now, but that's called reading a book. And I hope maybe some of you will come to this week's book club to also read a book.
Yeah, and I should say that my Hanged Man came from the Celtic Cross tarot reading, where I had majority swords, and then I ended with the Hanged Man, and that stuck with me. Just by the way.
Well, I support the reading of books as a group.
How else are you gonna learn about Dorian Gray? You gotta read them books. What I'm looking forward to most is to hear Monica's voice when she's reading from the book. 5 minutes of the most glorious voice on all of Clubhouse.
If we read the most glorious books and have the most glorious reader and sounding person, clearly the room will be glorious, and hundreds, if not thousands, of brain-rotted out clownhouse users will finally hear what we call intelligence, knowledge, comprehension. It will be a hallelujah moment.
We have some epic voices here. Gildas, for example, will be awesome. Adam's reading is going to be great. Anne Hero, that's going to be amazing. John's voice. I hate the sound of my voice, but I'll read because reading's important. We have an Australian accent with Ro. Nye, oh, your voice, it's going to do big things. I think this is going to be great. We got to get El Normo. El Normo will be nice. Anybody else?
Necro.
No.
I want to read.
I love Necro's voice.
I've done some readings. Popcorn at Mojo, you got a great voice, by the way. I mean, I don't know what to say. I think most people don't like their own voice, is what it is. I'm sure it's just as handsome as everybody says it is, but I just don't see it that way. That's your inner ear. That's your inner ear. You're hearing it from your perspective, not ours. Right? You got a great voice. Well, thank you. I'll accept that. Have you heard Monica's voice? I have not, and I'm afraid to, because I think it'll change me after this room. After what I've heard, I think it'll change me.
It definitely will.
It's the voice of an angel. Like, if you picture, like, what would it sound? What would it sound like if the Lord was speaking to you in a feminine tone and like somehow?
Oh my word.
Can we get Dr. Jordan up here? Dr. Jordan? We gotta get Dr. Jordan.
I just love this clubhouse romance that has blossomed.
First of all, it's not a romance. It's I have a crush on her. She's not returned any of these signals. There's no signals coming back my way.
Still a romance, though. It's so cute. It's like unrequited love.
I'm like John Cusack, lonely with the radio over my head and say anything.
Exactly.
Exaltation. Nothing wrong with that. Can we make sure that Dawn does not read in our club? Dawn and Necro are forbidden from reading.
No, I just want to ask. I understand why voice is unpleasant. I don't.
Work on your voice inflection, please.
I don't understand why Dawn would be unpleasant. I think she has a very pleasant voice.
She sounds like John Fetterman, like hours after his stroke.
You like that?
Crazy.
You also
I said you like that?
dramatic reading.
How many hours?
That's
How many hours hours after the stroke.
Dude, I'm back channeling it to every fucking body that I know will get pissed off over it.
Rough.
You know, I'd like to
back channel to like 30
my
people
vote
already.
from yesterday. I voted.
Hold on.
It's hard to
I
know
have
the
walk this back
context of
just
some
in
of
case she's
these.
listening. Don, I'm totally
Oh, it's
kidding.
her
You know
crashing
you're
out
one
on
of my
black
favorites,
people
but
because
I
they're
can click
arguing
on the
with it.
people that I like, and hopefully,
Yeah, I can
hopefully
get
she's
the
not
whole
hearing this in her
screenshots,
sleep
like
and
the
having
whole one.
nightmares.
You should put these on YouTube.
I voted
But what
yesterday.
what ends up happening is during the chillism conversations and debates and stuff, they'll some of these people will be in the back channel dropping shit towards each other. So like Louis will be like, "Shut the fuck up, Monica," and then Monica's like, "Fuck you, you nigger," you know, or something like that, and say that word directed towards him in the back channel because they know that Monica doesn't want to say it in the chat. Because then other people inside of Clubhouse will see it, like Roger, and be like, "Oh my God, Monica's a fucking racist piece of shit," you know. And I don't mind if Monica says the word, because I'm a free speech absolutist. And like, if a person says, like when Pepe says it, nobody gives a shit because everybody knows that Pepe uses that word. But when Monica then turns around and says, "Oh, I don't ever use that word," and then it's like, "Well, I got like fucking 20 screenshots of you using the word." Like, it's a two-faced fucking behavior that just pisses me off. But yeah, it's just nice everybody's seeing it though.
I think you may be overestimating how much people actually care about any of this. Just FYI.
Well, no, I know what's going on. I mean, Roger said that. I mean, were you there the day that Roger said that he doesn't actually like Monica? He doesn't think she's like, you know, somebody of substance. That he said he's doing this like pretending like he likes Monica and making her believe that like he has a crush on her and like he's telling her, "Oh, my sweetheart, my lovely darling,
Yeah.
like queen." And what he's doing is he's trying to piss off Nathan, and then Nathan's like running his mouth, and then Roger goes and then makes the 10 rules, which is like Chillism's 5 rules, and then he goes over to JB's room, and then when JB invites him in, then he tries to plug his room, then JB tries to misdirect away, like, "Oh, hey, Cindy down in the audience," and then Roger's like, "Hey," Roger redirects it back again by saying, "Hey, if anybody wants to like have an issue and shit, they can come over to, you know, In the Muff, or, you know, talk to me directly." And, yeah, it's just it's a cash grab, that's all they're doing.
Yeah. Roger, see, the thing is, if you're the green bean, it gives you that control, and like Roger likes to have the soul control because I think it's probably more effective.
Personality disorder.
Probably, but it's also, you know, it makes it easier as if you're the soul mod, you control the whole experience. It's that much more, you know.
Well, what's funny is David hit the nail on the head in the JB room. He said that for Roger, this is like WWF, WWE, and Roger is fucking Vince McMahon, and he's like orchestrating all this drama.
It's true. That's smart.
It is fucking true. And I just think it's fun, but you know what? I'm gonna contribute, and I'm gonna add to the drama in the muff.
Yeah.
Even if I'm not in there, and just fuck around and have fun, because that's all Clubhouse is. It's a fucking psyop, right, John?
I mean, it's not
It's
like
hypnosis.
yeah, but it's like just individuals doing it to each other.
No, I know. It's all hypnosis, John.
And projection. Okay, have a good night. Talk to you soon.
Later, Johnny.
Okay, bye.
It's like, what if I did it with Joe?
Like if Joe ain't getting with the necro, then where do you go? Where do you turn? Like for example, I always have a backup plan. Right now, like I've got my heart set, all my thoughts, all my prayers, like my everything, my little prayer box is all dedicated to Monica right now. However, if the universe shifts and it moves in a different direction, I already know who my backup plan is. I just can't share it with you because if I share it with you, it'll make it seem like I don't have enough focus on my number one.
Yeah, sorry about this commercial. This commercial, I don't know. Do you think that I should do this on this fucking video? Are you there, Marshall?
Marshall can't save you now.
No comment.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I just don't want her, if she really doesn't want to, you know, be discussed about
Well,
this.
hold on. This is what I suggest. Don't publicly pursue her the way that I do with Monica. This is a special technique that I'm using. I don't think this will work for everyone. What I would do if I were you, this is my personal advice, is I would just be in her presence, be excellent in her presence, make her laugh. Once she laughs, send her a private message, keep the conversation going. Try not to make it awkward. Don't pepper her with too many compliments. And then just, like I said, just be excellent in her presence. Is there any way I could experience Monica? Is it, I just hear about back off, pal. I saw her first. No, just to experience it. You could listen to the replays because the replays are on.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, it's like, I mean, making Joe laugh, I mean, isn't an issue. Because I can definitely make her laugh. So.
Alright, whoever's friends with Joe B, just get the word, you know how it works, just kind of just be like, hey, what do you think of this necro guy? You know, put in a good word. I think we can make this happen.
Yeah, Joe, I'm sorry, I'm just so bad. I'm like the worst person you could ever be.
I'm just hearing all this about Monica and not experiencing any of it. Is this Matt cool?
So I have gotten some messages from Rich. He's watching the YouTube live right now, and if anybody's interested in watching that YouTube live, the link is in my profile. And Rich is sending me all kinds of stuff about Monica and some of her communications with other Chillism members, which some of you may.
Wait, hold on. Before you go simping for Rich, let's just be straight. He tried to call her out on a stage, tried to say some, things that she said that he took out of context. He's made it sound like she was a racist. All the while, he was in a room using the N-word repeatedly.
You busted
Rich
Rich.
has been blocked from this room. Now, he could get back if he swears that he's going to follow all the rules, but he would have to swear to follow the rules. Because right now, I think that Rich has offended enough people in this room, broken enough rules, and the last thing that he's ever going to do in my presence is disrespect the Queen of Clubhouse.
Well, he's putting a lot of smiley emojis in the YouTube live stream right now. And he wrote, well, I don't want to read all the stuff he wrote, but he heard you loud and clear. So if you unblock him and he apologizes, makes atonement, and agrees to abide by the rules, I'm trying to play the mediator.
I might have to put together a 9-person tribunal to oversee this.
Yeah. No, Rich thinks everything's my fault.
I'm
He's
so
loving
excited, by the way, as a newcomer. Who is Monica? And what is this trend? I'm just happy to be here.
Joe, so Monica is everyone's favorite Canadian who wants to make America great again.
I've never interacted with you. Hey, don't be doxing my girl. You mean Jeremy? Or Monica?
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super.
Yeah, Jeremy is Mojo's girl.
What are we talking about? I'm just happy to be here. Is it my imagination, or does Joe sound dead ass like Matt Cool? I am not Matt Cool. I promise you that. Where's Matt Cool at?
I think it's the Aristotle icon.
He's currently in a Pepe room.
Yeah.
No, he's right down below. He has the Aristotle icon.
Oh yeah, I see him. Wait, what did he vote? What's the blue? I will pass. Of course Matt Cool passed on a book reading room.
So who is Monica?
She's the most attractive, beautiful, and intelligent
This is getting
woman.
weird. If you mention her name again, I'm gonna have to remove you. I'm getting very uncomfortable.
Fair.
Joe, you haven't answered the survey question yet. Are you interested in joining our book club?
I will ask for that now.
There's a whole lot of other people on this stage and in this room that have also not answered the survey question. Do you want to join John Kitover's book club? Yes, I do. I will pass, or tell me more.
I said yes, as long as we read Dorian Gray.
Are you guys confident in your reading voice, like in front of other people?
I'm confident.
I can read rock.
Hopefully it doesn't have big words. I do better with smaller words.
Yeah, in the Tao, less is more.
Another thing, you got to be able to read confidently to make it,
There's Dr. Seuss in there.
The most important word in the Constitution is erection.
That's the most important word in my Constitution.
Roger.
Talk to me. What's up?
That YouTube link that I just put in the chat, it's just a really short little clip of a nurse that does like these little, I don't know, hospice videos. But I want you to listen to the patient and tell me who you think it sounds like.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by saying that Joe he doesn't sound like that cool to me.
Right?
Yeah, I'm not.
Dang. That's crazy.
That's crazy. It's her voice twin.
I'm not Matt Cool. I'm Joe Cool, if you will. Joe, back in school.
That guy was weird. Do you think that we'll get C profile to come back in the room? Think he'll be back anytime soon?
not if he sees me in here.
What about the guy Rock who made some outrageous claims and then we fact checked and he ran off?
Same difference. They don't want to talk to one of their own kind who can hold them, to the fire. Not in this room. They might come catch up with me in one of the black rooms on the side, and it may happen that way, but up in here,
Well, I'm black, and everyone came out of Africa, so, we held him to account as Americans.
John, Randy brought up a good point. If the book club decides to do Huck Finn, we won't be able to do it in the muff for obvious reasons.
because what is it, 260 mentions? I thought it was like 80. It's like 300 mentions.
Surprisingly, I think it's only African Americans that I have heard use the N-word in the muff.
Nope, Rich has used it. I've heard Adams use it, I've heard Gildas use it, I've heard Sig use it. Interestingly enough, they all used it in a context where they were explaining somebody else using it, but just to hold the line. Just to hold the line.
Well,
I try to say ninjas, but I'm gonna stop saying that.
I try to say YNs now.
Oh, I didn't even know what that meant. Now I'm gonna be listening for it. You shouldn't have told me.
I generally say Nostradamus.
You can say Canes.
No, when I talk about the N word and people say he's too much of a pussy to use the N word, I say Nostradamus.
We added no saying the K word to that rule. Rule number 7's now banned the K word. And today we were asked if the K word stands for kangaroo. And we had to explain what the K word was, which was hard to do without saying it.
You know, Kitover also starts with a K, and many people don't know the Hebrew basis for the word Kitover. I didn't know this until I went to a rabbi's house for Shabbos, but he was like, "What is your last name?" I said, Kitover. He said, "Do you know what that means?" I said, "I don't know. What do you mean?" He said, it's, yeah, Keet, or, yeah, Tov. Yeah, so Ki is that, Tov is good, like as in Mazel Tov, or Mazel Tov. So Ki in Hebrew is that, and Tov is good. So my last name means he is good. And thus, my nickname at the bar is Good Johnny. But it's from the book of Genesis. After Hashem, Ribbono Shel Olam, Yahweh created the universe and the world, he said, Kitover.
How did Necro get his username?
It was just a play on with, originally at Discord I go by Necro Cancer, so.
What does that mean?
It was just a play on Necromancer, Necro Cancer. 99. That was the year I was born, so.
Maker, do you think Clown House has been good for your collegiate career, or a negative drain on your collegiate career?
Clown House.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, has it actually improved your life? Has it made your socialization better, your communication better? Like, how has it helped your college, experience?
You say clown.
Like
Okay,
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, Necro. Clubhouse here.
Necro, come on. Don't do this fucking thing where you like do the worst of the autism. You're better than this. You knew what he meant.
Yeah. Give the autistic guy a kid a break.
Can the autistic kid give us a fucking break?
If my autism will allow it. Anyways, as far as this app improving my life, I've definitely met a lot of people in social life.
You met Joe B.
Yeah, and she's very kind. She's probably one.
What is it about Joe B that you find yourself drawn to?
Just her caring personality, I'd say.
This is very sweet. I think there's potential there. Can I come to the wedding if it does work out between the two of you?
If Joe B will allow that.
Just rent Harold and Maude and save the plane ticket.
Yeah, it's okay with me. As long as Joe B is okay with it.
Rent Harold and Maude.
The more the merrier, in my opinion.
Am I the only one that doesn't like Monica changing her name to Scarlet? Does anyone else have a problem with that?
I didn't know she changed it to that.
Yeah, I have a problem with it too.
Yeah, she'll change it back. But
Not a fan.
Oh, Bruce is here. Listen for the name.
Oh, Bruce, my talent manager has arrived. Bruce, when's our next booking? I'm so happy you know, took on being on my talent manager a couple of years ago, but we've yet to book any acts.
Loves that Serenity's on here. Where's she at?
Her name is not Serenity, you retard.
Hey, Bruce.
Oh, okay, I'm a retard. Okay.
Her name is Sorority.
Whatever.
Serene.
So I'm a retard because I said I'm correctly to you white people, right?
Oh God, we got another one.
Are you a clone?
Yeah. Why do you do this to me? It's because I'm white.
Alright. I see where this is going.
Do you know C profile, Bruce?
Bruce, tell us about your favorite white person.
I have people that are my favorites. White, black, purple, this and that. So you can say what you want to say, but I'm not going to agree with it because you should know me. So you don't, it's on you.
Man, those were bars, as the young folks say.
I mean, you know, you guys can say something that's kind of racist, and then I'll be like, you know, that's kind of racist, and then
Wait, hold on. You think you're in a room full of racists?
see, here you go. I didn't say that.
It's the least racist room on all of Clubhouse.
No, because I see a couple of motherfuckers that like.
Name one.
Kiss my Serenity is not.
You mean serendipity?
Well, whatever. You want to, you know.
You're not very good at reading, are you?
See, you're racist.
Because you can't read, I'm a racist?
No, you're racist because you said some ignorant ass shit.
No, you mispronounced the name. All you had to do is sound it out, my guy.
So who you, dude?
The blackest man on all of Clubhouse.
No, you're not black. You're Hispanic.
Oh, now I object to that. My ancestors are the Moors. I don't know if you know your history, but I am eggplant.
No, you're not. Period. But it doesn't even matter, dude. When I want to deal with.
I'm blacker than you are, son.
If I want to deal with somebody like.
Listen, son, I'm blacker than you.
As in the entertainment industry, I deal with that. Just like all of them do. White people deal with fucking black people all the damn time. In the entertainment industry. But
Bruce.
I'm not dealing with you as.
With you?
You're just.
I ain't fucking with you?
No. You're just gonna be.
Did Bruce just call me a racist?
Oh, Don's awake. I hope you heard what I said earlier. Jesus Christ.
I love
man.
and shit. So no.
You just called me a racist, Bruce.
Don, when you were sleeping, hon, I was talking about how much I'm looking forward to you participating in the.
You might think this is a giant cockroach, but it's not even an insect. It's a giant isopod, and they live all the way on the ocean floor. These alien-looking creatures are marine invertebrate that live in the depths of the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. And they don't call them giant for nothing. They can go anywhere between 17 to 76 centimeters big. The giant isopod's larger size is due to a phenomenon known as deep-sea gigantism, where creatures that reside at great depths are typically larger than those living in shallower waters. This can be attributed to factors such as colder temperatures, higher water pressure, and the scarcity of food. In fact, the giant isopod's main food source is, well, the stuff that falls to the bottom of the ocean floor. And since the opportunity to eat doesn't come...
question for you, and you could either participate and answer the question.
It's been insanely hot these past
You
couple
want
of
to answer the
days.
question, yes or no? Okay, you didn't want to answer the question.
You cannot speak over me. There's no way you're going to get speak over me. Think of me as the podcast version of God. If things get so bad, I can just create a fucking tidal wave, and those that aren't on the fucking boat, they don't get to survive. Think of me as God.
Yes, the almighty creator of the Celestial Country Club.
Or the creator of love.
God loves who he chooses.
Sounds like the film Caligula.
You know, Gildas, if you had a black exploitation film in the 70s about Caligula, you could do a little play on the word, and it might be really fun.
It might be an interesting concept to pursue.
I mean, you know, I always thought that Django Unchained was a great movie, and they should have done like a spun-off film called, you know, Mandingo, and it would have been about, like, you could have had Leonardo DiCaprio being like a Mandingo, you know, like fighting broker coach or whatever. It would have been, you know, horrifically racist, but nonetheless, there's something about Mandingo fighting. If it's true, I've never actually researched it, but like, did Americans actually have organized fighting rings with African slaves? I don't know the answer to that question, but
I think so. They've written about it enough to make it seem like it happened, but there's probably no historical record. Have you ever seen the Italian film Lit by Uncle Tom?
There's books in it.
I like the movie title.
Adios, Uncle Tom. It's like, in Italian, it's like Adioso, Uncle Tommy, or some shit like that. But in English, it's Goodbye, Uncle Tom. You can find it on YouTube.
Gildas, I got called an Uncle Tom today.
Yeah, well, it's a badge of honor because most people haven't read the book and found out what Uncle Tom did at the end of the book to make him a hero. You know, he did not snitch. He chose to be, like, I think, burned alive before he told on Eliza and her husband to escape slaves. And Sam Legri was like, if you don't tell me where them black people are, you see, I understand the rules. If you don't tell me where those black people are, I'm going to burn you alive. And Uncle Tom
Did he use a different word besides black people?
Yeah, he used the word, the N-word, strong. You don't tell me where
He used the word that Rich likes to use.
Yeah, he was like, if you don't tell me where N-word X and N-word Y are, I'm going to burn you alive. And Uncle Tom said, fine, you can burn me alive. And he burned alive at the end of the book to save two escaped slaves. So when you call somebody an Uncle Tom because, excuse me, ninjas don't read, they think they're insulting you. If you don't believe me, you know, chat GPT it. Uncle Tom died to save runaway slaves. That's how he died. And he used his, like, coon tactics to give them a head start. It's really crazy if you really read the Harriet Beecher Stowe.
What is that?
What is what?
I'm sorry, what is the tactics you're talking about?
Where you're like, oh, I don't know. It ain't nothing in here but us chickens, master. I don't know where them fools done ran off to. I guess I must have slipped and forgot where everything was. And, you know, he played that role to allow them some time to cross into Canada.
Thank you.
you've never heard a former American slave, now Canadian resident, come on this app and talk about like their lineage or history or how they made it to Canada.
Oh, man. If we could hear from the Halifax black population, the Newfoundland and Labrador black population, what their stories must be, But for all that, when anyone calls me an Uncle Tom, I take it as a badge of honor.
Do you think there was ever like an angry slave on the run who hated white people so much that they naturally assumed that going north was a lie and therefore they decided to go south because they didn't want to believe the white man's lie about freedom?
I mean, potentially. Yeah, but I think at the time, like, most people understood that if you wanted to get free, you gotta go north.
Does he think it's a serious question?
There was no reason, and it was too difficult to escape into Mexico. So, yeah, man, you cross that Ohio River and keep going north, as far north as you can get. Which also undergirds my opinion about illegal immigration. I think they're just trying to move north too. And I don't understand why so many African Americans are against, Hispanic immigrants coming to this country because they're basically doing the same thing that my people were doing around the Fugitive Slave Act, trying to get north.
Well, what do you think about Trump, supposedly telling ICE to arrest Hispanics, especially if they're speaking Spanish?
Well, I'm not the most, I'm not, like, I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't support the tariff plan or any of that. And when it comes to immigration, I also disagree. I think the people who are here, who are working, should be allowed to stay. And whether you give them amnesty or whatever, figure that out and let them stay. But roundups and ICE raids and things like that, I'm not, I don't like it. And I know that there are like Hispanic criminals from the cartels and shit up here, and they are contributing, to diminishing of what I know, like Southern California to be. Like, they commit crimes, they tag up shit, they do all kind of fucked up shit, human trafficking, you name it, and they should be, caught and deported or imprisoned or some combination. But I do believe that the vast majority of people who are coming over here, quote unquote, illegally, they have every right to be here, and they should stay here, and they should be like vindicated. Like, yeah, thank you for showing that people are willing to endure all kind of crazy nonsense to get here, and let them stay. I don't know how much it costs to go through each and every case, but ultimately, yeah, they should stay here. They're cool people.
Can you think of any contrarian positions to your position? Why, some people...
Absolutely. As my cousins in LA tell me, they pole vaulted over here, and it just looks like they busted a pinata all over Los Angeles. They don't get in line with the customs of the country. They play their music too loud. They're the reason why there are long lines at the hospitals, because the private hospitals are taking Medicare money and Medi-Cal money, and they have to service them in front of me, who's just paying it out of my paycheck. So when my daughter has a fever, I have to wait in line behind 25 illegals who have Obamacare or whatever iteration thereof with California, its way of offering medical assistance to them. They're clogging up the freeways. They're clogging up the grocery store lines. Why do you have to come to this grocery store with all 8 of your family members? You know, get out of here. So, you know, I definitely understand, you know, like the pushback of like, why the fuck are all these people here and they're just living off the tax dollars? And my solution to that is you can come, you can walk across the border just like you jaywalked, but you don't get no help from the government. Nothing. I'm not gonna offer you no housing assistance, no job assistance. You get nothing. And if you break the law before you get on your own 2 feet, you get deported or you get locked up, you know, depending on the crime. Don't offer them any incentives, and it wouldn't be such a big problem. But they get these incentives to come to California. So they're like, hell yeah. I get free health care. Why not? I would pole vault too.
This is my idea, but someone, a clubhouse one we had was the topic that they thought that rather than just deporting everyone, they should go do ICE raids, but find out IDs and arrest the criminals, but those that have been living here legally, find a way to give them a path to citizenship. It shouldn't take 8 to 10 years to go through that, and both administrations have done nothing to increase the judges and a path to a quicker citizenship.
David, do you know what it's like in, let's say, India, Russia, Bangladesh for that matter, when an illegal alien comes into that country and tries to work or live? Do you know what the punishments are for that in other countries other than the U.S.?
I'm not advocating what I just said, but it was one idea. I have no idea. I'm sure it's severe.
Yeah, it's very severe. It's like 10 years automatic imprisonment in Russia, multi-years in India. I mean, other countries do not tolerate this type of clown world behavior. I don't know if some of you are aware of that, but America is very lenient compared to the rest of the world on this one topic.
We're lenient. I guess I don't understand sending them to a foreign country other than their own. I don't know why everyone goes to El Salvador or somewhere talking about Africa. I don't understand that part. And frankly, if the figure is right, that 25% of the people they round up are not undocumented, but they might not have their papers on them, or they get caught up in this mess that is, sorry, it's late, the immigration system, without due process. I mean, the due process part really upsets me, lack of due process.
Yeah, well, you know, if you believe...
Wait, hold on. Gildas, that's a constitutional right for citizens of America.
I'm talking about people with green cards. I'm talking about people who can't prove it immediately when they're rounded up by someone in a mask and hauled off to another state in many cases. It just seems like that part of the system that my government is doing is
well, you know, I believe in the old-fashioned idea that America is unique. It is the shining city on the hill. And no matter where you are on the planet, if you're suffering from authoritarianism, totalitarianism, your number one goal in life is to try and get to America. And so,
and I want to interrupt you for a second, Gildas, because even, you know, how do you account then for the imbalance of immigrants versus citizens that we already have and then would be in the future? I mean, we are in a sense giving our country away. Because part of your argument was true. They're not assimilating. They're not, you know, my father came here in 48. He already knew English from Germany. He wanted to become an American citizen. Fortunately, there was a 4-year process for him to do that. And he was proud to be here and proud to be an American. We don't see enough assimilation.
Well, then I'm inclined to agree with you. Insofar as anybody from around the planet should be able to walk across the American border or swim across or float across, whatever it may be, the only stipulation is that you believe in individual rights. And if you come over here from wherever the hell you're from, if you believe that and you can espouse that at the border, that's the stipulation. And if you walk back on that or you try and come over here and be a communist, then yeah, you get deported. You're deported. But I'm also not gonna give you a free apartment and free healthcare. If you came all the way over here from fucking Mongolia or fucking Venezuela or wherever you came from, because you believe that, man, if I just had the chance to be an individual, I could make something happen, then yes, come on in. You're welcome in America. Black, white, Asian, Filipino, I don't care. Igloo.
My father did have sponsors and a job.
Well, I mean, if you got that, even better. Even better. But the point is, you're not coming over here to say, well, I made it here. Can you give me something? If you come over here with that mentality, I want to check you at Ellis Island. You look like you got lice anyway. Go back to Italy. Go back to Morocco. Go back to Guyana. Wherever the fuck you came from. Go back. You can't stay. But if you come over here being like, yo, man, I got $12 in my pocket, but my uncle wants to make me the flipper at this pizza restaurant in the Bronx, and that's what I'm going to do. Come on in. I want you here. Yeah, come on in. Let me see what you do. And let that motherfucker, give them a trial period. If in 5 years they turn communist or some shit, then they're deported. But if they come over here and start opening up Levi's jeans and, all sorts of businesses and things that contribute, you're welcome. That's the only stipulation, is that you believe in the principles of the Constitution. That's how you become a citizen. You swear by those laws or those ideas, rather, and you come on over here and make it happen. That's it.
Gildis, let me ask you a question then. Do you support Trump's gold card? Because essentially that's what that would fit the ideas you're saying. If someone can pay for their citizenship and be a productive member, multi-millionaire, you'd be okay with them?
No, I don't think you need to purchase a gold card. You just need to be able to come over here and be willing to fit into the economy where you start and go from there. You don't need a
But do you
privilege.
support the gold card?
No, I don't support a gold card. No, I don't support any of that.
But that's contradictory of the statements you just said, though. Because Trump's created, or I don't know if it's actually in place. I think it's been.
I don't think it is yet.
But
No,
yeah,
I
it's
wouldn't
not
want
actually
the
in place
government
yet.
giving out privileges to people who just have more money. No, that's not what it's about. It's, will you come over here? It's a very old-fashioned idea from like the 1880s and even before that. Will you say that you believe in individual rights and a free market? When you put your thumbprint, whatever the fuck, some bio data out your cheek, I don't know. Will you say that that's what you believe? And if you say yes, you got 5 years to prove it, 2 years to prove it. If you come over here and become a criminal or some other shit, you're deported. If you come over here and start a business, a kiosk in a mall, and it grows, well, you get to stay, you're a citizen.
Now, Vancouver, I think, when did Hong Kong change? 94, 95? When they
1997.
97, thank you. So if you had $500,000, I believe, and you brought it into this country with you, you could get citizenship. Or at least
Is that a realistic way to enforce immigration, though, Gildis? I mean, you're going to have the federal government go check to see if they are following up to what they've swore to?
They lose it.
I mean, well, that's what they're doing now, and it's not necessarily working the best way. They're finding people who may or may not be criminals, and they're just using the largesse that they have to seek and destroy. All right, well, stop wasting all of that money. wait until the person actually commits an egregious crime, and if they do that, then, deport them. I'm fine with deporting people. Like, I'm not just trying to overfill the country with refugees who claim they're refugees, but they're actually criminals like Tony Montana. I get it.
He's asking, but he's down for saying it's an egregious crime. Has to take an egregious crime now? Or
Yeah, it needs to be an
what kind of crime are you talking about?
You can come over here as a quote-unquote illegal immigrant and steal an apple. All right, and then you're just subject to the penalties in your jurisdiction, whatever that may be. I mean, if you live in Los Angeles, you can get away with it. If you live in Iowa, maybe you get locked up for a night or you get fined. I don't know. That's up to the state.
Let me ask you, Gildas, then why does an American have to be a victim to a crime first? And like that apple in your example was someone's property, so you're okay with deportation only occurring when an American is a victim and their property or their person has suffered some sort of injury.
Yes, because you're.
But you give an exception to the apple because that's not that much, right?
Because you're innocent until proven guilty, just like all other Americans enjoy that privilege. You're innocent until proven guilty.
No, but why should an American have to be the victim first?
Because you're innocent until proven guilty. It's not a one-to-one that an illegal immigrant is going to come over here and commit a crime. So they should not be punished for that. If they do steal an apple out of your orchard, then they are now a criminal and they're guilty. And you can prosecute them based on your local laws. But prior to that, they should not be understood as criminals.
Right, but I think the thing that they're taking issue with is the fact that you made the statement that if they commit an egregious crime, that I think you must feel differently if that egregious crime was inflicted upon your wife or your mother or your daughter.
Well, there may be grounds to deport a person. Like I said, if it's something like the first 5 years that you're here, or the first 3 years, or, I can't think all of this through on my own. Obviously, this would be something that we vote upon. We can hash out the details. But a person who came over here and stole something off of a grocery store shelf should not be deported. But a person who came over here recently and murdered someone, yeah, they should be deported.
Gildas, let me ask you this. If they broke the law in entering this country, why should we allow them to stay?
Because I don't think that the law should mean that you walked across the border and you committed a crime. I believe that law should be done away with, and then we can start enforcing local law.
So you like the Biden plan where they just let anybody walk over the border?
Well, not just anybody. I mean, there should be, like I said before, some kind of Ellis Island checkpoint. Let me check you for lice. Let me check your criminal past. Let me see what you got. And then, as long as you didn't commit no felony in Mexico and you don't have lice right now, come on in. So,
Can I
yeah,
just point out that the poll, hold on. Just I want to point out that the poll is up. And for those of you that like to read, you'll probably really like the book club that we're putting together. John, can you tell them about the first book that we're going to be reading? John, are you away from your feed? Oh, we'll check in with John later. Go ahead, Gil.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, so I'm not like a full.
Oh, John's back. There we go. John, tell them about the first book that we're going to read in the book club.
Well, my suggestion is Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, which means the Book of Changes or the Great Way, which is a Chinese philosophy book.
There you go. The first thing that we're reading is a Chinese philosophy book. I've never read it. So I'm excited. And just so you guys know, what we're going to do is we're going to read the book aloud on Clubhouse. We're going to do rooms, and each person is going to take turns having 5 minutes to read from the book. Some people aren't going to want to participate. They don't want to expose their reading comprehension level, but that's okay. The people that do read can read to the people that don't read. so many things. You know, tomorrow there's a room at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern, which is counter programming to the Critical Thinking Forum. It's in a house called the Rational Discussion Group, which I ChatGPT'd as an alternative to the title Critical Thinking Forum.
Well, if people are reading books and discussing them, I'm here for it.
Are you going to be here tomorrow, Gildas, or do you have things to do?
I'm pretty much open until the 25th. You know, I got 3 kids, so I can't always get on during the day. But, you know, I can come in around this time and maybe 2 hours before it. That's what I can do.
Oh, so you on the banker hours, so you can come on Clubhouse and swing shit.
Yeah, it's like I know everybody's getting ready to go to sleep on the East Coast. And people who've been holding rooms for 8 hours on the West Coast, it's like, you know, it is
So
what it is.
I think the readings that we'll do will be later in the evening, but the hour and a half room that we do in the Rational Discussion Group is really just a room to provide an alternative to people that don't like the shit that Gary Bumgarner's been doing. He doesn't allow the chat to stay open, and he created a Facebook group for the boomers to participate and chat on Facebook. And so Anson Burlingame, one of the greatest people ever on this app, he helps lead these discussions, and I thought the first room was great. So we don't know what the title's going to be tomorrow. What we do know is it's going to be a good time. So tune in tomorrow for Rational Discussion Group.
Big shout out.
I just put a list of some of the books that I've read so far that come to mind this year.
I was gonna do the thing. I have some suggestions. Mojo.
That's fine. You think you guys are the only ones with suggestions?
No, everybody will.
Listen, John picked one. This is what we think we're gonna do. John's picked a book. We're gonna go with that, and then Art of War is what Kristen proposed as the second book. I think that what we should do is we should first get through the first one, and then we should vote on whether Art of War should be the next one. I think that's a good one. I read Art of War a few times. I think that'll be interesting, but there's a lot of things that we could do.
Have you ever read Behave, The Biology of Humans That Are Best and Worst? It's actually well done.
No, but there's a book that talks about this theory that human beings got enlightened by the monkeys coming out of the trees to eat mushrooms. We could get that book and we could read that out loud. That might be fun.
Are you talking about Food of the Gods?
No.
Eating meat made our brain grow faster.
Yeah.
Carlos Castaneda.
Are any of you familiar with Robert Heinlein's Stranger in a Strange Land?
Yes.
Sure.
I actually have the book.
Did he write Starship Troopers?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
He's also the one that came up with the term "there ain't no such thing as a free lunch."
Yeah. It's interesting though.
So effectively.
It's interesting though. Robert Heinlein, he actually competed with the guy who founded Scientology with Dianetics, Hubbard. They both were competing to see which book could create a cult with the Stranger in a Strange Land. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of books. At some point, I would like to read the pamphlet Common Sense by Thomas Paine. I think some of the early American shit is pretty badass. Is there anything from Australia, Ro? Like, is there a work of fiction or just something that is incredibly popular in Australia that us Westerners might not be familiar with? He's like, nope. If you've listened to Men at Work, you've heard the best of the Australians.
The Australians are responsible for the term settler colonialism. There's a Australian guy who wrote it. I forget
my vote for the Psychopath Pest by Ronson. I put it in the put a link in the chat.
You know, any of the novels by Bret Easton Ellis would be good. You guys might be familiar with some of his film adaptations, such as American Psycho or Less Than Zero. He's I don't think any of the films have ever worked out quite as good as the books, but if you've read American Psycho, it's a doozy.
I'd say that the best sci-fi author I'd recommend is Philip K. Dick. Just any book by him.
Did you just recommend Dick?
Yeah, Philip K. Dick.
Mitch, what was the book again?
Mind the Psychopath Test by Ronson.
You know, if we ever want to really lose people and just read from something super boring, we can get Cricket Lou's book, DNS and Bind. He is the one that wrote the book on DNS, if you're familiar with domain name systems.
Well, yeah. I actually left a quote by Dick in my bio. So.
What do you guys think of the quote that's in my bio?
Let me check it out.
Gildas, if you want to read it out loud, this will be a practice.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
You know,
get my
hold on, Necro. Hold on, Gildas is going to read it. This will be an example of what it sounds like to read out loud in a room.
A man who refuses to be self-reliant is like a bird who refuses to fly. He will be forever dependent on those who can.
Oh boy, sounds like a Passover Seder.
Yeah, it reminds me of the book Jonathan Livingston Seagull for some reason.
I ain't gonna ask nobody to read my quote in my profile. It's too long. But it's something that you need to know. So just read it on your own time. And it's also a bad translation from the German, so it's conky.
Yeah. Yeah, I also put in my bio that I share the same birthday as Eric Clapton and Van Gogh. And I also was born on the 18th year anniversary of when Reagan was shot.
Did you read other German philosophers, Gildas? Or is that your favorite one?
To keep it real with you guys, I've read a lot of philosophy, period, from the pre-Socratics through what I want to get through this fall is Heidegger. I haven't read Heidegger.
Rilke? Any Rilke?
Rilke.
Okay.
Nietzsche.
Yeah, I read him when I was young. It's just a few little poetic verses that inspire the artist, but there's nothing really profound in Rilke. You gotta go back to Nietzsche. You gotta go back to Nietzsche. And if you read your Nietzsche, which I read that deeply, man. I thought I was a Nietzschean when I was like 19. I loved it because his prose is so beautiful. He's an elegant writer. I wish I could approach 10% of his elegance, but he's out of his mind. He has no idea that his stupid ideas are going to lead to Nazism, but they do lead to Nazism.
So, Gildas, here's my test of whether you're knowledgeable of Nietzsche. What did he mean when he said God is dead?
Oh, he meant that the Enlightenment had undermined the ability for God to be the authority. If science is going to be the new authority, then scientist, the Platonist, he hated Socrates.
Alright, hold on, pause. I want to welcome Joe B back to the room. Joe B, I don't want to make things awkward, but welcome to the room. You might have a Myers or Gildas, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, he was saying that, okay, you can use this science to discover everything about reality, but humankind has relied upon religion for so long that the only people who can guide society after that are going to be like the Ubermensch, the Supermen, and what have you. But if you undermine religion with science, which is what he thought Socrates was trying to do in the very beginning, that's a bad development in Nietzsche's eyes.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to describe it. So, what did he mean when he said time is a flat circle? And what creature did he use to describe what a flat circle was?
Necro, why are you hold on. Why are you trying to have the most boring version of this conversation? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, the test that you do to test people's knowledge of Nietzsche, because I'm also very familiar with Nietzsche.
I'm not sure.
Hold on, why are you trying to test Professor Gildas?
Because, I do admire his intellect if he is a person who knows about Nietzsche.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was Nietzsche who discussed like the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, but I know that Nietzsche had the idea of subspecie aeternitatis. Would you be willing to live this life over and over again? Subspecie aeternitatis is a Latin term. I'm very familiar with Nietzsche, man. Like, I read all this shit. I read all his shit alone, too. I didn't have no black friends, like, helping me out. Like, I read it, though, man. Like, I don't know it all. I can't recite verses from Zarathustra, but I'm familiar enough with his philosophy to where I can at least say, like, he does value the individual, but he values the individual insofar as he can become like a maniacal leader, if that's what he feels he's compelled to do, especially in a world that is post-enlightenment and getting rid of the Godhead as a figure to guide society. That's the gist of it. I don't know German. I can't read German, so, I'm not that dope in it, but I understood Nietzsche. And it's inspirational when you're young, but as you grow older, it's like, nah, I can't rock with that.
Yeah, that's fair. You seem to have pretty good knowledge of Nietzsche, so let me just ask you this, my final question to wrap everything up and to make things less boring. What would be your favorite quote by Nietzsche?
It's a quote in the Zarathustra that Brecht used to make the song Mac the Knife that is a jazz standard in America, where he talks about the murderer just enjoying the bliss of the knife, and he's trying to account for, like, how could you be a murderer, and it's the bliss of the knife. And I have an old, almost like King James Version style translation of it, and that's how they translated it. The bliss of the knife for the murderer. I forget the chapter in Thus Spake Zarathustra, but I know I could get it right now if I went into my library. But he talks about that, the bliss of the knife.
That's very Mac the Knife. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, Mac the Knife kind of comes from that idea, but Brecht, translated that in the Three Penny Opera, and then Louis Armstrong picked it up and made it a jazz standard. Yeah, man, like, I've read my Nietzsche, dog. Like, I've been on it, and I'm black, and I'm African American too, and I know you don't come across African
it's definitely something. If you want to know my fascination with nature, I actually have a quote by him in my bio.
The other one that I love is from The Birth of Tragedy, where he says something.
All right, hey, we're gonna have to stop having the most boring conversation possible. Like, this is weird.
All right, my bad. But he asked me, he called me to the stage. Like, I'll just say there's this one other quote.
No, before you do any other quotes, just read the room. All the ladies left. You dried up every pussy in the muff.
All right, my bad. I'll keep quiet. My bad.
I was supposed to guess on the 37th mojo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Current national debt.
Yeah, it's a good one. Do you know what the current unfunded liabilities are?
Oh my God, much bigger than that, right?
Yeah, we could call it 100 trillion.
On the national debt clock, it said $514,000 for every family in the United States unfunded liability.
I like your silver chair quote, Marco.
Thanks.
They've been changing it though. I don't know if you're following the United States debt clock, but they've been changing it. Now they're talking about the assets that we have and the money that's being cut from programs, Doge, savings. Those things were never there.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to nerd out.
You're very well read, man. I like this.
Yo, sometimes they be like, yo, Gillis, you ain't read that shit. What you talking about? I read that shit, dog. And I fuck with it.
That's funny. Can you imagine reading a book like that? I read that shit, dog, and I fucked with it.
Yeah, well, it's
I can't even talk. I'm such a white guy. Like, it doesn't even sound right coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, but I know what you mean. It is what it is. It's not a racial thing. It's just a lot of people, maybe they don't even have the time to read it and study it. I understand it. It does take a long time, but if you can squeeze it in, it's rich.
Those facts have my quotes in here too.
Yeah, I think that's the best advice you can give anyone, I think.
I'd love to know if everybody could take one book they think changed their life. What would it be?
I think the Kurt Cobain though, the one where he says, everybody dies. Nobody dies a virgin. Life fucks us all.
Yeah. He said a book that that was influential. For me, it was in 1994 when I read Atlas Shrugged. It was right before that. In '92, I had voted in the election, voting for Ross Perot. I didn't really know anything about politics, but I knew that Dana Carvey's impersonation of Ross Perot was pretty funny. So I voted for Ross Perot, and then after I voted, I had this sense of like, what did I do? I just voted for the president, and I don't know anything. I made my selection based on an SNL skit. So then I started thinking about politics. That was like after I voted, I started thinking about it, and then I was inspired to read Atlas Shrugged, and then when I did, that was kind of like the beginning of my political awakening and thinking about things differently. Now, in hindsight, I think that if I were to go back and read it right now, which it's such a fucking long book, it'd be a task to do it. I doubt it would move me in the same way, but that was the initial thing that got me thinking about, like, hey, what if the entrepreneurs, what if the producers really did just say to hell with all this and stopped working? We talk about like labor strikes and frontline workers going on strike, but what if the real producers, the ones that come up with the ideas to innovate and change the world, what if they were to say to hell with this shit? Yeah, Ayn Rand to me was like an eye opener, but as you get older and as you think about it, there is something that's I guess a little simplistic in her thinking. And then there's something like really problematic with some of her acolytes. So it's weird. It's like I feel about the same way now about Ayn Rand the way I feel about like Hulk Hogan. Like Hulk Hogan was the thing that I watched to first get me into wrestling. But if you were to ask me my favorite wrestlers, his name wouldn't come up. So, but he has a special place.
So he's like P. Diddy almost for you guys. That's just a joke. But yeah, like I read Ayn Rand early too, and I was like reading it, and I was like, this is dope. And then I think I checked out the Objectivist Lexicon out of the library at the college that I was in at that time when I was like 18. And I got to like the article or the entry on the Native Americans, and she was like, the Native Americans had no right to the land because they weren't developed, and that's why they needed to be eradicated.
Hold on. She called them savages, and
she called them savages. Yep.
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? And some people just say, "Oh, it's a shit take" or whatever. The bigger part is that she doesn't think of it as a genocide. She thinks of it as a war, and I think it's if you allow people to shape it for you, like from when we're young kids, they try to tell us that like, oh yeah, the natives were here and they were slaughtered and this was a terrible thing. And if you think about it a little bit more, like honestly, like it was, you had people that were here and you had people that came here and they decided they wanted to fight over it. The natives
warring amongst themselves.
Yeah, and the natives lost, right? And like if the natives win the war, I don't know, it's just fucking weird. It's not a genocide.
Yeah, well, that's what made me like just turn off to her, because I was like, how could you say you call them savages and I'll never read this white bitch again, And I just chucked it aside. And then it wasn't until like I was like 23, I read a book called The Closing of the American Mind by Alan Bloom. And, he was like a gay conservative from like the Reagan era. But I didn't know that when I picked up the book. But he was just talking about like the discontents of the college student who goes to college and they're going to be initiated into this great philosophical heritage, but they don't really come away with anything but maybe identity politics. And I was like, yo, that's exactly what I've just experienced. Who the fuck is this guy? Where is the University of Chicago? What the fuck is going on? And so I started, slowly reading more and more conservative authors, and, I got into Milton Friedman, Tom Sowell, those kind of guys. But, I still felt like this isn't giving me everything, but they're speaking to the experience I went through going to college, because I'm like, why the fuck is it like that when you go to college? And, after that, I did my own, kind of reading, but it was Alan Bloom who kind of woke me up in, like, back as far as 2009. And I might have been 22 at that point.
Yeah. Have you ever read Robert Nozick?
No, I have not read Nozick.
I think he's one of the most overlooked philosophers.
I've just been meaning to read his book since you recommended him to me.
Anarchy, State, and Utopia, it absolutely shits on both Rawls and Murray Rothbard in one book. It's like he just writes one book that just shuts both of those fuckers down. It was glorious.
Yeah, see, I still have a lot of authors whom I need to read, but once I got out of graduate school, I was like, I want to know more about this, but I don't necessarily want to go and get a PhD. And because I was living in New York, in Brooklyn, you had like Hegel study groups. And so I signed up for one. And I mean, I'm telling you, man, we read everything from Kant through the young Hegelians, the right Hegelians. We read Marx and Engels. And then right when they got to like Luxembourg, I was like, all right, I'm done. I've had enough. But I would sit in the rooms with them and like listen, because I didn't know if I was a Marxist or not, or if I just liked the revolutionary shit or not. But I was like, yo, fully engaged. And after going through that, I was like, ain't no way I can be a Marxist, because you motherfuckers have no idea what you're trying to do. Like, they would admit it in the class, like in the discussion. Like, we don't know who we're gonna make go into the mines to get the resources that we need to overshadow the capitalist growth. And I was like, well, you guys have admitted it yourselves. Marxism don't work. And, you know, after that, I don't know, COVID happened, Clubhouse happened, and now here I am. But I don't even understand how people could entertain Marxism. But I do understand, because nobody's like really read it. You know, that shit is crazy because the professors are,
especially CM.
Yeah.
Was your undergrad?
Hi, my friend. You want to talk about something, Mojo? You have no idea who you're talking to.
No, I know exactly who I'm talking to. You're the guy that gets removed from stages in the philosophy rooms because you don't know how to shut your mouth. You don't make good points, and all of the other philosophers kick you to the curb, and then they laugh.
I'm not even. There's what philosophy rooms? First of all, you talking about? I'm mostly in science, physics, and mathematics rooms.
You don't know nothing about any of that. What do you know about that?
I'm the only person probably on the stage with a PhD in mathematics. All right.
Yeah, I don't even think you could spell PhD.
How about, not only was that question retarded, but because PhD is literally spelled PhD. Do you know what PhD stands for?
Doctor of Philosophy. Next question.
Congratulations. Do you have any philosophy, specifically a good one? Like, I mean, you know, in the hard sciences. I don't want to hear you have a PhD in fucking, you know, gender studies or sociology or some shit.
Wait,
do you have an engineering degree or biology?
Well, hold on. Well, hold on.
I'm telling you, in no universe are you more.
Can I respond?
And I'll prove you.
May I respond? See, this is what I'm talking about. You get removed from stages because you don't know how to shut your mouth. So
I've never seen you in my life.
Shut the fuck up and allow him to speak.
He's got his little fucking ball on his head tied a little too fucking tight. Yeah. So, yeah, I have a CHD in economics. Do you want to discuss?
The fuck is a CHD?
Doctor of Clubhouse?
Exactly. You're one of these wannabe Clubhouse philosophers. Have fun with that, bro.
Okay.
You claim to be educated and you still speak broken English.
No. I'm from Miami. This is how I talk generally.
Wait, you're from Miami and you speak broken English?
Do I sound like I'm speaking broken English?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what.
You sound like Che Guevara right before he was going to take his last breath.
I was going to say Benny Blanco.
How fucking stupid. Okay, so you guys like are crazy, like far right or something? Like, is that the thing? And that's why we're toxic.
Hold on.
Or fucking Randy.
Hold on.
Pretending like they discovered the virgin self. When you can find it in Martin Nichols' 1848 treatise. Come on.
Hold on.
God, in no universe.
What?
I promise you. Don't.
You don't even know how to have a fucking conversation, you fucking retard. You don't understand. Okay.
I gave you my warning. Go ahead.
I told you, Roger. He doesn't speak English. He doesn't know what shut up means.
He doesn't know how to have a conversation, for fuck's sake. Welcome to the stage, Hagoop and Dave. What's going on? Hopefully you guys speak fucking English.
I'm a stock.
Well, he definitely speaks English. Yeah,
I try to do my best. I sound like I'm from California, which some people don't think is proper English. But
No, you're good. This is sounding like Bakersfield right now. Go ahead.
oh no, definitely not.
That was weird, kind of a narcissistic role.
I got a question.
Fresno, man?
No, I'm Southern California, Los Angeles County.
Oh, okay.
Not Bakersfield.
I lived in Buena Park for about 6 months.
Did you at least enjoy it?
Well, I was on Beach Boulevard. There was mini golf and a driving range, and we had Knott's Berry Farm, and we had the dinner and a show spots. I mean, there was a lot of entertainment, but other than that, it was lame. You had to go to. For me, it was going to La Habra, where I can go and get a taste of the Hispanic women. They smelled amazing. It was awesome.
I think I'm closer to where Adams is at. Actually, no, Adams is on the west side, so I'm on the east side. I'm
not on the west side. I think you and I both have the same congressman.
Hey, I got a question for Necro and Gildas.
I just got rid of Adam Schiff.
Oh, we definitely do have the same. Damn, we're like practically neighbors, Adams.
Can I ask a question about Nietzsche?
Oh, no.
It's Nietzsche.
Nietzsche. It's about the will to power. So, is will to power and is God dead, or God is dead and will to power, are those contradictory statements?
You'll find out in 50 years.
No, they're not. The notion of God is dead means that man is no longer ruled by Christianity in Europe. But to say that, the other part of it means that man has to decide what his fate will be, what he will want to do without, with the absence of God. And Nietzsche said that that was a great development, which is what the Enlightenment also said. But where he diverges from maybe like the Voltaires is you don't have to use reason as a guide now that God is gone. You can use your feelings. You can use your blood and soil nationalism to direct your thinking. And that's why people will associate him with being like a proto-Nazi, because they're saying, he opens up the door not to use logic and reason to guide you in the absence of God, but to use your gut feelings and your the land that you live on to help direct you.
Well, if you want to talk about an abandonment from reason, we would go and look at Kant.
Well, Kant wants to hold up reason, but he wants to make some room for faith, and that's all he really did. He didn't.
No. The problem with Kant is the simple fact that he believes that that people should submit to this idea of a duty to other people. This is highly problematic. He doesn't believe in people's to reason out of self-interest, and this is why Kant is a favorite of collectivists everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, you're right. Like, Kant left the door open. He just didn't get explicit about it. He just left the door open to say you don't have to rely solely on reason. There are other capacities in the human mind that can guide your actions. And he left the door open. He didn't say much more after that. But after that, you get with his fight for Ted philosophy that's crazy. And then Marx inherits that and turns it into his shit. And the rest is history. But
Gildas, I have a question.
yeah, sure.
Too many precepts.
Knowing what you know about philosophy, what do you think of Donald Trump?
He's a pragmatist. He is just trying to see what works.
Hold on. It's very simple. He's a right-wing anti-capitalist.
That too, absolutely. He's not a capitalist, even if he has a lot of money and you think he's a billionaire and he's not a representative of the capitalist class. He's a representative of the pragmatist class.
No, he's an economic interventionist, is what it is. He's no different than the fucking socialists. He just wants to put his hand on the scale in a different way.
I agree. He does not believe in the market and the individuals in the market making the economy stronger. He believes he can have a role in it. He wants to be the invisible hand.
I actually don't think that he wants his hand to be invisible. I think he wants all the credit for putting his fucking dirty ass fingerprints all over the economy.
True. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he is a government interventionist, and insofar as he is that, he's not a leftist communist, but he's operating from the same standpoint that they operate from.
No, he's not. He's making similar mistakes in the fact that he believes that he could put his hand on the scale and achieve better results, but he's doing it for different reasons, and it's important to understand those distinctions.
That is an important distinction. But insofar as both of them believe that a Platonic mind can guide the economy, that's where they all have something in common. And I agree with Aristotle, not Plato.
Yeah. I also think Nietzsche ideally he was an aristocrat.
Why do we keep jumping around one philosopher to the next? You guys are so sloppy. Next thing you know, we're going to do what the Chillers and talk about Hegel for 45 minutes. Come to find out the people arguing about it had never read Hegel. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, well, I've read Hegel and I've read Nietzsche. But it is what it is.
You know who's never read Hegel? Ike and Concrete, who had a 45-minute argument about it. It was amazing. And then when they were asked directly if they've ever read it, they said that they never read it. And then Ike follows me in this room to defend himself and say that you can become an expert on something through third-party sources and that it's unnecessary for him to read. It's amazing.
Gildas, have you read The Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu?
I have not.
Well, tomorrow, if you're free, welcome to the book club.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to read it along with you guys and see what comes of it.
We're going to read it out loud, Gildas, so it requires comprehension and the skill to be able to say words, string them together for 5 minutes straight.
You want the synopsis?
Yeah, John.
I mean, now
basically, if you make a very, very well-skilled decision or you roll the dice, your chances are more or less equal where you're going to end up.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that that's what it's about. I've never read it, so I can't say yes or no. But I do hope that you guys try and give some historical context to it and let us know what was going on in China at that time.
Hold on. No, hold on. We're gonna read the book aloud because there's a reward in reading it out loud. There's a reward in listening to it being read out loud.
If that inspires you to do additional study and it prompts another discussion, that's fine. But we want to do something other than what we've been doing on Clubhouse, which is just arguing with each other. We're going to read aloud. Imagine that.
Yeah, well, I'm all for that.
It does give you the historical reference about what was going on in the kingdoms and etc. So there is an introduction prior to the actual book.
John, I just want to ask if you possibly have Meditations by Marcus Aurelius on the reading list.
Yeah, I was going to recommend that next, but that's to be determined.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, Mojo, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say, I think we should allow people to recommend a book, and then we'll go ahead and we'll agree that is the book, and we'll have some veto power. Like if some asshole says, hey, let's read Sam Harris, Free Will, I'm going to say, no, that's a waste of fucking time. We're not going to read Sam Harris about free will. So there's some books that we're not going to read. I'd rather fucking read Twilight than read Sam Harris. Let's go.
Because there's no free will.
If you get to reading a book with me, I'm gonna give you the full, balanced criticism. I'm gonna get into it, show you why I think it's wrong and why I think it's right. But yeah, you'll definitely benefit.
Nobody cares about the analysis. The exercise here is to actually read the book and read it out loud. Hagoop, you were trying to tap in. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Gustave Le Bon's The Crowd. It's a cool, quick read. It's the foundational work that inspired Mussolini and the early fascist leaders to come up
Can you
with
drop the
fascism.
link in the chat?
Yes. Let me pull it for you guys.
Thank you.
I thought you were going to say The Prince by Machiavelli.
Overplayed. There's better book.
I'd say that the as much as I don't like Sam Harris, he's at least a cut above Jordan Peterson.
Highly disagree. I think they're both doing the same shtick. The problem is that Sam Harris legitimately believes that he's the smartest guy on the planet. Sam Harris is such a fucking retard. Like, if you take him in small doses, in the way that he speaks, you go, oh, he must be an intelligent guy. He sounds very educated. But then, when you read his book, he'll do things like, he does this little trick where he'll just be like, well, you have to assume that this is true. And then he starts building on it. But the part that he tells you that you just have to take his word for it that's true is the part that he can't justify. And so when you read his book, read it slowly and just ask yourself, why is he telling you you just have to accept it? It almost sounds like the Bible when they say that you just have to believe.
Yeah, and that's the thing that really is the thing I can't stand about him is his pompous arrogance, as sensible as some of his points might be. It's like when he...
You know the only thing that he's right about? The only thing he's right about?
You're probably going to say Islam, I think.
Yeah, the pedophile death cult known as Islam.
Yeah. Although I think his intervention, I don't know if you ever saw his conversation he had with Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky made Sam Harris sound like Bill O'Reilly.
The only reason why I think some people think that Sam Harris is a smart guy is when he owned fucking Ben Affleck on the Bill Maher show, which was really Ben Affleck just owning himself and Sam Harris was president. But if you watch that, you get the feeling of like, oh, I like this guy.
Yeah, Ben Affleck, that's gross, that's racist.
That's racist. It's like, hey, it's a religion, it's not a race.
He's got really bad TDS. I don't know if you've ever heard him go on and on about Trump, but it's like, it's borderline obsessive, or it is obsessive, 100%.
I mean, I will say, the other thing is that at least he's not like Dustin or Ben Shapiro who fast talk, which is the thing I really can't stand about any sort of person who debates.
What's the queer kid that swims in that same circle? I forget his name. The queer guy, the queer conservative. You know who I'm talking about? No, I like him. I'm talking about, if
intellectual dark web, but he's not very intellectual. I forget his fucking name. He's like, he's the one that sounds the stupidest, but he's gay, and so like you can't say he's stupid because he's gay, and if you call a gay person stupid, then that's homophobic.
Was it the little Malachowski or whatever his name was?
No, it's the one twinkie faggot guy that like. Let me go look it up.
Are
you talking about Dave Rubin? Yes, Dave Rubin. Thank you. I said Dave Rubin. Yeah, Dave Rubin.
He is so fucking stupid. He has no original takes. He just has nice hair, and he's on the team because he's the gay guy.
Well, yeah. Here's the brilliant part. You can't fuck with him because he's gay, and like so, he gets away like it's just like a battering ram. It's like when they tokenize Candace Owens.
Yeah, Candace Owens. I can't stand the black grifters who have defended giving reparations to people who own slaves and their descendants.
Candace Owens is the most obvious grifter that's ever been produced. She just months before she started talking her shit as a conservative, she was like hardcore left. Somebody got in her ear and said, "Hun, you're not going to make any fucking money doing this shit. But those motherfuckers over there, they would really appreciate a mildly attractive black woman agreeing with them." And so they weaponized her. She made a lot of money. I don't begrudge her of making money, but don't ever tell me that she's sincere. She's the biggest grifter of them all.
Yeah, I can just imagine PragerU. He's like, how can I make a video about race? And like Candace does backflips through a 3-story building, like through the window on the 3rd floor, saying like at your service.
If you guys do like Jordan Peterson, I highly recommend you look at Maps of Meaning. Way better book than his 10 Rules. That guy can actually do some serious shit. And when he was breaking down the Bible, there's you could get all this stuff on YouTube. He breaks it down like from a secularist perspective about like why the Bible's bitching. And I think it's pretty interesting. It's when he starts doing the fucking like getting involved in all the culture shit. I think people like when a professor jumps over the line and starts, he was a lefty, but now he's saying that like wokies are the worst, and it's like the wokies are the worst, but we don't need a lefty to say it. Like fucking like I don't know, dude. Some of you guys like to suck the wrong people's dicks.
I think Jordan Peterson, like in his 12 Rules for Life, the one thing I really agree with is that if you see a pet cat on the street, then to go and pet it.
Yeah, and what's all this nonsense about fucking we should organize like lobsters?
That's the peace and love movement. Did you ever see that movie with, I think it's Joaquin Phoenix, called, oh no, it's the guy from he played Bullseye. I think he's Australian, but it was that lobster movie or whatever it was. Where if you don't fall in love, yeah, Colin Farrell. If you don't fall in love at this like retreat, you become a lobster.
You become any animal of your choosing. He just chose the lobster. But that's a great movie. It's a famous director too. I forgot who it was. It's really funny. Very dark, morbid comedy. But Jordan Peterson's a shoe and a grifter. It's sad to see that he went down that path, just like everybody else did.
Let me ask this question, if it's okay. Is the proliferation of the Marvel films a sign that American culture is in decline? Like we like
It's
no,
like-
those are not films. Those are just junk
They're theme
food.
park movies. They're
Yeah.
theme park movies. So you go and you feel the rush of the roller coaster, but they don't leave anything to think about after the fact.
That's just not
So
true.
that's what I'm asking. Like, do you agree with Scorsese or
Yes.
are
No.
those films just showing that like we reached a level of
You
cinematography?
said yes, and you keep talking. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, for other people to chime in.
No, you know how you can prove that it's actually quality is if you just type in Thanos quotes or you type in Ultron quotes and you just listen to the dialogue of those main characters, you'll realize it's very smart. It's like listening to Sopranos and just typing in on YouTube, Tony Soprano quotes or and then you can listen to Tony for an hour talking, and it becomes like the Tony Soprano show or the Ultron show or the who's the guy from Avengers, Thanos show. So like they take a lot of esoteric philosophy and plug it into Ultron and Thanos and other characters because those are the myths and the legends, and they're written by intelligent people who draw from good source material. But they're all made for China. That's the one thing to remember is all these family-friendly movies are made for mass distribution from China to the United States and everywhere else because it's global distribution.
Thanks, everyone. Go to bed. Have a great evening.
Good night, brother. John, have you seen the John Cena apology to China in Cantonese?
No.
You should YouTube that. It's fucking embarrassing.
John Cena apologizes to China. How gay is that?
In Cantonese. It's not dubbed, right?
I'm just no, you gotta go listen to it. It's fucking hilarious.
I mean, can anybody point to like a great American film of the 21st century, or is it just Marvel shit?
No Country for Old Men and There Will Be Blood. Those are the top two.
Yeah, I agree. Those are the top two. You could probably throw Gangs of New York in there somewhere.
Battle Royale was good too.
But the Marvel films are not like something Americans should celebrate as American cinema. Are they just cheap ass? I mean, they have mega budgets, man. Like, people love them. What do they say about American culture?
Can I ask Mojo something about There Will Be Blood? See, Gildas, I mean, I think that you think that America, if you can say it, it is not true, meaning that, like, if you think America is on the decline because these movies are the decline, you just got to look at it in terms of economics or basically business savvy. I mean, those movies are global distribution films, so they're huge, multi-billion-dollar, projects. And if you think that coordinated effort, indicates that America is on the downfall, I think it's just the exact opposite. It's optimization and efficiency, which is what's creating, these catalogs of these, mythological Marvel movies. I mean, it's literally American myth manifest into the film screen. But I wanted to ask about There Will Be Blood because I've seen it many, many times and I love the soundtrack.
Ask away, but I want to tell you that I pinned in the chat and above the John Cena.
For some reason, I can't view the chat anymore. When I click it, I'll have to exit the room. But anyways, the question about There Will Be Blood. He uses that son, that bastard son, that he basically saves, I guess, because his coworker died in the pit, and he raises that boy as his own. But he uses that child to establish credibility, in his speeches. Me and my son. We're so. What I'm saying is, do you find people in the real world also use their children as like a grift to essentially establish their credibility when having a child really gives you no credibility, only sympathy?
Oh, I fully agree, and take on this is Craig Ferguson. When he was doing his late night talk show, he was talking about people complaining that a little, like, you shouldn't talk shit about politicians' kids. And his take was, wait a minute, you can't parade your kids onto the stage and then when they get criticized, say that they're not up for criticism. It's like at one moment, the kids need to stay out of politics, but the next moment when it's expedient for you, you bring the children on there. And he was just calling out both sides about how they're hypocritical in the way that they weaponize and use their children when it's convenient.
That There Will Be Blood was showing you how the rational man had to contend with these motherfucking Christians. They were so basic, they were so irrational, that it took a guy like that, and they couldn't help but make him look like the bad guy at the end of the day. But what he actually represented was like progress in America. He moved everything forward, but you're supposed to sympathize with the Christian family that's trying to hold on to some invisible, project they have on their land. And at least they showed you how corrupt the Christian was at the end of the day. That film, There Will Be Blood, is absolutely the most capitalist film that has been shot in the last 30 years.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I think that it was a critique on both sides, the church and the capitalist expansion.
They made the capitalism look crazy just so
Thomas
it
Anderson tends to balance two opposing views in the majority of his movies. Like if you watched Phantom Thread, it was the same thing. It was like the aristocrat class versus the working class, and how the struggle for identity is pitted against each other when those two worlds meet. It was the same thing in There Will Be Blood.
Who actually got anything accomplished in There Will Be Blood? Did those Christians accomplish anything, or did the capitalists accomplish anything? And even though, I do think, they had to hide their intentions, maybe, that film shows you, obviously, that the capitalist was right all up, but they just made him into a drunken, crazy motherfucker just to kind of shit on capitalism. But ultimately, his vision was the better vision.
Really? He destroyed himself in the end.
Yeah, he'll self-sacrifice because that's
making a hero. You're making a hero out of somebody who wasn't.
Those domes brighter than the future.
Man, he brought civilization to their Christian, whatever you call it, I don't know, outpost. They were just gonna live there and die there. They would have never done anything. And the twin that came to the capitalist and said, look, man, we got some shit over here. That's what actually creates America. That's how you get it. Playing with the mystics and trying to see if you can work with them and play with them
Wait, Gildas, what is the
You're
big
missing
diff?
the point that he's a killer, and he's a drunk from the very beginning, and he's ruthless. But he also brings oil.
No, he's not a drunk from the beginning.
Expansion. He brings civilization.
Guys, hold on, listen. Gildas, you're talking past people. You're saying, you're arguing against points that nobody's making. You're arguing with yourself quite literally. The reality is that I think the movie explains the beauty of capitalism in many ways about, the grit that it takes, the vision that he had, and the fact that he was willing to risk it all. The problem is it's not really a critique on capitalism at all. It's a critique on you can lose yourself even when you're doing big things. If you get detached from morality, you're going to have big problems. And that can happen with business or in religion. And I think that's the point.
100% agree. Yes, the evils of both sides. They will not show which of the two ideologies actually brought wealth. And at the end of that film, it is the oil man who leveled everyone up. The Christians were not going to level anyone up. And that's the little point that I think gets overlooked. If you value money, then you believe that the capitalists leveled everybody up. If you value religion, you would believe that the preacher leveled everybody up. That's the point. It's trying to show you both using each other, right? Like you brought up the church scene where he gets on his knees and he screams and he yells and he breaks down emotionally. It's a fight for power. It's about American expansion. It's about manifest destiny. It's about the growing industry of the United States battling the religious foundation of the expansionist, westward expansionist peoples and groups. And there should be evils and pitfalls. They had to make the capitalist. He didn't. There's no reason why he. The villain of the movie is the preacher. You realize that, right? He's an anti-hero. Daniel Day-Lewis's character is the anti-hero, but the villain of the film is actually the preacher. Absolutely. So it's wild considering one of the evil. Because I think they were pirouetting around fully celebrating the capitalists. They had to make the capitalists look bad, but they still ultimately
Gildas. It's not that they're making the capitalists look bad because of capitalism. They're making him look bad because he abandoned his own morality. That's the whole point of it.
But they're saying that's what a capitalist has to do.
No, that's your interpretation because you're fragile and you want to interpret it that way so you can get mad.
Gildas, let me ask you a question. What is the major difference between Daniel Day-Lewis or Mr. Plainview and the preacher? What is the major difference between those two, characters?
Well, because the preacher wants to keep them in a particular culture and leave it frozen there. And Daniel Day-Lewis is looking toward the future. He's looking toward what will possibly become of his investment and work in that oil field. And they try and reduce it to make it seem like, well, they're both wrong and they're both right. But history has shown that Daniel Day-Lewis's character actually benefited humankind. And whoever that motherfucker that played Sandman and Batman, his character was going to keep us in the dark ages. It was going to keep us just living off the land, pumping water from a well, with no kind of innovation.
Exactly. So Daniel Day-Lewis is the technologist. He's the engineer. He's the actual intelligent person who has to use, subtlety or guise. When he gets baptized, he's not doing it because he's remorseful. He's doing it because he's being strategic so he can get his pipeline. So what my point is that they're both hypnotists and both have to do persuasion, but only one of them is actually intelligent, and that's Daniel Day-Lewis, because he's an actual engineer.
Yeah, well, I'm happy that you will say that. Um, but that is, I mean, insofar as when we're talking about like the best films of the 21st century, yeah, that's up there because it gets to that argument. Like, should you be able to be a mystic and guide America, or should you guide it through your own individualistic principles, which do a little bit shat upon in that movie, but at least they got it out. That's a strong film. That's a strong film in American cinema to show like the capitalist urge still should win. And they did decide on the side of the capitalists as opposed to the religionists at the end of the film, even though they made the capitalists look kind of bad. So I do think that's a very important film.
Well, the
Can I safely assume, Gildas, that you probably hated Parasite because it's like extremely anti-capitalist?
I didn't watch Parasite. I didn't watch that. I've seen it, but I haven't watched it, man. I hear people say it's good, but I haven't.
Top 10 in the last 20 years. For sure.
Okay, 20 years.
that was the last film I saw before the pandemic.
Those Batman films were pretty good. Those Batman films were good, like the one with the Joker and Heath Ledger. That was like a moment in American cinema, and it was talking about, like, can you be good if you have to do bad to be good? It's that, do you have to kill the Native Americans to make good, or are you just as evil as the Joker? That's a good philosophical question that our film and our cinema should ask. Was the Joker right? Was Batman right? I'm okay with that. That's a good question to ask. Of course, I believe Batman was right, but, it asked that question.
We could bring it back to Kant on a critique of reasoning. Who was actually evil in the book? Who actually had the right moral compass? That's why I hate the book, because there's way too much like universal presuppositions. It's philosophy. You have to agree to the first steps to be able to actually get them. I don't agree with some of the shit. The
Kant believes you guys have duties. Kant believes you guys have duties, and if you don't live up to those duties, then you are immoral. What his duties are, we should talk about, but those aren't any American duties. I don't believe in no German duties. Like the German duty to make sure the state lives. That's Plato and that's Crito. The state is most important, even over your individual life.
No!
As an American, I can't believe that.
What do you think about this quote, Gildas? Let me read it to you. One sec here. What do you think about this quote? The absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will.
Can you read it one more time? Can you read it one more time?
Yeah, sorry, I just turned off the page. The absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will.
I disagree, because the state should not be the starting point of freedom for the people. The starting point for the freedom of the people is within themselves, and then they agree to what kind of state they want to kind of oversee them. It doesn't come from top down, it comes from bottom up.
I think that's what the quote is actually saying, no? but it says that it's a paradox. The absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. So the absolute liberty of each individual will equals the absolute rule of the state, meaning that, you know, your will should be the will of the state, I suppose, but that's not what's happening in America today.
No. The individual's will does not have to align with the state. The individual's will should be whatever he or she wants it to be, and the state should facilitate it insofar as it's lawful. It doesn't infringe on another person's ability to act the same way. Y'all love top-down authority. Have you ever read the Crito?
Yeah, yeah, I've read it.
Come then, what reason can you give us in the city for trying to destroy us? Did we not, to begin with, give birth to you? And wasn't it through us that your father married your mother and conceived you? So show those of us the laws concerning marriages, what fault you find that keeps them from being good. I find no fault with them, I would say. Just because the government married you and solidified you, is your life beholden to the government? They educated you, they married your mommy and daddy. Does that mean that you have perfect allegiance to the state? That's what Crito, the dialogue Crito is saying. That's what Plato was saying. I don't believe that shit.
Well, what liberties? What liberties do you have?
To purchase property where I want, to live where I want, to eat what I want, to move how I want to marry who I want to dress how I want to eat what I want. I have
So you govern yourself.
so many, I have so many liberties.
So I'm just asking, you know, if our individual liberties should equal the absolute rule of the state. I mean, why is there this major disconnect between, you know, what the U.S. government is doing and what the will of the people is?
Well, that might be a question that I'm not able to answer. But
Well, it's pretty easy. It's called, you know, in Hebrew, the Yetzer Hara, or the evil inclination. So I would say all those Congress people, all those senators, maybe a lot of bureaucrats in the military, etc., do not want to see the budgets change. They want that $7 trillion a year.
Okay, well, maybe so. But you gotta convince me. And you gotta convince a lot of my friends to believe that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am exiting my office, but I am not exiting Clown House. Good night, and I look forward to the book club tomorrow.
All good.
Also, if you want to update the room title, you should put a 1 in front of that 37, because technically, you know, unfunded liabilities are still liabilities. I do.